Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself carrying a baby. Ekam janu urati alingya sthatavyam balalinganam bhavati. Next, bringing your left foot back, holding it with both your hands. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in the Padapidanasana on the opposite side. स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Next, holding on to your left foot with your left hand, kick the foot back and up while leaning forward. Extend your right hand forward in keeping your hand in the Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we will be entering into the second karna, which is Ardharechita karna. Now, bringing your legs again into the Araimandi position. Bring the right foot behind the left toe, the left foot. Keep the left hand at the chest and extend the opposite arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards the chest. Repeat the same the other side. Next, we'll be performing the skeleton dance. Shake your body intensely without any proper motion. Shake your body intensely, visualizing yourself as a skeleton. Relax. Now, we'll be entering into the Kadichinna Karana. Bringing your legs into the Arimandi position. Bring your hands above the head with your arms crossed and the palms facing backwards. Move the hips to one side and simultaneously uncross the arms wide above the head. Repeat the same the other side. Now, entering into the Tadasana, stand tall on the tips of your toes with your hands above, up and above beside the ears. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself as a palm tree. Continue to perform the japa of Shivoham internally. Mahamudra kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada kuryadantarvatni patipriya. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttanasana. From the standing position, lean forward and down, bringing your hands flat onto the ground. Engage all the three bandhas and bring your forehead towards your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Mahamudra kono tadasana vibhedakan vinotanam sada kuryadantarvatni patipriya. Next, entering into the Tarakshasana, which is a tall plank position. Tuck the chin to the chest in the Jalandhar Bandha and rotate the head from side to side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasanavastitva mastakam varam varam dakshina kukshim savya kukshim najete tarakshvasanam bhavati. Now, lower your entire body onto the ground. Keep your toes pointed backwards. Keep your hands next to the chest and raise the head up using the strength of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat in the Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize yourself as a cobra. अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमो विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. Next, we'll be entering into Shashasana. Coming back into tall plank position. Alternate, bringing one hand between one knee towards the chest, back and forth. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति. Next, entering into the Rathasana. Simultaneously jump one foot back and bring the other in between the two hands, alternating again and again. Visualize yourself as a chariot in your inner space. गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति. Next, entering into the Virabhadrasana, keep your right foot flat on the ground with the toes pointing forwards and bend your knee at a 90-degree angle while your left foot is behind, facing sideways. Bring your hands up straight next to your beside your ears. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, that is engaging the abdominal muscles. Visualize yourself as Veerabhadra as you gaze into your third eye. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath slowly and exhaling. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Now, repeating the Veerabhadrasana on the opposite side, flip over your legs, bring your left leg forward into a 45-degree angle with your right leg facing sideways. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Next, we will be entering into the Rikshasana. Stand tall and bring one foot to the inner thigh. Bring the palms together and raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Pull the stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a tree. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Bring your right foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. We'll be repeating the Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now bring your left foot to your right thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskar Mudra. Raise them up above the head, keeping the elbows straight. Visualize yourself as a tree in your inner space. वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः. Now bring your left foot to the right hip. Bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. Next, we'll be entering into the Trikonasana. Now, stand and step your left foot back and your right foot front. Bring your hands parallel to the ground and bend your front hand forward towards the feet with your left hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle in your inner space in Trikonasana. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Repeat the Trikonasana on the opposite side, flipping your legs over, bending forward with your right hand facing the ceiling. Visualize yourself as a triangle. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Next, we'll be entering into the Nikuttaka Karana, bringing your hands in the Araimandi position. Bringing your legs into the Araimandi position. Bring your hands into a parallel position in front of your chest. Lift your right heel up and stamp it down while raising the left heel up. As you perform this, bring your hands into a rotatory motion simultaneously. Next, we'll be entering into the Angushtasana. Lower on to the tips of your toes, placing the perineum on the back of the heels. Keep the knees and palms together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka, that is inhaling and exhaling like the buzzing of a bee. Perform the Japa Sadashivoham internally. Kabandhasanamittyahuhu Gorakshasanam evacha Angushtamushtikam Nyayam Brahma Prasaditam Tatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Saurasana. Extend your one leg straight out with the heel down and toes up. Keep the fingers down on the ground by the sides with the palms facing forward in the Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samstapya tveka padakam. Now, with the respective hand, reach forward and hold on to the big toes. With the index and middle fingers, keep the opposite hand on the back heel. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishe tatkarena. We'll be repeating the Saurasana on the opposite side. Bring your left foot front, extend it out with your hands, with your fingers by the sides with the palm facing forward in Varamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ikam padatalam samstapya tveka padakam. Now we'll be repeating the Vidhunanasana on the opposite side. Extend the respective hand forward and reach on to hold the big toes. Keep the opposite hand back on the heel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulphastito padamekam prasarya tatpadagaram samsprishe tatkarena. Next, we'll be entering into the Brahmajarankushasana. Keep the toes on the ground and place the perineum on top of the heels. Keep some gap between the legs and the back of the hands resting on the knees. Tilt your head down. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest and gaze through the gap between the palms. दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरबग दल्या की माहिली आइसवा है राशे मिली. Next, entering into the Kapilasana. Drop your knees onto the ground with the toes tucked behind. Sitting with perineum down on the heels. Rest your hands on top of the thighs. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Kapila Muni as you gaze to the tip of your nose. उभय पगतली समटहरावे तिनको माहिले कोर मिलावे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadragorakhasana. Maintaining the same position as Kapilasana, shift your gaze into your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. दो वो पगदली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपर इधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे. Now we'll be entering into the Suryasana. Sit with your toes tucked and perineum placed on the top of the raised heels, bringing your knees off the ground. Bring your hands into the Padma Mudra and raise them up in the sky, visualizing Lord Surya in your inner space as you engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Edi do buguda tariyane phana pani baithak punithane. Next, we'll be entering into the Mandukasana. Again, drop your knees down. Sit with your toes flat and perineum on the heels. Keep your hands on top of the knees and lift the tongue up against the roof of the mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog as you perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, that is inhaling, holding your breath and exhaling. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानु युग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन् Mandukasanam. Next, we'll be entering into the Uttana Mandukasana. Maintaining the same position as Mandukasana, bring your hands up, holding your back, holding the head with your elbows. Perform the Manduki Mudra. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you visualize yourself as a frog. Mandukasana madhyastam kurparabhyam dhritam shiraha etad bhekavaduttanam etaduttana mandukam. Next, we'll be entering into the Simhasana. Cross your ankles and sit on the feet. Keep your knees wide. Fingers spread on top. Open your mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose and repeat this several times, visualizing yourself as a lion. दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तौ च जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च. Now we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana. Sit on your heels under the perineum and keep the knees wide. Cross your hands behind your back and hold to the big toes. Apply Jalandhara Bandha and gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्फौ जवृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः. Next we'll be entering into the Kakabhusandhyasana. Come into a squatting position with the feet flat on the ground and the knees opened wide. Bring the arms in and around the back and interlace the fingers behind. Gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as a crow. Prathame Vesakau Kadathane Dovu Hatapagam Vichane. Next, entering into the Kanipavasana. Place your hands on the floor, shoulder width apart. Bring the knees and back of the arms towards the armpits. Lean the chin forward and down and gaze ahead as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Asana ko guna ashidashta hoi to achi hoi. Next, entering into the Kapalyasana, which is an inverted posture. We request all the participants who are either pregnant or have any chronic diseases to please avoid any inverted postures in the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Now entering into the Kapalyasana, bring the top of the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the hands and the head. Bring the knees onto the elbows, hips over the shoulder and straighten the legs up, gazing to the tip of your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dharti Teki Pagadobu Miliba Ucha Kukare. Next, we will be entering into the Parshvamayurasana. Squat on the toes with the legs together. Twist the body and place both the hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance. Extend your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam. We'll be repeating the Parshvamayurasana on the opposite side. Before we get into the asana, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka during the Parshvamayurasana. That is inhaling, holding your breath and focusing on a slow, deep exhale. Now, twisting your body and place both your hands to one side. Align the elbows with the knee and hip. Lean onto the arms and balance, extending your legs to the side and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryan Mayuram Danda Namakam. Now we'll be entering into the Bhairaganathasana. Now place both the hands onto the ground. Come into a plank position. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder, bringing the foot between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Biti Jayi. Next, we will be repeating the Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Stretch. Step one foot outside the respective shoulder and bring the foot in between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Kala Bhairava. Asana Koguna Piti Jayi. Next, we will be entering into the Unmukha Pithasana. From Tarakshvasana, place your forearms on the ground and walk the feet forward, bringing the hips up. Gaze to the third eye and visualize yourself as Swamiji. Bhunyastau januni hastau chatushpadama vangmukham utthapitanghri ugala katistalam abhiruka. Now, we'll be entering into the Vasishthasana. Roll your body onto one hand. Raise the opposite hand up. Keep balancing the hand directly beneath the shoulders. Raise the hips and gaze toward the sky. Visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta. Urdhva Kukkuta Vasishta Marichehala Matsya Kambari Vrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Now we'll be repeating the Vasishthasana on the opposite side. Roll onto the other side of the hand. Bring the other side up towards the sky. Raise the hips and gaze towards the sky, visualizing yourself as Sage Vashishta. Urdhva Kukkuta Vasishta Marichehala Matsya Kambari Vrittim Chodrasya Vividham Dhanurasanam. Now, coming into the Anjani Asana, that is a seated posture. Bring your hands under the buttocks with your palms facing up. Keep the spine straight and elbows close to the body. Tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you gaze to the nose. Dobo karki ubhay hateli koravareli maile bheli.
The next asana of the sequence is Paschimottanasana. With your leg extended forward, lean forward and down, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, exhale all the way and hold your breath in this position as you perform Mahamudra Bandha. Engage all three bandhas internally chanting Mahasadaशिवोहम.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुगन्धार्यं च जायते. Now, entering into the Ugrasana. Maintain the same position as Paschimottanasana. Clasp your hands behind the head and lean the chest forward and down, bringing the head to the knees. Visualize Kali in your inner space as you perform the japa of Mahasadashivoham internally. स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Next we'll be entering into the Marichi asana. Now sit. Now bring one heel to the groin with your knees raised. Reach the arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest to the thigh and head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now drop down your knee to the side and reach and hold to the front foot, keeping the legs straight. Bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. We'll be entering into the Marichi asana on the opposite side. Now stretching your legs forward, bring your left foot towards your groin and reach your arm in and around the raised knee and clasp the hands behind the back. Bring the chest down to the thigh, head to the knee. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं Sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्च चमचा
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. We will be repeating from the Mahamudrasana. Now sit with your legs stretched and toes up. Bring your one heel close to the perineum and let the knee fall to the side on the ground. Reach and hold the foot, keeping the leg straight, and bring the chest forward and down. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhadrasana 2. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together with the heels close to the perineum. Keep the knees wide and hold the feet firmly. Maintain a straight spine and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गुल्भौतवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्. Next, entering into the Gvalipavasana. From Bhadrasana, extend the feet away from the body, toes touching together and the heels apart, with the knees open. Place the hands on the respective knees and engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव चरपट चौक कख्यो सोयी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोयी. Now, entering into the Joniasana. Keep the soles of your feet together and heels close to the perineum. Hold the soles of the feet and lean forward and down, bringing the forehead to the feet and gaze to the nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. दोगो पकतली संबुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां ऊपर दाशे. Now, entering into the Midaki Pavasana. Sit and keep your heels together and toes apart and the knees wide. Lean forward and down. Extend your hands out and wide with the palms on the ground. Bring your forehead to the ground behind the heels and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. पूरव विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे. Now we'll be entering into the Siddha Samadhi Asana. Sit and keep your toes together and heels apart. Bring your arms below the shins. Extend them out and keep the palms facing up. Bring the forehead to the ground above the feet, bring the toes near the throat. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. दोबू पगदली संबुट करे सोले मेढ़ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विदिदाशे. Next we'll be entering into the Chinaki Pavasana. and keep the heels together and the toes apart. Hold the feet and open them up like a book, bringing the soles towards the sky. Press the elbows onto the thighs and towards the knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो पगा की एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे. Next, we'll be entering into the Charpata. Bring the soles of your feet together with the heels of the perineum in knees to the ground. Place the hands on the knees and gently press them down. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Pulling the stomach in and up towards the spine. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो भू पकदली संपुट धारे आगा ने करे जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दो भू गोड़ा परिदाशे. Next, we'll be entering into the Bhairavasana. Sit and bring the soles of your feet facing together and the knees wide. Lift the heels up and bring the toes down onto the ground. Keep the knees to the ground and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and place the hands on the knees in the Bindu Mudra. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. गुल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्कर्मेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्. Next is the Samasana. Now, sit with one heel at the perineum. Lift and hold the other foot, pulling the sole of the foot onto the chest. Gaze to the third eye and hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasanamavakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. Next, bring your right foot over your shoulder. Raise the other foot up and straight into the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Apanasana. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. We'll be repeating the Samanasana on the opposite side. Now, sit with your right foot at the perineum. Lift and hold the left foot towards your chest and gaze to the third eye. Hold the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samanasanamavakshe siddhamantradi sadhanat. Next, we'll be entering the Apanasana. Place your left leg on top of the left shoulder and raise your right foot up towards the sky. Keep the hands on the ground to the sides and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Kevalam padame kancha skandhe charope yatnataha. Now, you can relax. We'll be entering into the Gomukhasana. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of the body. With the feet by opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Perform the Sitkari Kumbhaka. Visualize the face of a cow. Perform the japa of Om Nithyanandoham internally. Savye Dakshina Gulbham tu Prishtaparshveni Jojaye Dakshine Epitata Savyam Gomukham Yatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. From the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावों तागे ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी. Next is the Anusuyasana 2. From the Gomukhasana position, interlace your fingers behind the back in Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uprida va Goda ki sandhi. Next, we'll be entering into the Garudasana. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall and chest out and hands on the respective knees. gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagamodyedi Mahilagulbhamuladwarini Chaide. Next, we'll be entering the Naradasana. Sit and place the perineum on top of the heels. With the top of the foot flat on the ground, place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the opposite foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee and gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada. Pishtu Javama Pagdali Keri Bhuparita Hilaga Veperi. Next, we'll be performing the Matsyapitakasana. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to opposite shin. Extend opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Bhagavan Vishnu. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. Now we'll be repeating the Gomukhasana on the opposite side. Sit and cross one leg over the other, aligning the knees at the center of your body. With the feet by the opposite hips, place both the hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself. Visualize the face of a cow in your inner space. Savye dakshina gulbhamto prishtaparshe niyojaye dakshine pitata savyam gomukham yatha. Next, we'll be entering into the Anusuyasana. Now, from the Gomukhasana position, hold the big toes with index and middle fingers. Relax the shoulders and engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya as you gaze to the nose. Dachina godo nicho thane vavon tage upar aane. Next is Anusuyasana 2. Bring the chin over the knees and touch the nose to the ground as you interlace your fingers behind your back. In the Parashamudra, gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anusuya. Jimana goda ki sandhi uprida vagoda ki sandhi. Next is the Garudasana 2. Sit on the ground with one heel pressed against the perineum. Keep the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other. Keep the spine tall, chest out and hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. Davopagamodyedi Mahilagulbhamuladwarini Chaide. We'll be repeating the Naradasana on the opposite side. Now sit and place a perineum on top of one heel, with the top of foot flat on the ground. Place the opposite foot on the ground in front of the other foot. Interlace the fingers behind the neck and twist outside of the raised knee. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as sage Narada. पिष्टजवाम बगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा वे फेरी घोड़ा सुअपना है जोजी दछिपाश तीरा शेषोजी. Will be performing the Matsyapitakasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh and wrap the respective arm around the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight and hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Matsya, the avatar of Vishnu, as you gaze to the nose. वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्. We'll be entering into the Matsyendrasana now. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn the head back and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranath, a great sage and master of Hatha Yoga. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now bringing your left hand down to the holding it on to the toes. Bring your right hand up to the ear in Kubasana. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Then placing your right hand back on the ground, twist your spine intensely. Visualize Matsyendranath, the great sage and master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Matsyendra Beedham Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be repeating the Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. Place the opposite foot on the ground on far side of the opposite thigh. Twist and bring the elbow outside of the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by the neck and turn your head back and gaze towards the third eye. In Matsyendrasana. उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्. Now, bring your right hand to the toes, holding the toes with your index and middle fingers. Bring your left hand to the ear. Visualize yourself as a camel. Asana ko guna jholo jaye. Dropping your left hand back down. Twist your spine intensely in Matsyendrasana 2. Matsyendra Beedham Jadara Pradiptim Prachanda Rukmandala Khandanastram. Next, we'll be entering into the Padmasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs. Place the palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva as you engage the Mahamudra Bandha and perform the japa of Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham internally. Asanam Dvividham Proktam Padmam Vajrasanam Tata Urdhor Upariche Dhate Ubhe Padatare Yatha. Next, we'll be performing the Padmasana 2. Sit and cross your arms and hold on to the toes with your index and middle fingers. Gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Paramashiva. उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्ततः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानौ पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ. Next, we will be entering into the Kukkutasana. Sit and place the feet on top of the opposite thighs in Padmasana. Place the palms on the ground between the two thighs and lift the body up. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Padmasanam samstapya nanvoro rantare karo. Now, dropping your body back down on the ground. Sit. Rise up onto the knees and place the palms on the ground with the fingers pointing towards the body. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel, then lean forward and find balance, extending the knees up and off the ground in Baddhakekyasana. Dharamoshtabhakaradvayena tatkor paristapita nabhiparshvaha. Next, we'll be entering into the Mayurasana. While on your knees, place the palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the perineum. Keep the elbows together and press them against the navel. Then lean forward and find balance. Extend the legs up and off the ground. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Atha Vakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Uttamam. Now, relaxing, laying down on your stomach with the feet pointing outwards and forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind the neck and hold them in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a crocodile. Adhyasashete hridayam nidhaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamano. Next, place your hands on the ground beside the chest. Raise the legs up, bringing the thighs off the ground. Visualize yourself as a locust. Adhyasashete karayukva vaksho bhumi vavashtabhya karayo stalabhyam. Next, entering into the Ustrasana, laying down on your stomach, bring your hands to the feet, pull the feet down towards the ground, outside of the hips. Visualize yourself as a camel. Adhyasashete patayukmam vyastam prishte nidhaya vidhritam karabhyam. Now, kick your legs back and up and simultaneously pull the feet towards the sky. Lift the chest off the ground and raise the head up. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. प्रसार्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्. Now, entering into the Bhagasana, sit on both the knees with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place the palms down on top of the thighs and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ulta modi pada vaise bahuro jugati kare ek aise. Now we'll be entering into the inverted postures of Gohyasana and Shirasasana. Another gentle reminder for all the participants who either have any chronic diseases like back pain or high blood pressure, or the participants who are pregnant, to avoid these inverted postures. Now, entering into the Gohyasana, from the knees, place your forearms onto the ground with your fingers interlocked, elbows shoulder width apart. Place the top of the head onto the ground, holding the back of the head with the hands. Walk the toes forward until hips align with the shoulders. Lift the feet up and keeping the knees bent together, lift against the chest and touching the chin. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Do wo haath ki kahuni joji punih kalai jane doji. Now raise your legs straight up into the sky, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Shirasasana. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidhaiva viditam hinaha. You can slowly come down now. Coming into a seated position. Sit with your hands behind the calves and stretch the legs up and straight. Bring the forehead to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Podhyasana. दो हाथ पग बाहर आने, गोड़ा तरे काकसी ठाने. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama. Next, in the Parighasana, perform the Bastrika Pranayama, which is rapid inhalations and rapid exhalations. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at 45-degree angle. Bring the hands behind and hold the opposite shoulders. Keep the chest upright and legs straight with the toes pointed. Visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze into your third eye. Uttana shayanam kritva padau militva prasarya. Now, sit and extend the legs out and up at a 45-degree angle. Bring the elbows down onto the ground beside the hips. Keep the chest upright and legs straight and toes pointed in Naukasana. Uttana shayanam kurparabhyam bhumim vaschabhya hastau nitammam nidhaya. Now, next is the Rudrasana. Sit and lift the feet up. Scoop the hands under the heels and pull the feet towards the chest. Keep the spine straight and gaze to the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana. Pagathali samputakari hatasya upaka uchaji. Next, lay down on your back with the feet flat on the ground. Place the palms down and fingers just touching the back of the heels. Lift the hips up and high, pressing the feet into the ground. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to the chest and gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhve chajanuni kritva shavitvordhva mukham tatha. Next, finally, entering into the Shavasana. Lay down on your back with the palms facing upwards. Completely unclutch from any micro movements in your body. Let the body remain dead. Visualize the body is dead and the supreme body of Hinduism is liberating you in Shavasana. Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shrantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, 108 asana sequence. With this, we're going to conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining. The next Acharya is going to continue with the next session very soon. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, we are now going to continue with the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, so get ready.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes. Now let us get ready for the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any posture is fine, as long as it's comfortable for you. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji, breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your stomach, hold your breath and visualize the fire being kindled in your navel as you perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yathasam yatha stitihi.
Next up is Samasana. From a cross-leg position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, visualize Swamiji and start inhaling and exhaling deeply again and again as you perform Samana Kumbhakam.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Next up is Muktasana. Now bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot stacked on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on the knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism.
निबीड्य देविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतर गुल्फतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana from the same posture. Now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानोत्सम्यमितेन्द्रियो चलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Maintain the posture but shift your gaze down to the ground in front of you as you engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमधितासकोठानो.
We move on to Rudrasana 2. As you keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एक जुगति ऐसे विधि राखे.
Next up is Santadunasana. Maintain the posture, shift your gaze down through your nose, and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुण मन की चन चलता मीटे.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of your navel, cup one palm over the other, and visualize Swamiji as you keep your hands in Samputa Mudra, the lotus mudra, resembling a closed lotus flower.
ऋजुकाय समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तु दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now, set the Sankalpa to manifest the womb of creation. As you inhale all the way, hold your breath, and then lock your five senses with your hands. Bring your little fingers to the mouth, the ring fingers closing the nostrils, middle and index fingers closing your eyes, and the thumbs closing your ears in Bandha Yoni Asana.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. As you place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot below the right thigh, keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिंस्तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
From the same posture, now gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana, in Valmikasana.
दावा पग की पगथली पुनि एड़ी है जोज.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. Now keep your hands flat on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपाद की पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Maintain the same posture, but gaze up towards your third eye as you visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफललं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Vajrasana 3. Now bring the soles of your feet together in front of your body, heels close to your perineum. Interlock the fingers around the feet as you pull your knees down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Bidavata.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
Next up is Aghorasana. Now keep your left hand on the left knee and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Then close your right nostril. Hold your breath. After holding the breath, exhale through the left and then inhale through the left again. Hold the breath. Exhale through the right in Abhyantara Kumbhaka as you push your tongue up in Kichari Mudra. Eat the tongue along the nasal tract if you can. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Aghori.
पूर्वक हो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधि जो की जय सोजी.
Next up is Kanari Pavasana. Now separate your heels and place your elbows down on the heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to your nose. Pull your stomach in and up. Exhale all the way. Hold your breath in Nirechaka Kumbhaka. And visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanari Pavasana.
वाली पाव आसन का क्यों है जैसे याहू में जाने विदित से.
Next up is Padasana. Raise your knees, bring your arms in between the legs and interlock them in front as you lift your feet off the ground, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now hold on to the feet and lift them against your chest as you keep your fingers interlocked. Gaze to your nose and rest your chin on the hands as you embody the state and space of a king.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूपराशे.
Next up is Uddarasana. Now bring your hands, scoop your hands underneath the feet and interlock them around the toes as you lift your feet against your chest. Gaze to your nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
पूरब विधिपका का अंगूठा कंठकूपराशे.
Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face as you visualize yourself excelling in everything in Vishishtasana.
दोवु पगदली संपुटठाने उभय हस्तकरयोर्दहिताने.
Next up is Pujasana. Now lift your feet over top of the respective shoulders and bend your elbows upwards to interlock your fingers around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनम् अतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Now bend your elbows down, keep your legs over your shoulders and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana.
दोवु हाथ पगम नीच आने तिनको घोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel. Stack the right knee over the left heel by the outside of the left hip. Your hands on opposite knees. Gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on anything external. Focus only on the object within. As you visualize yourself as an elegant swan, breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama, make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation in Sankatasana.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टजेद्वामपादकम्.
Now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit on the ground, engage Uddiyana Bandha, keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दकल्यम्नी.
Now slide the right foot on top of the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Bring the left arm behind your back, twist your back to hold onto opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपीष्टे आने.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Now rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas as you visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्भं संस्थाप्य.
Now bring the top of the right foot on the mat as you repeat Sankatasana. Sit on the right heel, stack your knees, keep your hands on opposite knees and visualize yourself as a swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन यां येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्.
Now repeat Dhenukasana. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Keep your hands on the top knee and visualize a cow.
अनुषागी नगर पंचडं प्रशीलिन्दकल्यम्नी.
Now repeat Machandrasana. Bring the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. Twist your right arm behind your back, hold on to your thighs and gaze up as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजंग प्रदक्षिण ठाने वामहस्तपीष्टे आने.
Now untwist your spine, hold onto your feet and place your forehead on the ground in Machandrasana too.
प्रथम जी मनो चरण जोजी वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Next up is Guru Asana on the other side. Interlock your fingers, place them on the top knee and visualize Swamiji, your Guru.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य
We move on to Parshasana. Now place your feet on the ground and raise your knees against your chest. Hold onto the knees with your hands as you press your tongue up in Kechari Mudra, gaze to your third eye, and visualize Swamiji.
पादतले भूमो निधाय जानन्योरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां गुरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodhasukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Place your chin on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodhasukasana.
दो भूपकदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Next up is Kurakatasana. Now bring your hands below the knees, hold on to opposite elbows, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji.
दो भूपकदली भूपरिधरे कोरमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now keep your hands underneath the knees, holding onto the elbows. Cross the right ankle over top of the left, toes pointing up as you gaze to the nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati and Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारी धरती परिठाने डावा पगवृद छबद आने.
Next up is Dandasana. Now extend your legs out in front and raise your arms up above your head. Interlock your fingers with the wrists pointing outwards as you engage all Trivandhas. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toes, the Prana Mudra. As you bring your head to the knees, breathe in Nadi Shodhana. Inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other alternatingly without the support of your hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Arambhasana.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पगा का अंगूठा पकड़ी लटकोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Pidokasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold onto the soles of your feet from the outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचक उर्द को कुरडो डारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Join the soles of your feet and bring your arms underneath the shins. Keep your palms facing up, elbows on the ground, and rest your face on the heels. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. As you keep your legs extended, bring one leg behind your neck and lean forward and down, holding onto the front foot with both hands. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize that the prana within your body is flowing upwards through the 9 points as revealed by Mahadeva.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot with the opposite hand. Gaze to your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal in Anantasana.
उत्तानशैनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the side of the hand, holding onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशैत एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Tridushasana. Lay on your back and pull your knees towards your chest. As you encircle your legs with your hands, rock your body from side to side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदये पष्टम्भ जङ्घासहितौ ऊरूनि करद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Now lean forward and down with the leg behind your neck. Hold onto the front foot. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Focus on the prana flowing through the 9 points of your body, which are the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the tamaranda, the crown of your head.
पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the foot behind your neck. Hold onto the foot as you gaze to your nose and visualize your infinite.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side with a hand holding onto the foot. Gaze to the nose as you feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Yoga Nidrasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs up behind your neck and then interlock your fingers behind your back. If you can't lift your feet behind your neck, you can cross them in front of your body, pull them towards your chest or bring them over your shoulder. Then gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
Now bend your elbows upwards and interlock them around your neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Vishnu in Atmanamasana.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सुधोसो वे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Now lay on your back, extend your arms out at the side at shoulder level. Keep the knees at the chest with the soles of the feet pointing up towards the sky.
दो वो हाथ सीधा सा करे तेन सो उबे सपा करे.
Next up is Jatara Parivriti 1, 2, and 3. Lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side and pull your knees against your chest. From that position, drop one knee to the side and extend the opposite leg down. Now bend both knees to the side. Extend both legs to the side, hold onto the feet and gaze away from the feet. Visualize Swamiji, perform the Mula Bandha, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama as you return to the center position. Then drop the other knee down to the side, extend the opposite leg. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend them to the side and hold onto the feet as you gaze in the opposite direction.
परिवृत्ते कुक्षे भागे त्रिताहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणम् अथापि च.
Next up is the Dvipadapitam. As you lay on your back, with your feet flat, knees raised, hold onto your ankles and raise your hips up. As you gaze through your nose, lock your throat in Jalanidabandha and breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदम्.
Next up is Paryankasana. From the same posture, now bring your hands over top of your shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet. And then lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips up high. As you breathe calmly through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka, visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture.
उत्तानस्य नमस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Lower yourself back down and pull your knees towards your chest as you place your hands on the respective shoulders and move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शवत् शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ वाणिज्य.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now place your arms flat on the ground and then raise your legs up high. Point your toes towards the sky. As you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka with Jalanidabandha and Mula Bandha engaged and move your legs in a circular motion as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
भूतले सशिरोद्धत्वा खेनये चरणद्वयं विपरीतकृतिश्चैषा सर्वतन्त्रेषु गोपिता.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Point your toes up. Be stable and sturdy in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धनी.
Now drop your toes down over top of your head, touching the ground as you interlock your fingers behind your back. Push your hands into the mat and visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिकाप्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Now, raise your arms over top of your head and hold on to the feet. As you breathe in Jalandhara, visualize Lord Paramashiva and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, as this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, Shaita Paschimatanasana.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. From the same position, now separate your feet. Bring your hips over top of the shoulder level for balance as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे धृता हि परिकीर्तितः.
We move on to Chakradasana. Bring your feet back together, hold onto your ankles, and then roll onto your back as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान् मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रम् एतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
Next up is Sukta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Now extend your legs vertically and hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama as you separate your legs wide to the side. Visualize Swamiji in Sukta Prasarita Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together. Hold onto the big toes above your body, arms and legs straight as you visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From the same position, cross your legs into Padmasana and then lay on your back with your knees on the ground. Bring your arms over your head. Hold on to opposite elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Now place the right hand over top of the left with the palms facing up over your head as you keep your legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in Parasharamasana.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
Now raise your knees up. Bring your hands to the lower back for support. Raise your hips up above your body. Balance on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Sarvangasana.
अथ वक्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमम्.
Next up is Vrishikasana. Lay on your back, place one foot onto the opposite thigh, and lift the opposite knee towards your chest. Extend your arms above your head, hook the fingers forward, lift your chin to the chest as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषि शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Repeat Vrishikasana.
प्रथमशेन सुधोषि शिकेशिकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
Next up is Vrishabhadakshipasana. Interlock your fingers around your neck and lay flat as you lift both your legs up and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest. Breathe through your nose as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिक्कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Now place your hands next to your hips and lift your knees towards your ears again and again as you visualize Swamiji in Marutanasana.
स्वोत्तानवत् संस्थितिः कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
Next up is Vrikasana. Lay on your back and then place your feet flat. Stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay on your back, kick your legs over your body and roll over completely again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिर उल्लङ्घ्य.
Next up is Sadatasana. As you lay on your stomach with your hands by the shoulders, contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back.
नुज्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Now push your body into a plank position and jump your feet forward and backward as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind in Deha Ulanganasa.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय
From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat, and walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Now stand in Arimandi position, heels together, toes pointing outwards, knees bent, raise your elbows to the shoulder level, and rotate your arms around your body as you move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarvasana. Now tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and then stand erect on the mat like a rod. Keep your hands at the side of your hips, elbows close to your waist. Visualize your Kundalini Devi raising and curling upwards around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपाणाय केवलम्.
Next up is Ushtrasadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and step your toes onto your fingers as you clench your hands into fists. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same position, hold your toes from the outside. Walk around, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapodanitakasana. Stand with your heels touching, interlock your fingers in Padusha Mudra behind your back as you pull your hands down towards your calves. Open your chest, tilt your head back, visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Kapodanitakasana. Stand with your heels touching and interlock your fingers behind your back. Pull them down towards your calves. Open your chest, tilt your head back as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in rapid speed. Breathe calmly through your nose.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोतनिटकं भवति.
Next up is Tala Pushpa Putam Karana. From Arimandi position, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and bow down to one side. Open your hands and raise the respective heel as you visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now stand, visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose as you lay down on your stomach. Then jump your feet towards your hand and stand. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
आसनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now hold weights and squat down and stand back up again and again as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत्.
Next up is the Musalasana. Now raise your arms above your head and jump continuously as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुनयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
We move on to Utshirshakasana. As you hold on to one foot with both hands, pull it towards your chest, sit down and stand back up, alternating on both sides again and again. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उत्शीर्षकं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanu Karana. Now stand with the toes of one foot pointing out to the side and lift the other knee up towards your chest and circle it with your arm and hold the hand in a fist as you place the other hand on the respective inner thigh with the fingers pointing inwards. Next up is Tandavasana. Now hold on to weights and extend your arms out in front as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Lift one leg and sit down and stand back up on the other leg.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana. As you lift the left foot against the inner right thigh, keep the heel at the perineum and your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Next up is Garudasana 3. As you bring the left leg over and around the right knee, tuck the toes behind and keep the left arm below the right, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठश्च संयमस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Next up is Dhuruvasana, the pulsar posture. Now hold on to the left big toe as you stand tall on the mat. Then extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly on the standing leg as you visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Next up is Trivikramasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down and stand back up. Perform the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu as you visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Parshvajanu Karana on the other side. Now lift the other leg towards your chest and circle with your hand. Place the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your arms and the other leg forward. Sit down and stand back up as you visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is Brahmanasana on the other side. Pull the right knee up with the right foot against the left thigh. Your hands relaxed by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्षे यत् कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side. Bring the right foot over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind and bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च संयमस्गारुडमेव च वाताजनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Place the right foot onto the left thigh Keep your hands by the side. Visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana on the other side.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now repeat Dhruvasana, the post up posture on the other side. As you hold onto the right big toe, extend the leg out to the side and rotate quickly as you visualize yourself as at the north poster.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift the leg behind your neck, stand tall, sit down, stand back up. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samanaka Karana. Now stand with your heels touching, toes pointing outwards, and your hands slightly extended away from your hips. Breathe calmly. Point your fingers one by one. After this intense sequence of asanas, let us now get ready for the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Next up is Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down and bring your hands from the outside in between the two legs. Interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. Breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka, which is inhaling deeply, and then holding the breath, moving the prana freely along with your will.
प्रथमहि बोहो ये बाहुरी नीच पुनिहो वे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down, interlock your fingers behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वमध्यात्स्थौ निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairo Asana. As you squat down with your heels together, look towards your navel and interlock your fingers around your lower back as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो पग की थलिया की माहिली को और मिलाई.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now move on to the next asana, which is Varahasana. From a squatting position, heels together, toes separated. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Place them behind your neck with the fingers pointing down towards the ground. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पागतली की माहिली कोर मिलाई फना पानी उकड़ मोड़ वैसे
Next up is Paripitasana. Hold onto the big toes and raise your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं ज्ञानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground and place your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lift your feet up as you visualize yourself as a crow.
पार्श्वद्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं ज्ञानप्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Sushtanga Kapalayasana. Keep your hands on the mat, place your head on the ground and lift your legs up. Cross them into Padmasana as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. From a kneeling position with your heels outside the hips, keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानूर्घोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now place your hands on the ground and lift your body up into a handstand. You can lean against the wall or ask a partner to assist you in the performance of this asana as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand position, gaze to your third eye and visualize that Tejas energy is flowing to your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
दो पग जोड़ी माही गुल्फ मिलाए.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Place your hands on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body down to the mat and push it back up again and again as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निब्जं शयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागायामूर्धकृत्य.
As you lay on your stomach, place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from left to right as you visualize and move your body like a snake in Sarapasana 2.
निब्जं शयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Niralambanasana. As you keep your elbows on the ground in front of you, keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, and rest your chin on your hands as you point the toes back, feel self-supported and completely independent.
कराभ्यां भङ्गजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कुर्परया सुधीः.
Next up is Chaturasana. Now bend your knees and place your hands on the ground. Straighten your arms to bring your upper back to the raised feet. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनं स्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमुष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vajrasana. Sit down on your heels. Keep the feet flat and lean forward. Place your hands on the mat and your forehead as well as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
Now raise your hips up, place your hands on the ground, enter Gajasana and alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram in Meshasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
Next up is Ajasana. With your hands on the ground, lift your body up and lower your head down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराळे कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. In a kneeling position, hold on to the big toes and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on top of the knees, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की काकसी से फणा शरा मोड़ी.
Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms from left, right, up, down, in all directions. Give massage to the joints and muscles of your body as you interlock your fingers behind and repeat the movement in the Angamotanam, visualizing Swamiji.
हस्तयोः अङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudaasana 4. Now, from a kneeling position, turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Keep your thighs and calves on the ground, hands on the knees, and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां धरां पीड्य स्थिरकायो द्विजानुना.
Now, join the soles of your feet and point the feet back as you spread your knees and hold onto your ankles. Place the front of your buttocks on the ground, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनम्.
Now overlap your feet and sit on the heels. Keep your hands underneath your knees as you press your tongue up flat against the top of your mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana 2.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वङ्गे सबले आकृतिः.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes, sit on raised heels, and place your hands on the mat, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose, stick your tongue out, and exhale forcefully again and again, visualizing yourself as Lord Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Mahavishnu, Narasimhasana.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
With the toes tucked, sit on the heels and cover your mouth with your hands. Bring your thumbs underneath the teeth and close your mouth. Inhale through the right nostril, exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishtaka Kumbhaka as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Devi.
दो बगा की एड़ी जोजी गोड़ा फनवाने अपनी होई.
Next up is Makadasana. As you gaze to your third eye, bring the soles of your feet together, toes pointing back, sit on the heels, and imitate as if you are a monkey sketching itself as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey.
दो बगदली संपुट आने तिनकी पृष्ठभूमि पर इठाने.
Now rise your knees up, bring the soles of the feet together, separate the knees and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for your Sangha in Vajrasangarasana.
प्रथम पणा पानी होए वैसे दो वो एड़ी गुदानी वैसे.
Now place your knees on the ground, overlap your feet to sit on the heels, and place your hands on the ground next to you. Pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your nose, and visualize perfect health in Kanjanasana.
खञ्जनासनमावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सुस्थिरो भवेत्.
Now place your hands on the knees and make your upper back and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle. Visualize yourself as a turtle as you gaze to your nose in Kurmasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितोर्जुकाय शिरो ग्रीवं कूर्मासनमितीरितम्.
Now keep your hands on the knees, relax your back as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुदं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
Now rise up onto your knees and cross your feet behind. Hold on to the calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside as you gaze to your nose and visualize a space of oneness with your Guru in Vijogasana.
घोड़ा वामो बोहोई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
Now place the feet flat, hold onto your heels as you lean back, push your hips forward, and visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtasana 2.
मेरुदण्ड ग्रन्थि दाट्य संपिपादयिषु पुमान्.
Lean back further. Place your elbows and the back of your head on the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming in Jatyasana 2.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे 16 मूलद्वारी धरी धरे.
Lean back even further. Place your back on the ground. Rise up and lay back down again and again. Use the support of your hands if needed as you gaze to your nose and visualize the healing of your causal body in Vidatasana.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Kapotasana as you lean back. Bring your hands over top of your shoulders and hold onto your feet. Try to reach for your feet and bring your head in between the knees, in between the heels as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
जंगा पृष्ठभूमो निधाय जंगोदरयोः ऊरुनि संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Varasana. Now rise back up. Hold on to opposite arms as you stand on your knees with the toes tucked. Gaze to your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Varasana.
जानुनि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now sit on raised heels as you place your forearms on the ground. Rest your head on your hands and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनानि आसनानि निगच्छते.
Next up is Mundasana. Now interlock your fingers. Keep your head on the ground, supported with your hands as you raise your hips, walk your feet forward. Lift your legs up into another inverted posture. As you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lopped tree, breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Lower your legs down. Come to a kneeling position with your feet flat. Sit on the heels. Lean forward. Place your head in between the knees. Supported with your hands, elbows outside the knees. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Andhasana.
प्रथमभक्तली समठहरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे.
Now lay on your stomach. Hold weights. Lift your hands, your chest and your legs off the ground as you visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalavasana.
सलभासन भेदाच नटभेरुण्ड नामके.
Now place your forehead on the ground and lift your legs up as you keep your hands at the sides. Don't lift your chest up and visualize yourself as a skull in Kapalasana, the skull posture.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. Lift your legs up over top of your body and place your feet on the ground in front of you. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
Now from a kneeling position, place your forearms on the ground in front of you. And visualize yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana.
कूर्वरपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धरामौष्टभ्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana 2. Now place your forearms on the ground and lift your legs up over top of your body. Bend your knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
विच्छिवपुच्छ प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिभा श्रीधत्वा स्वशीर्षचिबुकं विधार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. As you sit on the right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side. Place your hands in front of your body and visualize yourself as a bull as you forcefully inhale through your nose and Antaranga Kumbhaka. Hold your breath for a short while and again exhale through the nose.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Next up is Lolasana. Lift your body up on two hands. Cross the left toes over the right. Visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Repeat Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a bull.
याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्.
Now place the right foot on the ground and sit on the tucked left heel. Hands on the knees and visualize Balagunahai in Balagunasana.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now stand up, squat down, bring your hands inside out the legs and hold on to your ankles from the outside as you visualize yourself as the entire planet in Grahasana.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कुर्वरौ स्थाप्य.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now sit on the right heel Keep your left knee raised. Visualize Balaguna high.
आसन को गुण जल विकार जाई.
Now step both feet in, sit on the heels. Hold on to weights, place them on the knees together. Visualize Swamiji in Utkatasana.
विजास विजोस दीद ऊर्वजान यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम प्राणापाणि होय वैसे एडी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Now place your hands on the ground, step your heels onto your hands, arms straight, gaze to your nose. Visualize you're able to lift off of air alone in Anilasana.
दो हाथ भूमि पर ठाने कहुनी जाड़ी ना बिलग आने.
Stand up, lean forward and down, place the back of your hands on the ground, step your feet onto your hands and walk around as you visualize yourself wearing padukas, walking across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kupkutodhanasana. Place your hands on the ground, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृता पादतले चौर्धमुड्डानं कृत्वा.
Next up is Parita Nithyananda. With your hands on the ground, kick your legs over top of your body and move around on two hands, dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibition.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Kunjadasana. Now lean forward and down, place one hand on the ground and the other hand on your respective ear. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Now repeat Kunjadasana on the other side.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्.
Now squat down and hold onto your ankles as you lift your feet and visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree in Kadambasana.
पार्श्विभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now place your feet flat, knees against the chest, hands on the knees, and visualize excess vata being removed from your body in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोः सुपादयोः पाणिं लात्वा सस्सनितम्बके.
Next up is Chakrasana. Bring one leg behind your neck and lift your body off the ground. Extend the opposite leg forward as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy in Chakrasana.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now hold on to the big toes and pull one foot towards your ear as you keep the other leg extended forward as you visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Lift the leg over top of your shoulder, hook the other foot over top, extend your legs out to the side, and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Keep one foot flat, the opposite foot on the raised thigh. Keep the shoulder underneath the knee. Gaze to your third eye and visualize that you are immortal, able to exist solely on prana and Pranasana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Next up is Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindanath.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck. Lift your body up. Extend the opposite leg forward. Gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now pull the other foot towards your ear as you hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2 on the other side.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana. Lift the other leg over top of your shoulder and balance as you extend your arms, your legs out to the side. Lean forward and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana. Now place the other foot flat. Place the other foot on top of the opposite thigh. Raise your knee over your shoulder. Gaze to your third eye and visualize you're immortal, able to exist on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः.
Now repeat Parshvamatsindasana. Bring the raised foot to the opposite hip. Step the foot over top of the knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindanath, the master of Hatha Yoga.
वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा.
Now extend one leg, keep the other heel against the perineum in Ardha Paschimottanasana. As you lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot as in Paschimottanasana and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Bring the left foot outside the hip and raise the right foot in front of your face with the knee straight as you visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana. Bring the other heel against the perineum and lean forward and down.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीमनि सम्पीड्य.
Now bring the right foot outside of the hip and lift the left foot in front of your face, visualizing yourself as a crane and Crown Shasana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now sit in a cross-legged position with your feet in between the thighs and calves. As you gaze to your nose, embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika on your inner space. Keep your hands on the knees.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Next up is Gorakshasana. From the same posture, cover your heels with your hands, suck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now, keep the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Inhale all the way, gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Meditate on Arihanta as you close all your senses with your hands in Shanmukhi Mudra.
वामपार्श्वौ बुधं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्गिरिवामजगणे.
Now place your feet on opposite knees, your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up in Yogasana 2. As you gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka with your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through your nostrils.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्य उपरि जानुनोः.
Now rotate your hands, place your palms on the ground, lift your body up. With the legs in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. Now bring your legs, keep your legs in Padmasana, hands in between the legs, palms on the ground without lifting your body up. Visualize Swamiji as you gaze to your nose.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो भूगोडासन दिदरे.
Now push your body off the ground, gaze to the nose as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊरुनि नीत्वा.
Next up is Kardmukasana. Now raise your hips up, push your hands in between the legs and interlock the fingers, placing them on the ground behind you in Parashu Mudra. Rest your forehead on the ground and visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ासन दिमाही कर इधरे.
Now raise your knees off the ground. As you keep your legs in Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves and bend your elbows upwards to hold on to the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries in Kurmasana 2.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बामा दाई जंग पर बाई लियावा.
Remain in the same posture, tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose as you rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret now posture, Granti Bedasana.
अथवा क्षेनीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep holding onto the shoulders. Maintain Padmasana. Embody a turtle laying on its back as you gaze to your nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
Now sit back up. Keep your legs in Padmasana. As you bring your hands in between the legs, place one palm on the ground and hold its wrist. Lift your body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Parangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now lift your body up on the other hand. Repeat Parangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Maintain Padmasana. Place your elbows on the toes. Interlock your fingers. Press your thumbs against the throat as you place your chin on the hands. Visualizing that you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्तानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Maintain Padmasana. Bring one palm over top of the other, palms facing up in your lap. Engage all three bandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानो चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize Paramashivoham in your inner space as you chant the Mahavakya in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now, keep the right hand, index and middle finger, interlocked around the big toe as you move the big toe round and round. Then repeat the movement on the other side. Visualize yourself as Pinaka Lord Shiva's born Karmukasana too.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now cross your arms behind your back. Keep your legs in Padmasana. Engage all three bandhas and hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's born Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Now maintain the posture, raise your chest, gaze up, and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back, keep your arms crossed behind, holding onto the big toes as you gaze to your nose, and breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka as you visualize yourself as a snake in Nagrasana.
प्रथमवद्मासन कोठाने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Free your arms and legs, pull your knees towards your chest, encircle them with your arms. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेतरासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Next up is Urdhva Bhavanasana. As you interlock your fingers around your neck, keep your feet flat, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji. Breathe calmly through your nose.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
Now bring your upturned palms underneath your heels and push your hips off the ground. Lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka, and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान सेन पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. Keep your hips raised, rest your body weight on your elbows as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs up and point your toes towards the sky as you place your arms flat on the ground for support. Visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ.
Bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your body. Lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiranaukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
Now bring your hands back to the ground. Support your body. Be stable and sturdy like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन् नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठगोर्परैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lower your body down to the ground for the final asana of the sequence, Vritasana. Keep your hands by the side of your body and completely unclutch from any movements of your body and mind. Pull your perineum up. Forcefully pull the Kundalini Shakti up towards your Brahmananda, the crown of your head, in Shakti Charan Mudra. As you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Vidya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we come to the conclusion of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But again today, we have another Tritiya Vinyasa Krama preview, another 15 asanas of the 508 asana sequence, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's get ready, have a sip of water, and let's enter into another sneak peek of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
The first asana is Bhaira Asana 2. Now sit on your knees and place your perineum onto the right heel. Place the left heel on your navel with the toes towards your chest. Keep your hands up, interlocked, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as an alpha wolf, the head of a wolf pack.
मूलद्वारिटिक बैसे धरे वामपाद उदसु धोकरे.
Next up is Baddha Matsyendrasana. Now sit with the right foot on top of the left thigh. Place the left foot over top of the right leg and twist your elbow around the raised knee and interlock your fingers as you bring the other arm behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and yogi Matsyendranath, the founder of Hatha Yoga.
मत्पेन्द्रपीठं चटर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Next up is Baddha Konasana. Sit and bring the soles of the feet together. Interlace your fingers around the toes. Keep your elbows straight. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पद्मं ब्रह्मं तथा सिद्धं स्वस्तिकं वज्रमासनम्.
Next up is Bhadrasana 4. With the soles of the feet together, place your right hand on top of the heels and the left hand on top of the right. Gaze to the tip of your nose as you visualize yourself as Lord Bidavata.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Yonyasana. Now hold onto your feet and turn the toes inwards and down as in Bhairavasana. As you move your body over top of the heels and sit down, then place your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Yoni Mandala, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe.
पादौ सम्मील्य पादाग्रे आधारे पार्श्वलिङ्गात् अधः आनीय.
From the same asana, we're going to continue to Gorakshasana Bhadrasana. Now engage all three bandhas. Gaze to your third eye and visualize the great sage Goraknath.
वृषणानीनी च सीवनदाबा भागमदाबा पगानी एडी.
Next up is Kama Dahanasana. As you sit and bring the heels to your perineum, interlace the fingers and hold the feet firmly. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, burning up all your patterns with his love.
भद्रासनं सुखं स्थाप्य विपरीतत्तु द्वे पदे.
Next up is Supta Baddha Konasana. As you sit and bring the feet inwards towards your navel, press your feet against your stomach and hold your hands behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान.
Next up is Bekasana 2. From the same posture, bring your elbows together, gaze to your third eye, and visualize yourself as a frog.
ध्यायेद्धिचित् पदं भ्रान्तम् आसनस्थः सुखाय च.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. With the soles of the feet together, the toes touching the navel, place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पग उलाटा मोड़ी बैसे पग का माहिला गुल फकूला.
Next up is Siddhi Jivi Asana. As you sit and bring the soles together at the perineum, raise the toes upwards, keep the heels on the ground, hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, and visualize yourself as living the life of a perfected yogi.
पग को सोजो जाई.
Next up is Panipatra Asana. As you keep the soles of your feet together, the toes raised, join your hands in Anjali Mudra in front of your chest, and visualize yourself as the source of water.
नाभौ संस्थाप्य गुल्फौ च तन्मध्ये कर पात्रतम्.
The next asana is Saptarishi Asana. Now sit and press the 2 feet into the respective armpits, form a finger lock, and place your hands on top of your head. As you gaze to your nose, visualize yourself as one of the 7 Saptarishis.
दोवु पग के पगथले तिनके लालिका जुसोज.
Next up is Suktyasana. Now rise up onto the knees and bend your legs inwards, heels touching one another at the groin. As you hold the feet firmly in place, keep your hands on the ankles, and visualize yourself as a pearl born from the womb of an oyster.
पार्श्वे नाभौ संस्थाप्य जङ्घाभ्याम् अवनिप्रदेशेन.
Next up is Sthitarasana. As you keep your legs crossed, as in Padmasana, place your hands down on the mat in front of your body, lean forward, press your hips down, and lift your head up. Stick the tongue out and gaze to your third eye. As you sit and be in the space of Advaita, oneness with Swamiji.
जामुनो पगने फाने डावा पगनी आग नीचे.
With this, we come to the final asana of this Jitya Vinyasa Krama preview. Thank you all so much for joining us today for the Nithyananda yoga session. With this, you can give yourself a round of applause. Thank you all so much for joining. Let us now conclude today's Nithyananda yoga session as you sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as you chant the Purna mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. हरि ओं तत्सत्. सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु. ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Stay tuned as we are going to have the power manifestation session next. Manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. Thank you all for joining. Nithyananda.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your 3 eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गहनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, we welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2 and the Level 3 participants for today's next exciting power manifestation session on today's day 14 of the Paramashivoham. We are entering into the second week of the entire Paramashivoham as the 2 weeks has been completed. I think all the participants here have enjoyed the various different Bhava Samadhi darshans, the yoga sessions, power manifestation sessions, powerful cognition sessions, and more on. As we had the yoga session, we had the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and the few asanas. We just practiced the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama, completing the 508 asana sequence. Now let's prepare ourselves going forward with the power manifestation. So be in that very same space as we're going to move on today into manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. We're going to do seeing or manifesting images blindfolded. So it can be any random images. That's going to be today's round of the power manifestation. I think in the previous days, in the previous rounds and days of the Paramashivoham program, the first power manifestation session, we went through seeing colors blindfolded, shapes blindfolded, identifying letters, identifying selected letters, and reading 3-letter words, and then 4-letter words with the images. And now just coming down to just seeing an image. What is that image? Describing that image in a detail. So that's going to be today's round of the power manifestation and today's manifestation itself. And throughout the next 21 minutes, if you are participating, any of the participants are participating with us in the Zoom rooms, please switch on your cameras and please give your authentic listening and complete participation as well. And if you're watching us live on the social media platforms, it can be YouTube, it can be Facebook, or it can be Twitter, any social media platforms of Swamiji, please give your complete listening and just sit in a comfortable posture as we are manifesting Shaktis, means allowing Paramashiva Swamiji to flow through each one of us. So that's a brief introduction what we're going to do in today's power manifestation session. Before that, as a requirements, please get your eye bands, pen and paper, and please be seated. Make sure you have everything ready, all the equipments, all the alchemy products blessed by Swamiji to bring during this power manifestation session as well. In the meantime, let's go through the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye, where Paramashiva himself describes in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where all these power manifestation, these Shaktis of Paramashiva are validated that it can be manifested by all of us, all 8 billion people across the earth. We have even Swamiji's devotees, non-Swamiji's devotees, everyone. But you just need an initiation. That is what Swamiji is here for all of us. Yes, so now let's move into the Shastra Pramana. So now let's first listen to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, where Paramashiva reveals to Devi Paramashiva Shakti the science of manifesting the power of third eye reading. So now all of you can see the Shastra Pramana.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your 3 eyes.
So now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana for all of you and then giving you the translation and once again reiterating the technique that Paramashiva is giving us in this beautiful Shastra Pramana. Kapalantar nasya tashtin milita lochanaha kramena manaso dadyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The beautiful translation for this Shastra Pramana goes as, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and body, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of the source with oneness with the source with Paramashiva. This is the beautiful Shastra Pramana, and once again let me reiterate the technique that Paramashiva is giving us in this Shastra Pramana. He tells us to bring our awareness to the crown center. The crown center is the seat of the Guru, and visualizing Swamiji is what Paramashiva is asking us to do here. Because it is Swamiji's energy that is going to flow through us, because he is the Paramashiva that we know. So, using this technique, now let's manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Yes. So there is a brief and good explanation of the Shastra Pramana, as Maharaj has recited the verse from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra to validate this power manifestation, which we are going to manifest now in a few moments, and the translation for it. So now requesting each of the participants who are sitting with us in Zoom rooms and social media platforms as well, please put on your eyebands. Or if you have not gotten your eyebands, quickly go grab your eyebands and be seated now. Let's give a moment for that. For all the participants who have already gotten their eyebands, please put it on. Please blindfold yourself. Make sure that there is no light or any visibility that you're able to see actually is there. And just keep your eyes completely closed. Make yourself comfortable. The best posture, as Swamiji always said, that the Padmasana is the best posture, as you can sit and then you manifest the powers. But for some other participants, if you're not able to sit in Padmasana, that's not a problem. But keep yourself completely comfortable to allow Paramashiva, allow Swamiji to flow through you. Because, and the whole thing, just one powerful cognition is very needed. Swamiji tells that you are not manifesting any of these powers. It can be one power or it can be even multiple powers at the same time. But everything is done by Swamiji. All our self-doubt, our ideas, our cognitions, whether it's going to happen or not. I have been manifesting, I think, for a week, but I don't think so I'm able to cross at a certain level. Everything, all those ideas or doubts which we have for the power manifestation to happen, drop everything at Swamiji's feet. Because at the end, you are not even doing anything at all except just having the simple feeling connection with him. Telling that Swamiji, you are only one to manifest this power to me. I'm just a channel for you to flow through me. And let whatever manifestation has to happen through you, let it happen. If I'm going to manifest only colors, let that happen. If I'm going to manifest only letters, let that happen. If I'm going to manifest only images, let that happen as well. So have the deep surrender towards Swamiji as we are entering into the power manifestation. Let's give a moment for all the participants to please put your blindfold on. Yes. So now, just be in that unclutched space to receive Swamiji, to receive Paramashiva through your third eye. Take a moment. You can inhale and take a moment. Now, do not expect anything in return. Do not expect asking Swamiji, oh, once I keep my eyes blindfolded, I should see something on spot. No, not at all. Just be there in that very simple feeling connection. Let Swamiji flow through you. And blindfold yourself. Most important thing, keep chanting the Mahavakya, either internally or externally. Which way you feel that I'm able to feel more connected with Swamiji. Maybe internally for some of us or externally for some of us. Let's chant the Mahavakya along now. As we begin the first round of the power manifestation, seeing images blindfolded. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes
And now start writing down whatever you saw through your third eye. And when you start writing down and sharing with us what you saw, that strengthens the powerful cognition you have about your third eye, the belief on your third eye, the confidence you have on the manifestation. You start accepting whatever Swamiji is giving as the revelation, as the answer. Even if you have seen black, that is perfectly fine, because the manifestation what comes is only Swamiji's training you. Here none of us are involved. It is Swamiji and the devotee. That's all is the connection. So whatever you start seeing is directly from Swamiji you have received. That prasada, sharing it outside, accepting that that is the blessing you have received from Swamiji and allowing that to be shared is a powerful way you can strengthen your connection with Swamiji and the belief on the third eye. So now, once again, I request all the participants share what you saw during this round of the manifestation in the Zoom chat or YouTube chat, wherever you're watching from.
So now let's all move on to see the image which is there for all of us for the first round of the power manifestation. As you can see, as all the participants can see, the first round of the power manifestation, it's a very simple image. I think some of us already guessed, or some of us can see. It's an aeroplane, a shadow of an aeroplane which is there. It's not exactly an aeroplane, but there is blue, green, light blue, and white as well in this picture. So that's pretty much as what I've said in this picture which is there. And if even you can observe, all the participants also can give your observation and see what have you written, or what have you actually manifested, what is Swamiji showed you in the first round of the power manifestation, and then verify and see whether you have manifested anything similar, even colors or just in shadow, or even though you just saw an aeroplane, even that is a manifestation. It does not need to be that you have to see a shadow of an aeroplane, but if you just seen an aeroplane, even that is a manifestation. So let's take a few moments to verify and see. Yes, so now let's all move on to the next round of the power manifestation. As we complete the first round, let's quickly move on to the second round. So requesting each of the participants to please put on your eye bands. Please keep your eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. Remember Swamiji onto your third eye. And now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes and start to share now what you saw in this round of the manifestation. All the colors, pictures, shapes, any description you saw, particular item, you want to describe it more, anything. You can write all of them down in the Zoom or YouTube chat and we'll be very happy to see. And the most important thing all of you should be having is that whenever you manifest, you have to have that confidence that Swamiji is there with you right now. And he is with us as you are part of the Paramashivoham program. 24/7, Swamiji is guiding, monitoring, watching us. And he is making sure that all of us are entangled in that beautiful space of oneness with him. And if the manifestation happens, it's the glory to Swamiji. If the manifestation is yet to happen, it is Swamiji training you. Always have the powerful space when you're manifesting. If you ever give up or start thinking, oh, power manifestation is not for me, it doesn't come, I've been trying past 2 weeks, giving all these exaggerated feelings is unnecessary. Because when we start walking, it takes almost 2 years for us to be able to walk. The same way when we are with Swamiji, he's like our mother and making sure that we learn in the right way but achieve the ultimate goal of oneness with Paramashiva, not the power itself. So having this powerful cognition, once again, I request all the participants to share what you saw in this round of the manifestation.
Let's give a moment to all the participants to share. You can still see many participants are still sharing. Please share what is your ideas, what is your manifestation which you've seen in this round of the power manifestation. So yes, so now let's all move on to see the image which is going to get projected for all of us for the second round of the power manifestation. Yes, as you can see, it's a beautiful image. There are various different colors. The first aspect of it, there is blue, there is orange, there is red, there is green. Most of the colors are covered as well in this picture, in this round of the power manifestation. And mainly it's lots of mountains which are described and put in this picture for this second round of the power manifestation. And for all the participants, you can take a moment to see and verify what you have written or what you have manifested. What did Swamiji exactly show you in the second round of the power manifestation, and share it with all of us, either on the Zoom chat or on the social media in which you are watching this power manifestation now. Yes. So now as we have completed the second round of the power manifestation, with this, as this is the final round that we have completed, the first round and the second round of the power manifestation, in this entire sequence, if any one of the participants are able to get through and manifest the power of third eye, were able to see something, colors or pictures, or even describe maybe 50% of the whole picture in detail, that's wonderful. You can give yourself applause and then you have manifested this round on today's day 14 of the Paramashivoham. As today again we have a long day to go to receive Swamiji. It is a surprise for all of us how Swamiji is going to come in today's Bhavasamaya Darshan. Let's take a moment to share your experience onto the social media, and maybe if you're on Facebook, Instagram or Twitter, tag Swamiji's profile and tell what have you experienced in this yoga session and the power manifestation both put together. So let's take a moment to do that. Before we prepare ourselves, we're going to move on to the next session. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes, Nithyananda, and welcome to another powerful day of Paramashivoham Level 2. Today, we are going to cover everything around the fear of death and death itself. Yes, we're going to learn about the different kinds of death. We're going to dive into the Akashic readings on death by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yeah, without further ado, let us get started. Let us open this session with a Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tatpamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Such a powerful topic of the day, the fear of death, which is fundamentally the underlying fear below everything that we fear, even if it is the fear of fear itself. Death is such a transcendental principle. We experience it in our day-to-day life. Death is not only the physical death of our physical body, it is all the things we lose, all the relationships that end, all the ideas where we think things are going to be eternal, things are going to stay with us forever, but then we have to face the reality that we have to let it go. Let us listen to the Akashic revelations on the 7 types of death. Let us listen to the Akashic readings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself.
I welcome you all with my love and respect.
Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be right back and we're going to enter into this session.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyananda. Completing with all the participants for the delay due to the technical glitch, let us now listen to the Akashic revelations, the readings from the Akashic records, the cosmic archives by the Supreme One for Hinduism on the topic of death itself.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Kal Bhairava will do the Akashic readings on the subject death. Death is liberation and celebration. It is a natural conscious digestion process, gift given to every individual soul tormented by the ignorance that they are separated from the whole, constantly reminding them anything which separates them, including the concepts, is impermanent. Anything which makes them feel as departed part of the whole is impermanent. To make every individual soul understand that the concept of your individuality is imagination and impermanent, death is given as a natural boon to the whole universe. Here, Mahadeva reads out the signs of death for the seekers and for the people who want to cross the death. Death is of 7 types experienced by human beings. First, the man who feels he is nothing more than a body. He experiences oblivion as death. He feels end of his identity is death. End of his individual existence is death, which is obviously false. Illusion, delusion, which brings tremendous suffering, and the suffering constantly tortures him and does not let him live even while he is having the body. Next, the person who is completely centered on desires. He has a greed and cannot understand the possibility for a breakthrough. So he continuously extends his greed even after he leaves the body. All the concepts exist in all half-baked philosophies and religious concepts. The concepts of heaven, an extended life where the desires are fulfilled, where the continuum of the desires exist, is extended delusion of desire-based individual identity setup. This is neither completely false nor permanent existence, based on the ability to project their desires into the existential space. They create their own heaven. As long as they are disillusioned, they continue to project their heaven and live. When they are disillusioned by their own projection, then they get back to their original source and decide the next course of their action based on the imaginations and delusions they retained after the disillusionment. Every disillusionment boils down the extended imaginations to the root delusion. If the root delusions themselves are boiled, burnt away, the imagination completely goes away. You are liberated from the imagination. If the root delusions are not burnt or boiled, you project your root delusions into different levels of imagination. Usually, the desire imagination expansion, when it is disillusioned, boils down to the root imagination. It projects again itself in the next root of guilt. The expansion, the imaginary projection of the guilt is only considered as the lower levels of hell. Again, neither the hell is completely truth, nor the heaven is a completely truth. And same way, neither of them is complete false, nor of them is complete reality. Please understand this great truth Mahadeva repeats for every one of you to grasp insight. The reality you are facing now, what do you call as Bhuloga? The very less intense projection of your delusion is Bhuloga, and little higher projection of your extended greed is Swargaloga, the heaven, and guilt is little higher projection of your deluded, disturbed mental setup, patterns of root, greed in different direction. The guilt is lower level hells, where you repent for your sins. Sin is nothing but retaining the root patterns of desire even after you are disillusioned by the projections of those same roots. When the fruits and the crops disillusion you, still you hang on, expecting the different root or crops to come out of the same seed, is guilt. Guilt projects into the next level of hell, which is again neither truth nor false. It is again your ability and the intensity to project decides the quality and quantity of the time you need to spend in the hell. Once you are disillusioned, even your sufferings are not real. You enter into the root pattern which goes to the deeper root than the ordinary experience of hell. The deeper root is pain. The ultimate hells you experience. In this space, again, your death decides the quality and the quantity of the sufferings you are continuously going to experience. Understand? Every levels of death teaches you the great lessons if you are ready to hear. Every life, every year, practically every day, every one of you go through all the 7 deaths. The 4th death, death from the pain. Even the pain is also a projected delusion from the root pattern. It does not exist and it cannot coexist with the existence of the cosmic soul, as the cosmic soul's presence is felt every day by your individual soul in the deep sleep and the restful awareness. The pain pattern also faces the death. When the pain patterns faces the death, the experience the individual soul goes through is depression. Depression is not even the existence of pain. When you don't even project your pain, when you are not even capable of projecting your pain on the reality, the comparative reality, the constant torture you do to yourself with the seed is depression. Seed which cannot grow but continues to exist as a living seed is depression. The death from the depression is the 6th death, called dark night of the soul. Every soul goes through this dark night during the sleep in the form of a unrememberable nightmare every day. Morning, when you come out of the nightmare and can't remember the scenes but only can experience the feeling of the nightmare, it is dark night of the soul. Dark night of the soul is the near-death experience for so many individuals. All the individuals who record the near-death experience as being pulled into the cave and pushed out with a tremendous pain is near-death experience, which is nothing but the dark night of the soul in the long term. When the dark night of the soul happens every night, it is called nightmare. When the nightmare happens once in a life, It is called near-death experience. Understand the great truths of the death. Even by listening to these great truths again and again and again, you are liberated from these great truths. These great truths should be heard by the children before they are spoiled and wronged by the human society with immature ideas. These words should be repeated as mantras. So whenever you repeat a word again and again and again, not only the linguistic understanding happens, this forms the phonetic basis of your very thinking. When the great truths forms a phonetic basis for your thinking, it is called living enlightenment. So the seventh death, the seventh form of the death, which is beyond the dark night of the soul, happens as nibbana, nirvana, extinction of the individual deluded identity. The extinction of the individual deluded identity is the ultimate death, which is liberation and celebration. What you feel as your identity is your identity centered on the body, then oblivion is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is centered on desire, guilt, pain, resurrection is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is capable of going through the depression and dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the truth about your death. If your individual identity is prepared while in the body itself to go through even the depression and the dark night of the soul, unable to exist without the help of the body and mind, enlightenment, liberation and celebration is the truth of your death. So the death has 4 different meanings to the 4 different levels of people. If you remember yourself constantly as the body, oblivion is the reality for you. If you remember yourself as the extended desire, inexhaustible guilt, unbearable pain, resurrection will be your expected truth about death. If you are able to enter into the depression and the dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the possibility of your soul about death. If you can stand all these experiences while you are carrying the physical body, unable to stand the ability to be without the physical body and mind through the unclutching, enlightenment is the equal word for your death. Enlightenment, when it enters into your system in the form of death, it is liberation and celebration. So death does not happen to all individuals equally. It is based on the standard of the individual. Death happens. Whether oblivion is your truth, resurrection is your truth, or reincarnation is your truth, or enlightenment is your truth, is your decision. It is the individual capability and individual's responsibility. When the quality of life increases day by day, the quality of death also increases. A man who feels connected to the truth of oblivion, naturally, obviously centered just on body, will not have completion, the complete feeling of life. The people who are in the middle level feel connected to the resurrection truth, the resurrection concept. That is why the mass feels very comfortable with the concept of resurrection. Very evolved individual Very few individuals feel the truth of reality of reincarnation. It is only very few enter into the experience of enlightenment. There are 27 more files on death to be revealed and read out by Kalabhairava. So for next 27 days, Kalabhairava will read out the sacred secrets of death and informations world need to know about death. And Kalabhairava will now answer and respond to every question related to sacred secrets of life. So be very clear. The words of Mahadeva, which is coming out now, not only as linguistic value, philosophical value, conceptual value, truths based on which your cognizance should be function. It has phonetic value also, should be repeated like a Vedic mantras, chanted repeatedly, so that constantly your cognizance is centered on these great words, truths, and constantly your mind is based on these great words. Next.
The first question is from Jayalakshmi Bernard from Washington DC. Nithyanandam, another birth question for Akashic reading. It seems like with the Samyamas, we are here to transcend the body. Don't eat or drink, don't sleep, don't think about sex, don't be bothered about heat, cold, pleasant or unpleasant, etc. Why take a body if we are here to transcend it? Thank you.
Transcending is step for liberation. You took the body out of ignorance and delusion. Now the samyama is the step to go beyond the depression and delusion. So understand, samyama is like medication. It is the solution for the problem which you created by feeling that you have the body. You are asking a wrong question. Why to have disease at all when we can take medicine and get out of the disease? There is no answer if you ask why to have disease first, then have medicine and get out of the disease. Because you already fell into the disease, medication is given to you. Because you already fell into the delusion of having a body, the samyama is given to you as medication.
The next question is from Diana Bello from Las Vegas, USA. Nithyanandam Swamiji, I have seen thousands of babies come into the world as it was my job in the labor and delivery room. Each baby comes into the world in a different way, some so sweet and peaceful and some so unpeaceful and stressful. I often wondered how their entrance into the world affects the rest of their lives, what they become in life and how they react in life. Birth is the most beautiful miracle of life. Is the birth process going to change in the future, more peaceful? Are the attitudes of doctors going to change towards more peaceful birth? Deepest gratitude.
time, place, way, mood, awareness of your birth directly affects the way you are going to live. So, the future humanity should become conscious. For the truth, birth is the greatest miracle, and possibly the conscious birth centers, the welcoming, mood-filled welcome centers for the human beings should be established. It is unfortunate human beings never understood the importance of the first moment of a being landing on the planet Earth. Let conscious beings receive the beings consciously into the planet Earth. This is the command of Mahadeva. Mahadeva blesses all the people who are having Nayana Diksha now to be healed from all the wounds and sufferings you carry from the moment of the birth. All the wounds and the sufferings, deep patterns you are carrying due to the wrong birthing style, time, place, persons, way, let all that be completely healed in all of you. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Let your Manipurakas be healed completely. Let the healed Manipuraka be filled with a pure Kundalini energy.
The next question is from Nithin Geetam. Hari Om Swamiji, how to live a deathless life in this birth? Is it possible? Where is the soul residing in our body? What will be our next birth?
Soul does not reside in your body, it only reflects on your body. The place you choose for your soul to reflect decides the level of awareness in which you are going to be living. If you choose Mooladhara, as the place for your soul to reflect, you will be centered only on body and the lust and reproduction. You will not find anything else as bigger experience. Human beings choose usually Mooladhara and Swadhisthana as regular place of reflection. Very few peace lovers make Manipuraga as the reflection spot. When you choose Anahata as a reflection spot, you become a devotee. When you feel and decide Vishuddhi as a reflection spot of the cosmic soul into your individual body, you become Shakta, an high achiever with a Shakti. When you choose your Agnya as a reflective place, the place of reflection for your soul, you live with extraordinary powers as a Siddha Purusha, the embodiment of Shiva. When you reflect your cosmic soul into your individual body on Sahasrara, you live as incarnation, embodiment of the cosmic soul, Mahadeva himself. Mahadeva resides and expresses unique, pure, spiritual dimension in your body. So the body is not possessing the soul. Soul only reflects on the body. When it decides not to reflect anymore, the body is considered as dead. When Sahasrara becomes the place of reflection, suddenly a new center develops in your system, which is responsible for the Sahasrara to relate, cooperate, coordinate with the lower level of existence also. That new center is Anandagandha. So, when you experience the reflection on Anandagandha, you directly receive the incarnation's energy, radiate the incarnation's energy. You became part of the incarnation. As you asked in the question, is the life without death is possible? Is the deathless life is possible? Mahadeva very clearly tells you all it is possible. He gives you the signs, which is most sacred secret. 7 instructions. Do not eat anything other than these 3 items: goat milk, groundnut, aritaki, and continuously be doing ajapa japa. Let your breathing be completely guided by the ajapa japa. You can choose any mantra initiated by your enlightened Guru. Ajapa japa, this 3 foot, and constantly unclutching. Every night getting into the death meditation, death process. Visualize, face all the death. Do not allow any samskara uncompleted. Death process is nothing but completion of all the samskaras. When you do death process every night, completion of all the samskaras happen. Understand, every instruction when they are imbibed and practice, deathless life is possible. The first instruction: do not eat anything else other than these 3: goat milk, groundnut, haritaki. Second, do ajapa japa. Let your breathing be guided continuously by ajapa japa. Third, every night complete all the samskaras and patterns you built by entering into the death process. Fourth, continuously, whenever you remember, unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. Reduce the time of unawareness and restlessness. Practice the presence of restful awareness. Next, remember these great truths about life and let all the cognizance about life be taken based on this one understanding about life and death. The life and death are not two different things. It is just continuous process happening in you as a natural force. Ultimately and finally, remember the realization this body is not away, apart from your cosmic soul. It is also an inclusive part of your eternally existing cosmic soul. These 7 truths can directly make you live deathless life. Deathless life is possible.
The next question is from Tyagarajan. Nithyananda, what should one do to be born in a spiritually conducive atmosphere?
It is in your hands. This moment you can make your life in such a way, rearrange and reorganize your life can be in a place which is spiritually conducive. When you can do, why are you expecting some remote roundabout methods to do it? After some time, the question you are asking is nothing but the outcome of postponing lazy mentality.
The next question is from Joyce. How many lives on an average do humans need to experience before they are completely liberated from all physical suffering?
There is no number. It depends on the intensity of the individual.
The next question is from Ma Manorama from Vancouver. Nithyanandam Swamiji, beloved master, how does the whole in vitro fertilization affect the resulting being after birth? Since the conception will happen in a petri dish, will this affect the future person's connection to the infinite or the cosmos? Thank you.
No, this does not affect any way the possibility of the individual's infinite connection. This process was being followed for ages in the Vedic civilization. The Kauravas have been given birth only through this process. So, this process no way affects the individual's possibility to achieve enlightenment.
The next question is from Ma Aruna. Nithyanandam, dear Swamiji, kindly throw light on the concept of birth, death and rebirth of souls till they attain liberation. I am thoroughly confused about this imperceivable game of the Lord, His patience, His monitoring system of each soul's progress till the attainment of the highest in as many janmas it takes, and is the number of janmas one soul takes predetermined?
There is no individual Lord monitoring. Each independent intelligence has innate tendency and the inspiration to grow from life to death, death to life, life to death, death to life, till it is completely disillusioned with the original delusion. It is separate from the whole. When the disillusionment, it is separate from the whole, itself has disappeared. When the individual soul is disillusioned from this very word, it gets back to its restful awareness. It is not the game played by somebody else and you are pushed into it to play. It is you are playing with yourself, by your individual will. Any moment you can just realize you are the center person of this game, you are the judge of this game, you are the umpire of this game, and get out of the game. Nobody is playing it. You are the umpire, you are the player, you are the audience, you are everything. Wake up to this reality and get out of this game. If you want, continue to play this game if you want, in the form of incarnation. The person who got out is Videha Mukta. Person who is continuing to play with the clear intelligence, he himself is enjoying himself, is living enlightened. Person who enters into others' game also and makes others realize they are playing the game and they are the embodiment of everything. They are the audience, umpire, player, and everything is incarnation.
The next question is from Rukmani from Chennai. Nithyanandam, Namaskarams to Swamiji. How does the birth from space to power on women, for instance, the birth of Karna, happen? What is the energy source of power that makes it happen?
Space is not empty as you think. The space is more strong, thicker existence than your body. Water is thicker existence than the earth. Fire is thicker existence than water. Air is thicker existence than fire. Space is thickest existence than water, fire, earth, and air. Thought is more thicker existence than the space itself. Because they are thicker than the other, they are able to consume one another. Because fire is thicker than the water and earth, it can consume both. Because air is thicker than the fire, it can consume that. Because space is thicker than all other four, it can consume all the four. Thought is more subtle and thicker, powerful than all the five. So thought can consume everything. If you can sit and center your thought and concentrate, you will see directly all the five elements can melt and play as you want. So space is not emptiness as you visualize through your bare naked eyes. It can be a channel. That is why the beings like Karna assumed the body using that channel.
The next question is from Jyoti. Dear Swamiji, it is said that people at one time were not born like how they now do through human parents. Could you please speak on this and whether it can happen again? Thank you.
Taking birth for human parents is only one form of birth. The possibility exists in multiple level. You can take birth on a stone. The baby can be processed in an animal womb, in the tree, in the stone, on anything. As on now, human beings widely use only few methods, taking birth out of human womb and some other modern methods, but millions of methods existed to take birth.
The next question is from Roshan from San Jose. Dear Kala Bhairava, at the time before the part begins to think, it is separate from source. It is same as the source. Then isn't it basically the source separating itself from itself, since the part only comes into existence after separation?
The moment the thought raises, part is a part. As a truth, it never separates, and in the normal comparative existence, the part appears first as part only, decides to have the thought of separation. Whole does not decide. What decides becomes part. That is why the word part, decides to feel as part, is the right expression in the language in which you understand. When Kalabhairava, Mahadeva, reads out the truths, he reads out in the language you understand. There are many existential reality-based truths can never be read out in the language you understand. So, when he reads out in the language you understand, that is the best form of expressing possible.
The next question is from Sri Nithya Atma Manishananda. Dear Kala Bhairava, only source exists. There is nothing other than source exists. Then what makes the source to become individual consciousness and why? That is what is the birth. I only existed after that event. Prior to this, I was not there. I know it is impossible for anything else, including I, to be other than the source. Then why I, the individual consciousness, is persisting? One source has become individual consciousness. What makes greed, fear, lust, desires to pop up in the individual consciousness? O beloved Mahadeva, please clear these doubts.
Atma Manisha, already your doubts are cleared. All the answers I gave has clarified your doubt. Mahadeva has already read out the sacred secrets about this question and doubt. Whatever Mahadeva read out, listen to that intensely. These doubts and questions will disappear. Mahadeva has answered this question.
The next question is from Dr. Shanti from Bangalore. Nithyanandam, beloved Swamiji, Shashtanga Namaskars at your divine lotus feet. Can you please let us all know why majority women go through so much pain, anxiety and stress during birthing process. Through these are most beautiful, cherishing and fulfilling moments in their life. In few fortunate women who practiced meditation, yoga, power of visualization, listening to music and divine chanting, birthing has been a great joyful experience with minimal pain and stress. Can you please clarify?
Human beings have the tendency to go through the pain and suffering even during the expansion. That is why even when the wealth comes to human beings which they were seeking with their whole life, the responsibility brings suffering and pain to them to maintain the wealth. Same way, when expansion of life happens in the form of birthing, giving birth to a child, the responsibility body is not able to take. That is why it goes through pain, suffering and torture. Otherwise, the birthing experience is a spiritual experience. The great possibility of expansion happens to an individual when it expands into another own life. The moment of birthing can be used for the enlightenment of both individuals who is giving birth and who is getting birth. So, every moment the child takes birth, the child has a possibility for enlightenment, mother has a possibility for enlightenment. If both of them take the responsibility, both can get enlightened. Even if the child is not capable of taking the responsibility, mother can take the responsibility and she can get enlightened. Birthing is great possibility of enlightenment, as it is extension and expansion process of individual body and consciousness. When the birthing happens, if the child is kept without the umbilical cord being cut for at least few minutes, then the mother can experience two souls. The moment child comes out, the individual soul enters. Mother has one individual soul, the child has another one individual soul. The umbilical cord connection exists between two souls. Mother taking up the responsibility of birthing and preparing her consciousness for 9 months, and while giving the birth, she can achieve enlightenment. And after the birthing happens, without cutting the umbilical cord, if you remain, keep the child as it is, the individual soul which enters the child's body will have the initiation from the enlightened mother through the umbilical cord, which is the most powerful connection. The umbilical cord initiation directly makes the child experience enlightenment, and enlightened biomemory basis forms the basic experience of the child. When the enlightened biomemory forms the basis of a child, naturally child will grow as Jivan Mukta, living enlightened.
The next question is from Induja and Sindhuja from Chennai. Nithyanandam Swamiji, can you please tell us about twins' birth? Why two souls are born together? Is there any specific reason for it? And do the souls have the same purpose in life?
There is no such thing as two souls born together. Only two bodies are created together, and the possibility for the two souls enter is created. Otherwise, the twins, even if they are born physically connected, has no spiritual connection. Even if the connection felt by few twins is psychological.
The next question is from Bodhana. Nithyanandam, dear Kala Bhairava, does the body need to be left undisturbed for a period of time after death? If so, how long? In the Tibetan Book of Death, it sounds as if some souls take a while to move on. If we wish the highest possible evolution for the soul, can body organs and the body be given over immediately to science upon the verdict of brain dead, or should the body be left undisturbed for a period of time?
If the body is left undisturbed, the remaining karmas will be transferred to the new body in next 13 days. But if you give the organs, part of the body, to any research or science for any purpose, that does not interfere the karma shifting process. Even if those organs are living in other body or being separated from your body and used for some other purpose, the karma baggage shifting process does not get disturbed. So, the organ donation do not interfere any way your death process. The moment brain dead is declared, the parts of the body can be donated. It does not interfere in the karma baggage transferring process. When a death happens, the individual reflection takes the next body within 3 kshana. The karma baggage gets transferred in 13 days.
She is also asking if we have taken NSP, do the practices from the Tibetan Book of Death need to be invoked? How do we know if someone is enlightened upon death and therefore should be buried and not cremated as
Stop. The conscious experience which you receive from the program NSP by Nithyananda gives you a complete possibility of innate intelligence which awakens by itself through the experience of death. So, what you understand by the Tibetan Book of Dead need not be invoked, as this process in a complete, comprehensive, conscious way is already inserted, programmed in your system by the conscious experience in the NSP. Next question.
How do we know if someone is enlightened upon death and therefore should be buried and not cremated, as Kala Bhairava stated on Akashic readings?
Both eyeballs will naturally move towards the third eye. If the both eyeballs have moved towards the third eye and they are centered towards the third eye, is enlightened being, and face does not carry any visible stress, again is an enlightened being. And the throat will not become stiff If you put your finger on the throat, you can feel still it is alive, he is living. An enlightened being's throat does not become stiff, frozen, cold, or like wood even after he leaves the body. So these few symptoms will make you understand this person, whether he became enlightened before leaving the body. This can be used as a scale to decide whether the body should be buried or cremated.
The next question is from Shrikant Gopi. Dear Kala Bhairava, how can we grow younger each year? How can we achieve eternity physically and merge with light while in physical body?
I'll give you the signs used by Tirungnana Sambandar and the great saint like Vallalar and Sant Jnaneshwar. Every night complete all the engrams you build, all the samskaras you build should be completed by going through the death process every night before falling asleep. Every night, if you go through the death process and complete and fall asleep, there will not be any remaining engrams, samskaras, which is responsible for getting old. The time will not act on you. The bridge through which time acts on you, time enters into your consciousness, is samskaras. Engrams is the bridge through which time enters you. If you break the bridge, time will not be able to enter in your inner space. You will be free from time. The person who is free from time grows younger, younger, younger due to his experience to live untouched by time and samskaras. This is the only and best way to grow younger and disappear into the pure light consciousness, the cosmic soul, without leaving the remains of the physical body.
He is also asking, is it possible to achieve this siddhi through the 2012 transition? I would like to transcend death and live for another 200 years. Please advise.
It is possible through this technique. You don't even need to worry about this 2012. Do it and have it.
The next question is from Anne Mary Kasu. Swamiji said at satsang that after 65, body and mind were useless. Then what is the use of living longer? Why doesn't life end there?
The bodies and minds unused, unprepared, will not be useful after 65. If you prepare it from the young age, use properly, it will continue to be useful. You never reach the state of 65.
She is also saying, I am over 65 and I feel quite alive and enthusiastic. It is very hard for me to accept as my greatest fear is being unwanted. Is seva useless after 65, no matter how many hours and how much pleasure and enthusiasm is fed into it? Is our life purpose over, whether accomplished or not?
This is individual question. Bring it in evening Kala Bhairava Darshan.
The next question is from Vidya Ramasamy from Singapore. Nithyanandam, dear Swamiji, what is the role of doctors in disease and death?
Doctors are also groping in unconsciousness. So when the unconsciousness is playing with unconsciousness, nobody has a clear role in disease or death.
In the process of making a decision on withdrawal of medical care for a child, is it right to say that the child makes conscious decision to get liberated and merge with the cosmic consciousness, and therefore attracts that kind of supportive energy from parents and doctors.
No, never. The possible supports available should be withdrawn from any soul. Mahadeva does not approve the compassion killing, mercy killing, or any form of withdrawal of the support. Every individual body should be given all possible support till the end, even though you may perceive this as a suffering, pain, or torture. No mercy killing is accepted in cosmic law. All the people who are involved in mercy killing will be treated as murderers by the cosmic law. And the individual soul which was killed by the mercy killing will be treated as a suicide or murder. If the individual gives the consent, he will be treated as a suicide. If he does not give the consent, it will be treated as murder in the cosmic law.
Yes, Nithyananda. After these powerful revelations from the Akashic records, straight revelations on death, the different kinds of death, and all the cosmic laws on death and how to move on, let us now enter into an intra exercise. Understand, internalization means applying the information you just received, you just listened to your inner space, to your inner workings, the thought processes that already exist within you. When you apply whatever you have learned, you deepen the experience and you make it available for you to use in your day-to-day life. Now, let us pen down the understandings of the types of death and 10 powerful cognitions from this session. Once you have penned them down, please share them in the social media so we can share the cosmic revelations from the Akashic records on death, such a fundamental topic. Let us now move into this exercise. Yes, with this, let us now move on to the next segment of the day, which is going to be the power manifestation. Let us enter into a round of blindfold reading. Understand? Whenever we manifest the powers of Paramashiva, the Shaktis, we are entering into the state of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. From that state itself, the powers manifest in us. Many people, they confuse the Shaktis and Siddhis as described by Patanjali, which are the extraordinary powers that manifest by great effort. These Shaktis manifest by initiation of an enlightened Guru. As we are all having the initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we can simply manifest these Shaktis by connecting to Swamiji in our inner space. Let us first listen to the Pramanas, the scriptural references for the Shaktis. The first reference goes as follows. Kapalantar manonyasya tishtan militalochanaha kramena manaso dartyat lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Understand, in this Shastra Pramana directly, it is described how manifesting these Shaktis leads to the ultimate realization by attaining the space of Paramashiva. Next up is the Apta Pramana from Mahavishnu as he foresees the manifestation of Kartikeya from Paramashiva's third eye. Yena viryam padhat bhumau tad karishyata nishchitam tatra viryo cha bhavita skandanama prabho sutaha. Shri Vishnu said, by the method of the emitting of the life-filled energy Viram from the divine third eye of Paramashiva onto the ground will certainly be, from that life-filled energy, the son of Paramashiva, named Skanda, be born. This reference is from the first chapter, the Kumara Kanda, from the Rudra Samhita, from the Shiva Mahapurana, which is part of the 18 Mahapuranas. Finally, we have the Atma Pramana, the personal experience from the avatar himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he sat on the Parakundu, which is a coral hillock in front of the Arunachala hill, sat in a playful mood, applying a technique that one of his gurus had given him, where he should look for the source of his thoughts. As he was playing around with that idea, who is it who is perceiving the pain in the body? Who is it who is experiencing the pain? Who is it who makes the experience happen? As he was following this trail internally in meditation, suddenly something opened up in him and he was able to see 360 degree this side and 360 degree this side with the eyes closed. Everything was revealed to him as if he was existing within it. He said that he could not only see it, he could feel it, like he could feel himself within his skin, in the same way he would exist in the rocks, in the plants, in the animals around him. This is the experience of the full third eye awakening from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Finally, we have Sakshi Pramana, which is the personal experience from the devotees of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We're going to project a picture on screen. Yes. As you can see here, during a third eye reading of cards, Swamiji showed what was on the card, and I drew it while the card was not visible. Here was shown a mouse facing forward and a pair of boots. When I turned the card over, I saw it was what I had drawn. Beautifully, you can see the power manifestation happening here, as the devotee exactly manifested what was on the card through the power of third eye. Yes, today we are also going to manifest this power of third eye, requesting everyone to prepare a blindfold of any kind. That can be an eye band, but it doesn't have to be. It can be any opaque cloth. Just make sure that your eyes are completely sealed. You should not be able to see anything through the blindfold. Requesting everyone to get ready so we can start into the first round of this power manifestation. Yes. We're going to project a picture on screen and then request you to read it with your eyes blindfolded. Once the round is over, we are going to request you to remove the blindfold. And then we are going to enter into the verification step, where you are going to share what has been revealed in your third eye during the power manifestation. And then we are going to reveal what had actually been projected. Let us all get ready for this round of the power manifestation. Let us all now settle down. Requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras and have your eyes blindfolded so we can enter into this round of the power manifestation. Let us now all sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space with a smiling face in your third eye as you chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep vibrating with the Mahavakya as we are now going to project the picture on screen.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, with this, you can slowly remove your blindfold and start penning down whatever has been revealed in your third eye for this round of the power manifestation. Please share the results here in the chat so we can reconfirm it. Let's take a few moments to verify the manifestation for this power. Yes. With this, let us now reveal what has been protected previously. In the first round of the power manifestation. As you can see, it is a simplified picture of an elephant. You can see it's a black, shadow-like appearance of an elephant with white tusks in front of a bluish background. If you have seen any of the colors present, an elephant, yeah, even the beige background, you manifested the power successfully. Applaud yourself for this round of the power manifestation, and let us get ready to move on to the next segment, as we are going to dive deeper into the truths behind death, and particularly how we are to complete with fear. Understand, fear is such a deeply ingrained pattern within all. It is an instinctual pattern that we all carry. Let us now learn how to deal with it. First, let us understand what is fear. Fear is a deeper dimension of worry. Fear leads to anger. Fear is the passive form of the energy, while anger is the active expression. That is why it cannot be destroyed. Fear is the fight between faith in oneself versus the negative idea about the future. Self-fulfilling negative prophecy is fear. Fear is the fight between your potentiality and your negative approach of your future. Fear can happen only with what you can comprehend with your logic. For example, you are not afraid you are not going to become Bill Gates, but you are afraid you will not become like your brother. Understand, we have so many ideas and ideals that we measure ourselves by. If we feel we should be a certain way, we have the fear that we might not be able to achieve it. But if something is beyond our grasp, we are not able to create that imaginary outcome where we are not able to succeed. Hence, we are not able to fear it. We are not able to grasp it. Let us now learn more about the connection of the Maya matrix and what does it mean to be in fear. Let us listen to the revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as we are going to dive in to a small video.
Powerlessness stops you radiating Sadashivoham is fear. It can be in the form of withdrawal, giving up, guilt, negative visualizations, negative expectations, negating the possibilities. It can be manifesting in any form. All powerlessness which stops you manifesting Sadashivoham is fear. It can have multiple expressions. One, negating life. Second, negative visualizations. If somebody says good is going to happen to you, the way you perceive and the fastness with which you visualize that, and if somebody says something is wrong is going to happen to you, and the way you perceive and the way you visualize that, If some wrong is predicted, you work 10,000 times and overwork, do extra time and visualize that and taste that. That is the worst thing. Nicely sit and chew like a sugar can. If somebody says some good is going to happen, say, okay, let's see when it comes. When somebody says some bad is going to happen, you are ready. You are already ready to receive it. If it does not come, you will feel cheated, so let me create it. See, after preparing so much, if it doesn't come, what to do? You will feel cheated. So you don't want to feel cheated, so you yourself manifest it. The negative visualization, guilt, hatred towards yourself and others, hatred towards certain system, anger of your inability, all these are fear only, understand. All these are various fruit, flower, stem of fear. But fear is the root on which all this grows. It can be about your identity, it can be about your wealth, it can be about your name and fame, it can be about your health, it can be about your mental health, it can be about anything. Ultimately, it can be just unknown. You don't know, you are afraid, but you don't know why. And the worst thing, last thing is fear of fears. Fear that you will get into fear. You know you are afraid of snake, but you cannot avoid clicking on the Facebook video comes a snake swallowing an elephant or a snake swallowing a lion. You know you are afraid of snake. Even if you see that video 2 days, you will be seeing that in your dream. You will be having nightmare. But you can't miss clicking that. You will not even click in the center. You will only press the side, because even the snake's mouth you don't want to touch on the screen. How many? Tell me honestly. Raise the hand. If there is a snake on the screen, even the screen they won't touch. But they will not miss the video. So much of desire to eat fear. Same way. The video of tiger killing the boy in the zoo, in Delhi Zoo, how it became viral. And ghost. You know, if you see that movie or that video, next 2-3 days you will be constantly looking here and there. Your bathroom screen cannot move. Your window shade cannot move. But you don't want to miss the ghost movie. Desire to swallow fear. Desire to swallow powerlessness. That is what I call chewing like a sugar can. How the village boys chew the sugar can, like that, chewing the fear. Everything in your inner space which does not allow you to manifest Sadashivoham is fear. It is like a undigested material in your biomemory. Undigested material in your biomemory. In your muscles, if something is not digested, becomes part of your muscles, it will become cancerous. In your muscle memory, if something is not digested and stays back, it becomes fear. it becomes fear. So understand, reduction of bad cholesterol in your body and your health are directly proportionate to each other. Reduction of fears in your system and your enlightenment is directly proportionate.
Yes, with these powerful revelations about the Maya matrix and how anything that we fear is rooted in the Maya matrix, let us now learn how to go beyond fear. Whenever you make a commitment which you're not sure you can keep, there is a part of you sitting inside you and making mockery of your words. That part is called fear. Go on committing to things which you think you cannot do, and go on breaking the hangover you carry in your heart, which says that you cannot make it. That is the only way you will stretch beyond fear. Understand, when we give in to the feeling of fear, when we say, okay, I think I'm not able to do, so I'm not going to try, then we just give more and more strength to the fear. If we expand ourselves and take up more and more responsibilities that we feel is way beyond our capability, we start expanding and growing into the responsibility. Fear manifests whenever you are afraid of losing something which you have, and when you don't have the confidence to achieve something which you want to have. Fearlessness is not the absence of fear, but it is the courage to handle the fear. Facing the fear is the way to overcome the fear. Let us now move into the internalization exercise, where we are going to deepen our understanding about these revelations on fear and how to overcome it. Let us dive into the primordial fear. Let us now complete with the fear. In the first step, recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and conversations you had about the fear of losing your name, the fear of losing your fame, and fear of losing your identity. For example, when your mom shouted at you and said, "You are a bad boy." In the second step, recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and the conversations you had about the fear of losing your physical health, the fear of losing your mental health, and the fear of accidents. Let us take a few minutes and enter into the first two steps of this exercise. If you have any doubts or questions about this internalization exercise, please let us know in the chat so we can attend to it. Please make sure you have your pen and paper ready. And let us now enter into this exercise where we are going to actively complete with the fear. Yes, Nithyananda. Let us all now move on to the deeper and deeper levels of completion with our fear. In the next step, recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and the conversations you had about the fear of losing your wealth and all your possessions. And also recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and conversations you had about the fear of losing your loved ones or the fear of losing the love of your loved ones. For example, when your friend said, "I will never talk to you again if you do this." Let us enter into the next two steps of this process. Understand wealth can even be a toy. As a young child, the concept of wealth would probably be different. Just think of what you feel that you possess, the fear of losing these things. Yes. Let us now move on to the final step of this exercise. Now recollect the earliest memories of your life and write down the incidents and conversations you had about the fear of the unknown. For example, ghosts, darkness, God, etc. Please note that this includes both your own direct experience of these fears and or your experiences when you observed others going through these fears in their life. Also note, please write as if you are directly talking to Swamiji. You should write in a way that if you choose to share, you should be able to read out from your book what you wrote. Let us now move into this final step of the exercise. Yes, with this we come to the conclusion of this exercise. Let us now move on to the next segment of the day, which is going to be the next round of our power manifestation. As today, we are manifesting the power of blindfold reading. Let us keep our eye bands ready and get ready for the next round of blindfold reading. Requesting everyone to please make sure your cameras are switched on. This is a security measure by KAILASA's National Security Agency. So please follow along with the guidelines as we are now getting ready to project another image on screen. Everyone, please settle down as we are listening to the Shastra Pramana for the power of blindfold reading. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtan melitalochanaha kramena manaso dartyad lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed, in succession by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. Let's get ready to manifest this power. Everyone, please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. See the smiling face of Swamiji in your third eye as we chant the Mahavakya, connecting to Swamiji from the space of oneness. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep vibrating with the Mahavakya as we are now getting ready to project the picture on screen. Please don't remove your eye bands before we tell you so. As we are now projecting the picture, scan with your third eye. We request Swamiji to reveal through your third eye what is projected on screen.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now you can slowly remove the blindfold and send a message in the chat, whatever has been revealed through your third eye for this round of the power manifestation. Let us take a few moments to pen down whatever has been revealed to you through your third eye as we are getting ready for the verification step. If you're joining in from Facebook or YouTube, let us know in the chat below whatever has been revealed. Let's take a few moments. Yes, we are going to now reveal what had been projected earlier on screen. As you can see, it is the Angkor Wat temple with blue sky and clouds. There are shrubs. You can see there's a tree canopy, which is peeking over the top left corner of the picture. A beautiful shot. You have seen temple, blue sky, clouds, greenery, stone, anything of this sort. You manifested the power successfully. Let us know in the chat below if you can relate to this picture and applaud yourself for manifesting this power. Let us know. Conclude this session as the next Acharya is waiting to continue to reveal the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on death with the sacred scripture of the Katha Upanishad. Let us learn the deeper insights about death. Thank you all for joining and participating. Now sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Hands in Namaskara Mudra as we chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda, and welcome back. Welcome all the Paramashivoham participants once again to today's session. So, in today's session, we have been learning to go beyond the fear. Fear is basically the fear of death. All fears, if you see in your life, it is ultimately connected to the fear of death. And what is the fear of death? Fear of death is the fear of unknown. We don't know what is after that, because nobody can dare to tell us what happens. So because of that, we are scared. That is why all fears in our life is the basic fear of unknown. So now let us understand about fear, and let us go beyond the fear of death, the fear of unknown, to understand the reality more clearly and complete with the fear of death. So in this session, we'll first start with a beautiful story of a boy named Nachiketa, who actually went beyond the fear of death. So let me share with you the story of Nachiketa. As we heard yesterday, like how yesterday we heard of the story of Ashtavakra, the same way Nachiketa too was a young boy, a very young boy of around 7 to 8. The thing is, he just come back from the Gurukula he was studying in under his master. As in those days, all children were sent to the Gurukula for almost 7 to 10 years. And then they would come back to their houses completely ready to live life. So he had come back home, as his father was a king. His father had gotten permission for Nachiketa to come back home to attend a grand sacrifice father was performing. And then at that sacrifice, the condition or the requirement of the sacrifice was that Nachiketa's father had to give the best of everything he had to the priests who performed that sacrifice. So Nachiketa's father was not ready to do that, and instead of giving the best items, he gave cows that could not give milk anymore, horses that were old and could not walk, buffaloes that were very diseased, and copper instead of gold. So he was doing that kind of inauthenticity. So Nachiketa wanted to point out to his father, as authenticity had seized Nachiketa. Nachiketa had just come back from the Gurukula, and he wanted to apply the science, apply the knowledge he had learned. So he asked his father, "Father, who are you going to give me to?" His father was like, "Why will I give you to anyone? Don't worry. Just enjoy the sacrifice now." But Nachiketa could not be quiet. He could not be silent. So after some time, again Nachiketa went to his father and asked, Father, who are you going to give me to? This time, Nachiketa's father was a little bit disturbed, but he said, Nachiketa, this is not a place for you right now. I'll talk to you later. And it continued. Then the third time, Nachiketa went to his father again and said, Father, what you're doing is not right. Giving away things which are not authentic is not going to give you the fruit of the sacrifice. At this, Nachiketa's father was furious. He told Nachiketa, Who are you to tell me what to do? I'll give you to the Lord of Death himself. Saying this, Nachiketa's father sent Nachiketa out of the house, out of the kingdom, and told him to go to the Lord of Death. Nachiketa, who had learned the science of traveling between the parallel universes, went to the abode of Lord Yama and waited at the doorstep of Yama's palace. And Yama had gone for some, he was not in his house basically. And then what happened was that Nachiketa waited there for 3 days and 3 nights without food, water, or shelter. And when Yama returned, he was shocked and asked Nachiketa who he was. And then, when Nachiketa explained, Yama said, The Lord of Death himself said, As you are a Brahmana and you are the Aditi, means the guest, to receive and to rectify my mistake, I give you 3 boons. Ask whatever these 3 boons are. And these 3 boons are important because the first one Nachiketa asks is completion with himself and others. He asks for completion with his father. Next, the second boon Nachiketa says is he wanted to be the king of the whole world. And Yama blesses him with that, meaning Nachiketa completes with life. So once Nachiketa has completed with all his 4 images, the last desire Nachiketa has is he asks Lord Yama, give me the signs of going beyond death. Yama tries to persuade Nachiketa in all different ways, telling Nachiketa that he would give him these pleasures or some other pleasures instead of the signs of death, which even the gods did not know. Nachiketa, with his firm authenticity, did not give up and got Yama to teach him the science of death. And that is the beautiful understanding of Kathopanishad. So through this story of Nachiketa's life, we can understand how we have to have will persistence to learn about the science of enlightenment and not just take the understandings casually, but put these cognitions into our life. So now let's listen to Swamiji in a beautiful satsang where he teaches us about Kathopanishad, the first and foremost document about death.
As you all know, I have to introduce Kathopanishad today. Already the Shiva Bodha, the joy of being Shiva, the bliss of being Shiva is overflowing beyond this. And among all this, now I like to introduce Kathopanishad. Kathopanishad in the land of Vishwanatha, Kalabhairava. Kathopanishad is the last 8 sections of Taittiriya Samhita, Krishna Yajurveda. It is 119 verses. When Sri Ramachandra lists all the 108 Upanishads in Muktikopanishad to Hanuman, Rama lists this Upanishad as a third Upanishad. The main subject of the Upanishad is death. Even though I have spoken many times bits and pieces of this Upanishad, here and there, I have quoted this Upanishad. I used this Upanishad to explain the truths, sacred secrets behind death. In many of our programs, satsangs, but now, formally, systematically, I have to introduce this Upanishad. It looks too big. I'm just wondering. It is like I have to chisel the whole mountain using a small chisel and hammer. Where will I start? How will I continue? It is just using my small words. Now I will have to describe and introduce this whole Upanishad. Please understand. I'll try to introduce. This Upanishad is not commandment of somebody who realized God. No. Even if you realize God, a little bit will be your enlightenment experience, little bit will be your brain masala. There is a possibility for corruption, misrepresentation, manipulation, or missing it. So understand, but this Upanishad is the direct word from the being who is the Lord of death. Understand? Lord of death. This is directly from him. These Upanishads are directly from him who is Lord of death. Don't even have a doubt about the authenticity of the Upanishads, especially this Upanishad. I am the witness for the authenticity of this Upanishad. And I experienced the sacred secret of this Upanishad in this very land, Varanasi. It is the first and foremost document about death, where Dharma Raja, Yamadharma Raja, Yama means natural flow of existence. Dharma means natural law of existence. Yama means natural flow of existence. Dharma means natural law of existence. Yama Dharma, who is embodiment of natural flow and natural law. Understand? Flow is spontaneous. Law is systematic. He is Lord of both. That is why he is called Yama Dharma. Natural flow of existence and natural law of existence. How anything flows by its very nature. That is yama. What is the law of the natural flow of life? That is dharma. Lord of natural flow of existence and natural law of existence, Yamadharma Raja directly speaks to a Brahmin kid, Nachiketa, who is the hero of this Upanishad. And one of the greatest thing, this Upanishad is kept alive by the Shaivites. Understand the subtle nuances and the communal feelings. Yamadharma is a Shaivite, is beyond the jati. Nachiketa is a Brahmin. A Shaivite teaching Brahmin is almost like a Kalabhairava removing the head of a Brahma, Virabhadra removing the head of the Daksha. But still, the Upanishads survived beyond the subtle community fights which goes on for ages. This Upanishad is taught by a person who is most mysterious and most available. Please understand. Who is continuously experienced can never be mysterious. Who is mysterious can never be experienced continuously. But he is the only one who is continuously available, perceived, but continues to remain as mystery. That is death. Understand? Who is continuously perceived will never be a mystery, can never be a mystery. Who is a great mystery can never be continuously perceived. Here is the greatest paradox. Constantly available, perceived. Any moment, anywhere, anybody can perceive him. Anybody who perceives becomes body. Constantly experienced, perceived, especially in this great land. Largest cremation ground in the world is Manikarnika Ghat. Please understand. Largest in the world, not in India, in the world. Anything related to human numbers, if you are successful in India, it is the largest. Because this is the largest population. That is why any movie star, any celebrity, any guru who has a large following in India can straight away use the word largest in world. As far as anything related to human being numbers concerned, largest number of people visiting temple in India is the largest temple in the world, because nowhere in the world so many people are going to visit any temple. Anything related to human beings, human number, if it's largest in India, it's largest in the world. Whether you're having a largest follower in the Twitter, Facebook, you are a celebrity with the largest number of fans, you are a guru with largest number of disciples, you are a political party with the largest number of members, whatever, whatever. If it's a human being, human number related issue, if it's largest in India, it's largest in the world. Be very clear. There are few things special to India. The granite, stone work. Largest granite building in India is the largest granite building in the world. Largest stone structure in India is the largest stone structure in the world. Because no other country works on stone so much. Let's come to the Kathopanishad. This land, largest cremation ground, average 350 bodies are burnt every day. On special days, I don't know how they call that special days. It goes even up to 500. Who knows when that special day and all. Largest cremation ground. Here very casually while you are walking in the road, you can see 4 people carrying. If you see anything little bigger than suitcase, please understand it is a dead body. In Varanasi, anything you see 4 people carrying or 2 people carrying little bigger than suitcase, covered completely with the cloth, be very clear it is a dead body. The other day I saw, they nicely unloaded near a tea shop, chai shop, and both of them are sipping a chai. And that fellow is lying there. Very comfortably, both of them are sipping the chai. After the chai, very religiously, they lifted the body again, started walking. Constantly happening, perceived, but still mystery, most mysterious. Even if you see so many dead bodies again and again and again, continuously, not just some unknown face, even the people who are so near and dear to you, who lived till yesterday with you, till few hours before with you, whom you think you know thoroughly about them, even when they experience, it continues to remain as a mystery. Not only that, you are not even allowed to think, contemplate, question this mystery. By the time you have a third, fourth thought about the death, something comes and diverts you. This is the greatest delusion of human beings. These stupid fellows went up all the way to Mars and trying to explore it. I'm talking about the whole humanity. Trying to analyze names, stars, galaxies, planets. But still, not only does not have knowledge, is not even working sincerely to look into the direction of death. Who is this guy who is constantly playing amidst us and never lets the limelight fall on him? He is the greatest magician, Jadugar, constantly playing amongst us, picking up the people as he wants and swallowing them, playing, running riot not only over our lives, even on our intellects. But still, none of us are able to even look into him. We have penetrated planets. We have penetrated stars, penetrating the galaxies. We have done so much. But still this guy who is constantly running around among us, who is constantly playing amidst us, not only remains mystery, is not even letting any of us look into his eyes. Those very few who dare to look into his eyes, who have decided not to get distracted or diverted by his magics and drama, those very few became Buddha and Shiva. All Buddha did is only one thing. When he saw the death of somebody, he decided to look into the eyes of the death. Who are you? Till I know, I am not going to move out of it. This is my first priority. But did you see the funny thing? He had 3 questions. Why old age? Why sickness? Why death? He found the solution, but still all the 3 remains in the world. Even now, there is old age, there is sickness, there is death. Then, how do you say he has discovered the solution? Maybe he found the solution for himself. It means every one of you have to look into the eyes of the death. Look into his eyes when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait to look into his eyes till he stares at you directly. When he is staring at somebody else, it's very easy to stare into his eyes. Yamadharma was staring at the old man, so Buddha easily stared into his eyes. So, jump into the death, dive into the death to discover the secrets of death when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait till he comes to stare at you. That time you may not be able to stare back at him. Fools are those waiting for him to come and stare at you directly, then planning to stare back at him. No. Stare into his eyes. Demystify him. Try to decode him. Understand him. When he is staring at somebody else. Means before he turns his eye into you, start staring at him. If you start staring at him first, then if he turns his eye towards you, that eye will be most compassionate. If you are waiting for him to stare at you and then start staring at him, it will be terrorizing understand who makes the first step. Are you going to stare at him first, or are you going to wait till he's coming to stare at you? Is staring, whether it is going to be compassionate or terrorizing, is going to be decided based on who is first. Kala is going to decide whether Kala is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing you. Kala is going to decide whether he is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing towards you. Don't wait. Don't wait for him to stare at you first. It is foolishness to wait for him to stare at you, then to look back, stare back. No. Yamadharma, the most compassionate teacher dimension of him, is expressing in this Upanishad. You will be surprised. First ever recorded history, Yamadharma giving a boon, especially completely opposite to his profession, giving life. Come on. Actually, I discovered this mind by working with so many people. I had a goldsmith who was making jewels for all our deities. 1 sovereign gold that time was around 25,000 rupee. Few years before. If you actually ask him for the discount of 25,000 rupee, he will not say no at all. He will simply agree even up to 50,000 rupee. But if you ask him to reduce half a gram in his wastage, he will get agitated so much. He will all be worked up, stressed up. Because he measures life based on the amount of gold, not based on money. So his logic doesn't come there at all. For him, wealth is all about the metal, precious metal, gold, that's all. Person whose only life source is a Goshala, if you take away the money which he accumulated, he won't suffer that much. But if you take away even 2-liter milk, that's it. He will pour 2-liter water from his eyes. Same way, a farmer, just few bags of paddy or rice getting destroyed, over. He feels his life is destroyed. With anything you work, constantly deal with, you emotionally get attached to it and you feel the value of that much more than the regular society values. The sentimental value. Here, Lord, who always took, never gave, Lord of death, only when his job was threatened, he is bent for Markandeya and for Savitri. There are such rare exemptions. But here, nobody is threatening him. Just Out of compassion, he is giving the life back to Nachiketa. He is not a terrorizing figure. See him here. A loving, compassionate teacher. I think in the whole history of humanity, this is the only book where it is recorded Nachiketa is able to make death respect him. And this is the only time death ever listened to somebody. I don't think Yamadharma has ears. Because if he has ears, if he starts listening, what will happen? Millions are constantly crying whenever he goes for a job. If he has ears, what will happen? How will he be able to do his job? No. Uncompromising. Uncompromising. He is Lord of Yama, natural flow of life, and Dharma, natural law of life. Coming down as a teacher, as a compassionate God, and blessing a Brahmin kid. It's actually an unknown dimension of Yamadharma. This book is book of death for Hindus and anybody who follows Vedic tradition. If you want to know about death, this is the book. It is not just book of dead, book of death. Vedic book of death. The beauty with death is you have to look into his eyes. Nobody else can do it for you. It's a good news. And great news is, in this way, you are utterly free. As you all then, how do you say he has discovered the solution? Maybe he found the solution for himself. It means every one of you have to look into the eyes of the death. Look into his eyes when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait to look into his eyes till he stares at you directly. When he is staring at somebody else, it's very easy to stare into his eyes. Yamadharma was staring at the old man, so Buddha easily stared into his eyes. So, jump into the death, dive into the death to discover the secrets of death when he is staring at somebody else. Don't wait till he comes to stare at you. That time you may not be able to stare back at him. Fools are those waiting for him to come and stare at you directly, then planning to stare back at him. No. Stare into his eyes. Demystify him. Try to decode him. Understand him. When he is staring at somebody else. Means before he turns his eye into you. Start staring at him. If you start staring at him first, then if he turns his eye towards you, that eye will be most compassionate. If you are waiting for him to stare at you and then start staring at him, it will be terrorizing. Understand who makes the first step. Are you going to stare at him first, or are you going to wait till he's coming to stare at you? Is staring, whether it is going to be compassionate or terrorizing, is going to be decided based on who is first. Kala is going to decide whether Kala is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing you. Kala is going to decide whether he is going to be compassionate towards you or terrorizing towards you. Don't wait. Don't wait for him to stare at you first. It is foolishness to wait for him to stare at you, then to look back, stare back. No. Yamadharma, the most compassionate teacher dimension of him, is expressing in this Upanishad. You will be surprised. First ever recorded history, Yamadharma giving a boon, especially completely opposite to his profession, giving life. Come on. Actually, I discovered this mind by working with so many people. I had a goldsmith who was making jewels for all our deities. 1 sovereign gold that time was around 25,000 rupee. Few years before. If you actually ask him for the discount of 25,000 rupee, he will not say no at all. He will simply agree even up to 50,000 rupee. But if you ask him to reduce half a gram in his wastage, he will get agitated so much. He will all be worked up, stressed up. Because he measures life based on the amount of gold, not based on money. So his logic doesn't come there at all. For him, wealth is all about the metal, precious metal, gold, that's all. Person whose only life source is a Goshala, if you take away the money which he accumulated, he won't suffer that much. But if you take away even 2 liter milk, that's it. He will pour 2 liter water from his eyes. Same way, a farmer, just few bags of paddy or rice getting destroyed, over. He feels his life is destroyed. With anything you work, constantly deal with, you emotionally get attached to it and you feel the value of that much more than the regular society values. The sentimental value. Here, Lord, who always took, never gave, Lord of death, only when his job was threatened, he is bent for Markandeya And for Savitri, there are such rare exemptions. But here, nobody is threatening him. Just out of compassion, he is giving the life back to Nachiketa. He is not a terrorizing figure. See him here. A loving, compassionate teacher. I think in the whole history of humanity, this is the only book where it is recorded Nachiketa is able to make death respect him. And this is the only time death ever listened to somebody. I don't think Yamadharma has ears. Because if he has ears, if he starts listening, what will happen? Millions are constantly crying whenever he goes for a job. If he has ears, what will happen? How will he be able to do his job? No. Uncompromising. Uncompromising. He is Lord of Yama, natural flow of life, and Dharma, natural law of life. Coming down as a teacher, as a compassionate God, and blessing a Brahmin kid. It's actually an unknown dimension of Yamadharma. This book is book of death for Hindus and anybody who follows Vedic tradition. If you want to know about death, this is the book. It is not just book of dead, book of death. Vedic book of death. The beauty with death is you have to look into his eyes. Nobody else can do it for you. It's a good news. And great news is, in this way, you are utterly free. As you all know, I have to introduce Kathopanishad today.
Yes. So that was a beautiful satsang. Swamiji shared about the basics of Kathopanishad, about how and you first stare at death before death itself stares at you. Then the gaze of death that falls on you after that will be the gracious and will be only ever compassionate, giving you that knowledge to go beyond it. But if you wait for death to look at you, then it'll be too late before you can even decide and want to learn about how to go beyond the fear of death. So now let's take 10 minutes now to write down some powerful cognitions and share as we have understood from this beautiful satsang, and have a small sharing now. You can share what you have understood during this session, what were your clicks, what were your powerful cognitions, and how you want to use them in your daily life, how you want to use them to break from the fears. Let's take a few minutes now to write down some powerful cognitions and share it. Yes, so we have a powerful cognition that a participant has shared, saying that we have to have will persistence like Nachiketa to learn and go beyond all our fears. As Nachiketa represents authenticity, yes, when we hold the space of authenticity like Nachiketa, it is very easy for us to understand these powerful cognitions. Because as we have been learning in these past few days, authenticity is being to our best, being to our highest possibility. And what is being to our highest possibility? It is complete completion, inside and outside. So, holding that space of completion, easily you'll be able to break from the patterns of fear. And yes, with this understanding now, let's enter a round of power manifestation. Today we are being manifesting the power of third eye reading, and now let's move into another round of third eye reading. I request all the participants to please close your eyes, bring your eye bands, and blindfold your eyes. Make sure that your eye bands are comfortable, not making your eyes itchy or disturbing you. Let's take a moment now to close our eyes first.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Make sure you have a piece of paper or another device to write down what you see during the manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so I can see you blindfolded your eyes. Let's now enter the power manifestation itself. Now, this time again, we are going to be seeing pictures with our eyes blindfolded. So now, close your eyes and start visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Drop all the thoughts that are now coming. Just allow yourself to be in the space of visualizing Swamiji and hearing the Mahavakya. Do not try to indulge. Do not try to touch or see any of the thoughts that are coming. Allow that to flow aside. Now just focus on the area of the third eye between your eyebrows and start chanting the Mahavakya and request Swamiji to reveal to you what the picture is. Whatever Swamiji is revealing, you can write it down after the power manifestation. Please begin now.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now start writing down what you have seen during this round of the manifestation. Let us verify your answers. So start writing down anything that you have seen, whether it's the colors or the shapes. As this is a picture, you don't need to feel that any of the particular containers of shapes or whatever we see needs to stop you. Whatever you see, share that. As when you share whatever you see, that is completely you emptying yourself, allowing whatever Swamiji showed to be revealed. Don't feel that it is you doing. It's Swamiji's energy, and we are going through this manifestation step by step. So whatever you have seen, you don't need to feel that, okay, I've only seen this color, I've only seen this particular thing. Whatever you have seen now, share that. And let us verify now in a moment. So now as you're sharing, you can also see now this is the image you are all seeing with your eyes blindfolded. It's a beautiful picture of a white color puppy in a, we call this a garden with some short shrubs and trees. So if you have seen any pink color, green, brown, white, you have seen trees, that's beautiful. You have started manifesting this beautiful power of third eye reading. And we are going to be doing more and multiple rounds of this power manifestation. So we'll be getting a better understanding, getting a better feeling of the manifestation. So now we'll be moving to the next session. You can share as we move to the next session how you felt during this manifestation and anything else you understood and you want to share. And in this next session now, we are going to be learning about the powerful cognition of Akashic readings. So Akashic readings is basically where Swamiji in where inside Swamiji Kalabhirava lands and manifests the direct representation, the direct manifestation of Paramashiva himself as Kalabhirava manifests through Swamiji's own body. And then from that space, Swamiji reads the Akashic records, which are like an archive of all the events which are going to happen, which have happened, and which are happening right now. When we tap these Akashic records, all of the past, present, future is given to us. And not only the past, present, future, but all the knowledge of the cosmos itself. So now we are going to be listening to the Akashic record on death. So we can learn the powerful cognitions of death directly from Kalabhairava. Be in the space of utmost listening during this, as whatever Swamiji says is the ultimate truth. Write down the powerful cognitions, and whatever you understand, you can write it down and keep those powerful cognitions. Because even if you have any questions, when you are in the space of listening to this intense Akashic readings being revealed by Swamiji, even those questions will be cleared completely. But make sure that you're in the space of listening. And if you want to hear this another time, you can just go to the SPH channel, to the official channel of Swamiji, and search for Akashic reading. There's a whole playlist that Swamiji has made of these Akashic records. So now let's enter this session. Please be in the space of complete listening as we listen to the Akashic readings on death.
Death is the illusion as understood by human brain if you awaken the non-mechanical parts of the human brain, it will have the capacity to see the life with a larger understanding. Children do not have even the level of the brain awareness awakened in the adults. That is why every time when they fall asleep and come out of sleep, they feel they are dead and came back. They strongly believe whatever has happened in dream has really happened. That is why in the dream, if they feel hungry, in the waking state they cry. And whatever has happened in the dream, they feel as truth. The lowest level of brain functioning is responsible for taking your life as bits and pieces without having large vision. Person who thinks every dream is reality, every deep sleep is death, and gets broken, feels the discontinuity during sleep and waking is unconscious. When the brain grows little more and capable of looking at the life with a larger vision, every night sleep does not feel like death. Every day waking up does not feel like birth. They are able to stitch every sleep and waking up together and call it as life. This is consciousness. If your non-mechanical parts of the brain is also awakened, Kundalini also awakened, you will see lives and deaths by stitching it together as the large life. Ability to see the large life and making your decisions based on those understanding is Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Ability to see the large life, different deaths and different births are not discontinuity of your existence, just like births and deaths are continuity, just like sleep and waking up is the continuity of your life, births and deaths are also continuity of your life. The more you see the continuity of the life, more you become intelligent, more you become blissful, more you become alive, more you are enlightened. Awaken the non-mechanical parts of the brain by Kundalini awakening or any spiritual process as prescribed by incarnations and enlightened beings. You will realize death and birth is just continuity of the different parts of life, just like sleep and waking and dream is continuity of the same life. Birth, death and the gap between birth and death are all continuity of the same life. Understanding this takes away all the fear, all the possible fear in your life and gives you tremendous restful awareness. Vast time is in front of you to fulfill your life's purpose and mission. In the time when the greed is dissolved, desire disappears. When there is less time, more greed then enters desire in your brain and mind. When there is vast time, any amount of greed cannot contaminate the time with a pollution called desire. When the time is available in front of you like ocean, no river of greed can change the color of the ocean, pollute the ocean. If the time is available just only in the size of a lake in front of you, even a small great stream can pollute the lake. Understand? Time makes an important decision about the levels of your desire and fear. Man who understands the continuity of life and death, in front of whom the vast amount of time is available, who is in the restful awareness with the understanding the vast time is available in front of them, who is not driven by the concept of losing time, is Kala Bhairava. When you relax in the restful awareness of the vast time is available in front of you, time becomes your friend. Making time your friend is going beyond time, going beyond death. Then you become Kala Bhairava. Just a simple understanding, just like birth, dream, waking, deep sleep, death are all different phases of life. Sleeping, dreaming, waking up, all three are part of same life. If you are conscious, same way, dying, rebirth, the gap between death and rebirth are all part of same life if you are super conscious. Awaken to this truth. Your birth, your death, your gap between birth and death are all part of same life. I, Kala Bhairava, tell you all, you don't even need any other spiritual practice. Listen, your life, death, rebirth, gap between life and death, birth and rebirth are all part of your same life. It is not end or restart. This one truth can relax you, put you in restful awareness. You don't need to hurry about your desires, about your greeds. Cosmos is flowing towards you. You are flowing towards the cosmos. You don't need fast track. The moment you understand you don't need fast track because you have vast time in front of you, all the knots, thought patterns, samskara knots, the grandhis you created in your different energy centers and the thought patterns you created, the thought patterns and samskaras still which you are keeping stiff, straight, gets loosened. The moment thought patterns, samskaras get loosened, they lose their grip over you. You live enlightenment. O human beings, remember this one truth. Kala Bhairava, out of my compassion, tremendous love, I am sharing this very sacred secret, the basic important truth with you all. O humanity, listen. Your life, your death, the time between life and death, the time between death and rebirth are all part of same life. Do not be afraid. Nothing will be taken away from you, and you do not need urgency rushing towards any of your goal, greed. You do not need to have fear and escape from any of your fears, anxiety. Neither your greeds nor your fears as urgency of time. Relax from the urgency of time. The restful awareness. Which comes when you relax from the urgency of time. Makes vast time available in front of you. Anybody who has a vast time available in front of them is Kala Bhairava. Every one of you can become Kala Bhairava when you relax from the immediate urgency of time, when your greeds can't create desire in you, when your fears can't create anxiety in you, you are free from time. The vast time is available in front of you. With the vast time available in front of you, your greed cannot make you urgent. Your fear cannot make you disgraceful. Your fear cannot frighten you. Your greed cannot make you desireful. O human beings, contemplate on this great truth again and again and again. The brain which I am using to radiate this truth to all of you is capable of transmitting that very truths to all your brains, as brains do not have individual consciousness. It is just a biomemory chip in human body. I bless you all to receive the truth, to relate with the truth, to be receptive to this truth. It can be transmitted just like that. It can be easily transmitted. It can just be downloaded. Your birth, your death, your rebirth, the time between the birth and death, time between death and rebirth are all part of same long life. There is no discontinuity in the whole life. Let this one truth sink in all of you to make you understand. Greed does not create the need to create desire in you. In the ocean, when the river enters, it doesn't create ripples. In the vast time available in front of you, by this great truth, even if the greed enters, it does not create the ripples of desire. Even if the fear enters, it does not create the ripples of anxiety. I bless you all. Kala Bhairava puts his footprint on all your brains. Let your biomemories be awakened to this great truth. birth and death and rebirth, and time gap between birth and death and rebirth are all part of same long life. There is no discontinuity in these happenings. Kala Bhairava blesses you all with this great truth. Let this great truth be downloaded in all the brains which are having Nayana Diksha from this brain all over the world. Namah Shivaya.
Yes. So with that, we come to the end of the beautiful Akashic reading, directly revealed by Swamiji. Now, let's take a minute now to share what we have understood, any powerful cognitions we had from this Akashic records, and down any ideas, understandings, clicks we had from this Akashic readings. Yes, now let's move to another round of power. As today we have been doing the power of third eye reading once again. Let's all blindfold our eyes as we enter into the next round of blindfold reading. This time also we're going to be seeing pictures. So now please close your eyes. Close your eye bands. Make sure it is comfortable, not too tight. And try covering your eyes with an eye band or with a cloth, not just with your eyes or not just with your hands. Because the as much darker you feel around your eyes, the less distraction is there. So now, once you have blindfolded your eyes, let's enter the manifestation. Now sit. Keeping your eyes closed, start visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. That's the first step. Once you visualize Swamiji in your third eye, bring the two eyes to the third eye and start focusing at that area. Allow yourself to unclench from all the thoughts. Now start listening to the Mahavakya being played in the background. If you can chant along to make sure that your space is connecting with Swami and that there is no disturbance of thoughts coming. Now start seeing the picture.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Now relax. And with this, let us now verify, write down, and see what we have seen during this round of the manifestation. Now, once again, as we saw a picture, whatever you heard also, and when you manifested, if you saw anything, if you heard anything, if you felt anything, because when you manifest, it is not just the eyes, like how we think logically that we receive the manifestation from, receive the revelations from, but even if you heard something also that is beautiful, write that also down now. So now let us verify the image that we have seen. So it's actually a beautiful image of a scenery where there's vast clouds, mountains, there's a huge lake, and there is also a beautiful boat, and the whole scenery is a very beautiful mountainside scenery. So if you have seen any of the colors also, not let alone the figures, you have seen blue, white, brown, any of these colors also, that is beautiful, you have started manifesting. So with this, we come to the end of this manifestation and this session. And now let us take a short break to share in social media and refresh ourselves to get ready for the next session. And we'll be joining you back after the short break. Thank you all. Nithyananda.
Ananda. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyanthilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, I welcome each one of you, all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants, to yet another exciting session. Before we enter into the next session, let's have a recap of what did we learn in the previous session as well. So in the previous session, I think all of the participants have gone through the science behind the powerful cognitions of where the supreme point of Hinduism is explaining on Kathopanishad, and we had the internalization exercise as well. And we went through the Akashic readings on death, where Swamiji himself read out the Akashic records on the death, as we have seen in the perfect cognition session, as well the internalization exercise, and of course, we manifested the powers. So now, throughout the next sessions, we're going to be learning where the supreme form of Hinduism explains the 6 different death experiences that he has experienced within his life. The first, second, third death experience, and the fourth, fifth, sixth, 6 different death experience, which has impacted Swamiji's own life, and how Swamiji has overcome all those death experience, and now he is an avatar. So we're going to take a moment to listen again from the supreme point of Hinduism. Now requesting each of the participants, if you are already having a book and pen, that's wonderful. Please keep your book and pen ready, as you're going to write all the powerful cognitions that you're going to understand, you're going to learn, and what are you going to apply in your life as you're going to listen now from Swamiji. And after that, we're going to have an internalization exercise where we're going to write down, pen down what all we understood in the session, what all we understood from the very discourse, from a 13 minutes discourse directly revealed by the Supreme Point of Hinduism directly. So please give your complete listening now. Take a moment. Please sit straight. Give your complete listening as we're going to begin listening the 6 different death experience directly revealed by Swamiji.
The first death I faced in my life, my father's elder brother's elder son, he died. He fell into the village well. He went for a vacation to one of his relatives' house. You all know in Indian villages, if the school holiday, immediately we'll pack and go to some aunt's house, uncle's house, 2-3 days run around there and come back. It's the only way of vacation. He went to a vacation nearby village. My family is a tight-knit family. They don't marry outside not even outside community, not even outside the family. They'll marry inside. If you pick up one person, he will have 10 way of relationship with other persons. So, this boy used to be dumb and deaf little. So, he can't speak fluently. He went for vacation and the villages will have a wall, the well without wall. So, this guy was running around and fell into that well and died, unfortunately. So when his body was brought, first time, it's reality for me, somebody whom you saw till few days before will not be there with you anymore. I can say in a way he was my first devotee. He used to have a great devotion for me. He is the one who will bring water, flowers, everything for my puja. He had a tremendous love and respect for me. Even though I am younger, to him, he will bring all the things necessary for my puja, help me in puja, assist me. Very religious person. And I used to give him a lot of attention. I am the only person who can play with him or who can entertain him. You see, in all other play, you need to talk, you need to interact, you need to be equal. But my play is sitting with the deities and playing, doing puja. There you don't need to talk much. And only I will be able to accommodate him in my play. Nobody can accommodate. So I used to have a tremendous love for me, and my first assistant, maybe I can say, and a great devotee. Suddenly, he is not there. Apart from my practical problems of who will assist me in my puja and all that, who will fetch me water, who will get me flowers, who will get me sandal paste, then with that only you can do puja. I was thinking, who will do all this work? Such a big shock. The basic understanding that death is inevitable got drilled in me. Actually, I can say, this awakened the sense that I have to be dependent only on me, only on my body and mind for anything I want to do. Society will not be a permanent help. That reality was completely experienced by me. I can say, surely it has awakened a very deep, next level strands of DNA in my body. So, independence. I can say, this was one strong shift in my body. My body has started becoming yogic body. See, my whole idea of depending on somebody was lost. I have to be completely dependent only on the 6 feet frame for anything I have to do. The second death was my grandmother's, my grandfather's elder brother's wife. She lived the ripe age of more than 103. And till the end, very healthy. The funny part in this is, please understand, the most funny part in this is, all these deaths I am describing happened like a process, one by one by one. Now if I look back, it was such a great preparation. How the cosmos was making incarnation. Actually, I myself enjoy that story. I am writing an autobiography, intensely enjoying. Oh God, what a play! What a leela happening. It's such powerful truth, such powerful incidents, played so beautifully, such a coordinated way. The next death, my grandmother's death, that has given me the lesson of society cannot be trusted, and it is not a structure as it is believed by you. Father is not a father, mother is not a mother, uncle is not an uncle, aunt is not aunt. Things can be completely different. See, first time I realized people can talk one thing and think something else. I never understood you can think something and talk something else. First time I realized during my grandmother's death how people behaved. I saw, I just remembered, oh God, this lady to whom she's not giving, but that guy is giving so much. That's one understanding. Second, when the death was declared, I saw all my family people, they were all sitting and they were all very normal, happy, actually waiting for her to die because she had a lot of money, jewelries. Those days, that silver coin, in India we had a habit of silver coin, pre-independence, silver coins. Lot of those coins she had under her bed in a trunk box. So now all these fellows will get a share. But she herself did not have any kids, but her brothers and their kids, many, and finally each one will get one, maybe little. But they were all waiting for their share. They were waiting for her death. The moment she died, I saw these fellows were very cool. They did not cry immediately. They went to their rooms. Each one will be given one own room, usually in the joint families. They all went to their rooms and changed the dress, put on very simple clothes, removed all the costly jewels and put on simple jewels, came and assembled in the hall, center hall, as if like a scene. And the first one say, start, oh, they started crying. It's almost like a Divya Shariri. The moment I say, they start jumping. First time, my idea about society crumbled down. Because one of my uncle was forcing me. I cry. I said, no, I don't feel like crying. He said, no, everybody is coming, cry. I said, no, I won't. Then he slapped me. I just held his hand and said, if you touch me once more, I'll tell everybody what all you guys did in the room. Fighting for our jewels. Then my father intervened and said, you know, this fellow will really tell. Why are you playing with him? Why are you beating him at this moment? He will really sit outside and tell everybody before they come inside. Then they understood the danger. They put me in a room and locked me. They locked that room. I was inside that room. I can say, I cried for maybe half an hour or 1 hour. Then when I just fell, it was a big opening, a kind of a breaking. My whole being settled. My respect for society has disappeared. I was living near a place called Varanasi, one of the sacred pilgrimage center of Hinduism, place called Ghazipur. I was serving a sadhu, old monk, who was very sick. It's a small town, a small hospital, a small ward, some 2-3 steel cot and bed and few old steth and BP machine and a green screen. You can visualize an Indian village hospital, you can imagine. This sadhu whom I was taking care, next bed, the patient was about to die. This old doctor and that old nurse, both of them are trying to revive him, support him. He was, the patient who was dying must be less than 50. So they were trying to help him. But I could see he's already started dying. Please listen. First time I saw death in 4 dimension. I'll describe as much as I can. You have 7 parts in you. Your body with flesh, blood. This is the first part. Second is your breathing. Your breathing, that's the second part. Third, you are thinking. Fourth, you are feeling. Fifth, the area you experience during deep sleep, from where you are experiencing feeling. Understand? First, this flesh, blood. Second, breathing, prana. Third, thinking, mind. Fourth, feeling, emotions. Fifth, the deep sleep state, which is called causal layer, from which all this feeling, thinking, everything happens. Sixth, the soul, your individual soul, consciousness. Seventh is the cosmic soul, Paramatma, Nirvana, enlightenment. All these 7 put together is you. Please listen. If the cosmic soul is an ocean, your private beach is individual soul. Clear? If cosmic soul is ocean, your private beach is individual soul. So you can't say individual soul does not belong to cosmic soul. Your private beach is also ocean. You can't say you are having ocean. It's your private beach. How many of you understand? So all these 7 put together is you. I could see this guy moving from one to another. First, in his body, the heavy pain chemicals are released. How many of you experienced scorpion bite in your life? Scorpion bite. Scorpion bite. Any? Usually, if the scorpion bites in that area, for you not to feel the pain, your body will release the painkillers, anti-pain chemicals. That will only make that whole area swell. Any doctors here? Your body has a natural anesthetic methods. Do you know that? If the pain goes beyond certain limit, your body itself will release automatically painkiller inside, the anesthesia, and you will fall into unconscious state, coma. First, exactly that is what has happened to that guy. There was so much of pain in the body, as if his skin is being peeled. So much painkiller was released inside the system, he fell into coma. Automatically. The moment he fell into coma, all his patterns become alive and vital. It is like 25 kids are in the house and parents are not there. What will happen to that house? 25 violent, wild kids and parents are not there in the house. That is the way, if your consciousness is missing, and that is the way your patterns behave. Even while the kids behave, your consciousness is like a father. Your patterns are all kids. When your consciousness is not there, when you become unconscious, coma stage, patterns just make ruckus. I could see his unconscious soul was kicked like a football. Imagine in this house, in this room, one football is there and 25 football players are there. If all of them kick at that ball, what happens? So all his desire patterns are kicking at him. The ball is flying from one corner to another corner is soul, unconscious soul, which is in coma. All your patterns have a deep vengeance on your soul, your consciousness. Please listen. Please listen. I could see in that person all the desire patterns are kicking him, asking, I told you fellow, I want to live, I want to live, I want to live. You did not fulfill me, complete me. Desire is nothing but the commitments you gave it to you. Understand? The commitments you gave it to you, all stands there and questions you. Why you did not fulfill me? Honor me. Then somehow that soul jumps to the next level. Next level, all the guilt, inauthenticity comes up. And say, I told you we should have lived like that, like that. Why did you do this, do this? The first, the lack of integrity patterns are kicking you. Desire. Next, inauthenticity. The guilt patterns. I can say this is the space when the individual soul feels hell. So individual soul experiences hell. Getting it? Hell is not actually separate. Geographical, it is psychological. And then soul moves to next. All the pains you experienced in your life, your irresponsibility patterns, that comes up and shatters, beats the soul which is already unconscious. Then it finally goes and falls into that deep sleep layer. From there, it doesn't move further. It immediately goes and takes next body in that unconsciousness itself. So that is why you do not know what kind of house, parents you are choosing. You just close your eyes and walk. After entering only you open your eyes and see, oh God, I thought I am coming to the cinema theater. Now only I understood. I came to the garbage tank. Oh, you are a garbage can. I thought you are a Pizza Hut. After you enter into the garbage tank, garbage lorry, you say, I thought I am in the Pizza Hut. But now you cannot change. You have taken already one more body. Exactly this is what happens while you die. Please understand, I am giving you the visual description of what happens. You do not touch your individual soul or cosmic soul, your individuality, without even touching your individual soul or the cosmic soul consciously, takes another one birth. It is like you are dreaming, without even waking up, you fall asleep and again dream. Again fall asleep, again dream. You never come to waking state. How many of you understand? That's the way body is assumed. This is the third death I saw in my life. In Bangalore, I was giving a satsang on Ashtavakra Mahagita. I received the information my father passed away, massive cardiac arrest, and he passed away. My mother was in the satsang. So I continued the satsang, and after the satsang, after darshan, when I got into my car, called the mother and made her sit in my car, and she's a village lady. First time in her life, she is leaving my father alone and coming and staying somewhere outside in her 27 years of marriage. And he passed away. I don't know how many of you will believe. I lived there with them 17 years. I never saw them even once arguing with each other. I'm sure they would have had difference of opinion, arguments, because they are human beings. Even Mahadeva and Sati had argument. What about, come on, even he had marital problems. So, no, I'm not saying they would not have had, but at least they managed such a way that never in front of us, never in front of kids, I've seen them raising their voice or arguing. Very happily they lived. So she's sitting next to me, and I'll tell you exactly just few words I told her. First word I said, Ma, I think father is not feeling well, he is in serious condition. She just looked into my eyes. Next statement I said, I think he is dead. She looked into my eyes. Third statement I said, please understand, I'm talking to my mother inside the car where nobody is there. It's a complete private conversation. I told her, you know, I can bring him back. Do you want? That's all I asked. You know, I can bring him back. Do you want? The statement she made, I tell you with all my integrity, Swamiji, that is between you and his soul. I will not interfere. That is between. Just now she received the news, and she knows I can bring him back. She's a village lady. She did not have time to think and answer. Spontaneous, straight answer. I know how dependent she is on him. She said, in Tamil she said, Swami, அது நீங்களும் அவரும் முடிவு பண்ணணும், நான் தலையிடக்கூடாது சாமி. I just hugged her and said, that's why I chose you as my mother. There are many moments you are proud of me, now I am proud of you, I told her. There are many moments you are proud of me, having son like whatever. I said, now I am proud of you. I told her in Tamil. பல நேரத்தில் நீ பெருமைப்பட்டிருப்ப, இப்போ எனக்கு பெருமையா இருக்குமா? Understand with mother. In the moment where my father is dead, you can't expect me to lie or give a false hope. All of you understand? With that integrity, I am talking to all of you now. The integrity with which I was talking to my mother when my father is dead. I told her, all right, I'll relate with him and then decide. Anyhow, he wanted to rest, he wanted to relax. He said, what more? Just. Fifth death is in Bangalore. See, after my own death experience, I came to Central India. In the Central India, I realized my incarnationhood. In 2000, then 2001, I came and settled down in Tamil Nadu. And 2002, I came to Karnataka. 3, I started this Sangha organization. In 2002 end, or I can say 2003 beginning, I think. In Bangalore, I was attending a patient, one of our devotee. To heal, I went to hospital. In the hospital, the next bed patient was dying. That time I watched. The patient was dying without any pain, like a knife in the butter. He was very smoothly leaving the body and disappeared into the ocean, enlightened. I was shocked when I investigated. I did not see any special reason why this guy became enlightened, because he was not a meditator, he was not a religious guy, no guru. I was wondering how come he became enlightened. When I contemplated, I realized he was dying in the presence of an incarnation. So naturally, my presence has contributed for his peaceful passing away. Then I meditated, how can I give this help to people? If there is any way I can help people to have this peaceful death, an enlightenment while you leave the body, that will be the greatest service. For my contemplation and meditation, the answer I received is the program you are going to do for next 3 days. The process of death, going through all your patterns and experiencing the ultimate restful awareness.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om.
Yes, so now let's prepare ourselves. We're going to move on to the next session. Completion with the fear of death. I can see a participant has put a message. Is the death process also parts of today's program in level 2? In the level 3 program, we'll be having the death process as well. You can go through the death process and be directly conducted by the Supreme Court of Hinduism directly. So why are we afraid of death? We are afraid of death because instinctively we resist change, and death is an abrupt change in our life. We are afraid because we do not know who we are. The fear of death is just the fear of continuity or discontinuity. We are afraid about what is next. The right understanding about death. The death as you think has no significance at all. The beauty of death is it cleans all our memories. Death is the best blessings for human beings. It is just like body changes. So now let's take a moment to listen again from the Supreme Court of Hinduism on the very subject of death, how to overcome death. And we're going to be entering into the internalization exercise as well.
Oneness is the cosmic currency. That is the principle on which the whole spindle, where these 14 universes are placed, works. Understand? If you are habituated to think from oneness, cognize from oneness, you will not feel any shock. You will not feel something new when you go to the... See, death fear is nothing but you don't know what will be the next. Nobody will be afraid of death if you know the clear flight ticket and the video of where you are going to land and your room number. If all the bookings are done, if everything is ready, if you are sure about where you are going to go, will you be afraid? No. It is actually the fear of unknown, is the death fear, not anything else. It's a fear of unknown, fear of losing the known and not knowing the future. That is where the whole thing is. And I tell you, when you start building this cosmic currency in your muscle memory and biomemory, suddenly you will see clearly where you are going to go. And there also the same tattva, same principle is only working, operating. So you will be so clear that your room is booked, flight is booked, everything is reserved, and you will know how you are going to function, how you are going to proceed, how you are going to move, what is the principles with which things move. So it's time to work on death. Fear and death. Please understand, the whole IA, the first 7 days will be taking you high, high, high. And then this completion with others and this death process, that is where really you get beaten. Means literally the tumor gets pulled out now only. But if you have crossed these two processes, one more layer of DNA will be awakened in you. It's a very intense, powerful process. I had my own death experience in Manikarnika Ghat here only in 1999. 1999 it was, I think, October end, November beginning. That was the time. No, I don't know exact date. Maybe that year if we trace the Amavasya, I can tell. It was the day I closed my eyes was the third Tithi. Dritya. Layer by layer, we are going to work on each fear first. Fear. Only after the death process, your Kundalini will settle down in third eye very stably. Whenever you want, you will be able to use it. It's literally like a rebirth. And one more thing, when you see dead body burning, your bio-memory will lose the fear of all fears and the fear of death. Whether you have fear or don't have fear, is it going to delay your death? And you are not going to commit suicide just because you don't have fear of death. All right, I'll remove all the fear. Tomorrow are you going to commit suicide? No. So the fear, having fear is not going to delay your death. Not having fear is not going to encourage you to commit suicide. Then why should we have fear? To struggle with. Yes, this is the place where we are going to be. Now this is the place where I had my death experience. Two and a half days I was sitting there without 1, 2, 3 food, no sleep, then experienced death. Go ahead with your questions.
Yes. How about those of us who have not successfully read anything yet?
Don't worry. For you also there is a lot of time. Today let's pull out. See, death experience will pull out the patterns like a tar. Have you seen this tar with which
Yes.
they make road in
Yes.
in India? I think this much tar is stuck in your head, so it will pull the whole thing. This last 10 days we were removing it with a earbud. That much only was coming out. Now it will just heat it up and take the whole thing out. Because end of the day, all patterns boil down to fear of your death and your near and dear one's death.
Yes.
Understand?
Yes.
Listen, all patterns boil down to fear of your death or your near and dear one's death. So when we directly face that patterns and complete. So are you all having the worksheet in your hand? We are going to work step by step on the fear, then death fear. How many of you have body pain? Body pain. Completion with others always brings body pain. Only then you are doing it properly. Otherwise you are not doing it properly. always completion with others will bring body pain, which something like suddenly erupted out. Day before yesterday we started working with completion with others. Means that pulling out that hatred, violence. So yesterday whole day we did on completion with others only. Body pain is one of the symptom when that process happens. All size, shape today you will see burning. I think night they burn more because all the waiting list. Say, here no morning. So all the relatives will bring the body. Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai they will bring. They will dip it in Ganga 5 times and hand over to the Dome Raja and go away. So Dome Raja, he keeps the whole thing pending. Whichever relatives themselves stand and burn and go, that is burnt in the daytime. But all this which is handed over to Dome Raja, like orphan bodies or even the poor people, they don't want to wait, it is getting too late for them to go back. They hand over to the Dome Raja with a full coconut. They will hand over. All that pending list will be done now only. Waiting list in the night only. So I think usually night they burn more. From my experience, I have spent at least 6 months in that cremation ground. Bit, more than 6 months, not straight. Sometimes 1 month, sometimes 20 days, like that. But at least 6 months I have spent. Yes, Manikarnika only, just in Manikarnika. At different times. Actually, you guys, if you understand to sit with it, suddenly you will see so much of clarity. Wow! What for we are actually messing with life and nature for stupid things without even knowing what we want. And actually what I am uttering is too small word. So much of clarity will start happening in your biomemory. You will just know, hey, this is going to be burnt just like this. Present, future. You will just see so clearly, your biomemory will just start relaxing. Just start relaxing. So much of patterns will become irrelevant. So much will become irrelevant. Whether it's our Nirvani Akada or the Agori, Vaishnavite, Buddhists, Bairagis. You see, in Kashi, there are 200 Sampradayas having their headquarters. All 200 Sampradaya, the moment they give the Diksha, they will ask you to go and sit in the Manikarnika for 3 months. Because that will give you so much of lessons. So much of lessons. See, you never want to face the most certain thing in your life. What is the most certain thing in your life? Anything can, may not, but this one only. But you never want to see that. You never want to face it. You think, oh, we have eternity. No, everyone will die, not me. And even if I die, that is going to be like a lot of time is there. We think lot of time, and by the time we raise the hand, top. No, really. And even though we are laughing, inside it's frightening. And we don't want to see that. We think, oh God, what is this? We thought He will give us bliss and peace and we came here. But I tell you, I'll give you the bliss and peace which is permanent in you, which nobody else can take it away. Nobody can take it away. So for that you need to see the reality of your life. Understand? All this power, money, everything is great as long as they are utility. But they can't become the purpose of your existence. Then you are corrupt in your very cognition, in your very DNA. Currency cannot become part of your DNA. It can be part of your purse. Property cannot become part of your DNA. It can be as a part of your home. We have allowed things too much inside. We have taken things too personally. That distance will start happening only when you see the ultimate reality. Yes. Lot of lessons, the strong truths will casually become your understanding if you sit with in cremation ground where thousands of bodies are getting burnt continuously. Every day average 500 bodies are burnt here.
Nithyananda Swamiji, recently I read an article about the people of Bhutan who are considered some of the most happy people in the world, and they're encouraged to think about their own death on a daily basis. It's part of their daily routine.
In Buddhism, every night you are supposed to meditate on your death.
So are they doing a completion process daily?
It is like a different way of completion.
Thank you, Swamiji.
In the completion which I am teaching you guys is from Hindu tradition, the Shaivite tradition, Mahadeva's teaching. Shiva himself teaches this technique, but the technique which you are talking, contemplating on the death, is from Buddhist tradition, what Bhutanese are practicing. And in Agama also Mahadeva talks about death elaborately and gives more than 10 meditation techniques related to death. Today you will be going through that process.
If the very tenet of Hinduism is life after life after life, then why is fear, why is leaving the body so...
That is what. Because you don't understand the tenet as an experience. If you understand that as your experience, you will not have fear.
So even though you mentally believe that you will be born
Not
again...
to me, for a normal person.
Right. A normal person, right. Okay.
So they mentally understand, but they have not experienced it, so the fear is there in biomemory. But when the biomemory itself understands, then they know, wow, so much time is there in front, nothing to worry. Sometimes the fear is due to discontinuity. You do not know the stopgap time, what you will be, where you will be.
Right. I never had a fear of death, ever. How I die is I'm uncomfortable with. But so I wonder, going to the crematorium, whether, well, I take it that there will be growth for me, even though I'm not fearful of death.
All right. Go through this process. If you feel that it will help you, come. There is so much to be done today.
Yes.
By the end of the session, let's see whether you want to come or not.
I do want to come. I do.
Thought I have all the time in my mind is that after I die, what will happen to my loved ones? So based on that, I have a lot of financial insecurity.
I tell you, before you came, world was functioning. What was your date of birth? June 13th, world was functioning now?
Yes.
So after you die, world is going to function?
Yes. But over the years, I've taken a lot of responsibility over a lot of things in the family, and so I have this thing that,
So you think without
stability.
you, things won't run?
I'm sure
How many people would have thought like this? Tell me.
I don't know.
And all of them left,
Yeah.
is it not?
Yeah.
Some even suddenly.
Yes.
After that, things did not move.
Yes.
We are all fitting into some roles. We are not beings, understand? We are all roles. Once you fall, you don't play that role. Somebody else will be playing that role.
Okay.
We feel so disrespected to see this truth. That is why we don't want to believe this truth. So we say, no, 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 no. How can anybody else fit into my role? How great I am. No, 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 that cannot be.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay. Thank you.
Ultimately, only an enlightened person is a being. Everyone else is a role.
Got it.
Understand?
Deity side, Swamiji.
It's a role.
Yes.
Here. I have two fears around death.
I know. Please understand, when I am talking about death, it will feel like I am disrespecting you guys. I am not disrespecting, I am just stating the fact. Don't be hurt. But even if you are hurt, what I am saying is truth. Don't be hurt is my request. But even if you are hurt, what I am saying is the truth. I am just talking the straight truth. So, sometimes we do need to look into our person, ready to see the wound and the pus which is inside. You can't hide it and go on living forever and ever and ever. Death directly exposes you to you, your instabilities. Actually, death also makes you understand how insignificant your hormonal decisions are. See, like when your bladder is full during the sleep, the filled bladder will create a restroom and make you do the act. Then you will wake up and you will see whole restroom of imagination. How did that imagination come? The filled bladder is capable of creating a particular imagination and situation required for you to feel relieved. Same way, when your body is filled with the hormone, the words you utter, the situations you create, the whole thing, you are just capable of creating the things for your hormones to get released. The death, facing the death, will give you the deeper understanding how insignificant hormones hijacks your life. And you create the restroom, and then when you wake up, suddenly you feel cheated. Death will teach you. Nobody cheats you. Death will teach you. Nobody cheats you. It's our decisions. At least once in the lifetime, you should face it. Today you have opportunity. I'm going to make you guys face it. Yes, go ahead.
I have two questions, I guess. The first one, when I think about dying and reincarnating, the idea of reincarnating in a worse life than I have now scares me. Does that come from...
Actually, usually you don't go lower.
Okay, that's good. And the other...
Only like a rare fellows, for only those kind of people go lower, which is a very insignificant percentage. A person who kills left and right human beings, only they go into the lower, others don't go into lower.
Okay, the other concept that, if I try and think about it too hard, really scares me, is because I can't wrap my mind around it, is the idea of infinity. Like, the idea of...
You don't have to think, you can't grasp, unless your brain grows that subtle grooves which gets awakened by Kundalini. Once the Kundalini gets awakened, then God, the word will become so real for you, the I word will become empty for you. See, when I utter God, it has so much meaning for me. When I utter the word I, it has no meaning other than the word I am uttering. For you, when you utter the word I, it has so much meaning for you. When you utter the word God, it is just emptiness. So the shift will happen when the Kundalini reaches Sahasrara.
Okay, cool.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे.
Let's enter into the next sutra. Focus on fire rising through your form from the toes up until the body burns to ashes, but not you. This is again one of my favorite technique, because one of my predecessor, Ramana Maharshi, became enlightened through this technique. Let me describe Ramana Maharshi's experience in his own words. Then you can understand this technique. He says, around the age of 16, suddenly one day, very strong feeling or the fear of death started happening in him. A 16-year-old boy, fear of death means first thing what we would have done, hey, call doctor, we would have shouted 911, this, that, everything. Of course, fortunately in India, no 911 and nothing can be called. And he was not even bothered or perturbed. He did not even bother about calling or telling the family or even the relatives who are there in the same house. He was in Madurai at that time. Just he stretched his body straight and decided to go through the experience. He just lie down like a dead body and started seeing what is going on inside. Understand? A very courageous decision. Very courageous decision. He says beautifully, I saw very clearly I was dying. Step by step, slowly the body died. Suddenly I remembered, yes, only body is dead. I am alive. I exist still. I am there. And he says in the experience he saw very clearly as if his body being carried, burnt, reduced to ashes. Everything happened. In few chana, few seconds, everything happened. But suddenly he says something opened, clicked. Yes, body has disappeared. I died. It is burnt. Everything is over. But I exist. I exist. I am not dead. This was such a strong experience. Bhagavan says, once for all, the death fear left me. The fear of death has left me. And that experience, I exist, stayed forever. Once for all. Understand? In half an hour you can become enlightened. That is what Bhagavan is saying by expressing this. All it takes is half an hour. Logical mind, an ordinary mind, very difficult for the mind to understand. How can just one simple experience give so much of clarity and courage? An experience transform the whole life. He says within that after that experience happened, within few days he left the house all alone and travelled and came and settled in Arunachala and never left the Arunachala after that. Maybe Ramana Maharshi would have practiced this technique for many janmas before that birth. Whatever he practiced, that experience only just automatically opened up. Opened up and pulled him inside and gave the truth. Let me repeat the sutra and we will try to understand. Focus on fire rising through your form from the toes up until the body burns to ashes but not you. It's very, I can say practically all mystical tradition in the planet Earth use this technique, including Christianity and Sufism. Even in Christianity they use this technique. In many Catholic monasteries and nunneries they use this technique. I read the other day one of the esoteric Christian groups, spiritual groups, not the social group, but spiritual group, who are fully engaged in transforming them and enlightenment science. Spiritual group. They say that they are nuns. Every day they will lie down inside the coffin before sleeping for 2 hours. Of course, open coffin, not closed. They will lie down and meditate that they are dead. In Sufism, they dig a pit and lie down in that and meditate. Of course, in Vedanta, this is one of the, I can say that most used technique in Vedanta for enlightenment is this death meditation. Kathopanishad describes this technique wonderfully. Most used technique in Vedanta. Everybody before taking sannyas has to go through this technique. Has to go through this technique. And in Buddhism, anybody who is initiated into sannyas, first thing he has to do is he has to go and sit in the graveyard for 3 months and see continuously dead bodies being burnt and visualize that he is also being burnt. If you have that much courage, it's good. You can go and sit in graveyard and see the dead bodies being burnt every day. Of course, unfortunately here in this country you can't see. It's all electrical. In India you can see it's a open burning. Natural process. They will arrange the wood and put the body and burn. I have seen, I myself personally had this experience in Varanasi. Let me describe this sutra, then I will add my personal experience. Focus on fire rising through your form from the toes up until the body burns to ashes, but not you. Mahadeva says, visualize the fire rising out of your body slowly, step by step, step by step. Let your form be burnt. He is saying beautifully, let your form be burnt. Let your body turn into ashes, but not you. Let me describe exactly what happened with me when I had experience with this technique. I always used to think I should have the experience of death or face death directly, face to face. But somehow that thought never became a priority. See, any thought has to become priority. Only then experience can happen. If it is just in corner of one mind like 100 work, it should become priority in your laundry list. Not last. It should become priority. Usually in our laundry list, washing, cleaning and cleaning the house and paying the rent and phone bill. If time permits, enlightenment also. If time permits, meditation also. That's all. But here, that way things will not work. Only when it becomes top priority, when urge becomes urgent, things starts transforming in you. Otherwise it is okay, but nothing much can be done. One small story, one guy goes to the doctor and says, "Doctor, I tried to commit suicide by taking 1,000 aspirins." Doctor asks, "What happened?" He says, no, after 2 I felt better, I stopped. So, you may feel better after 2 aspirins, if it is in your laundry list. But only if it is in top priority, experience can be achieved. So it was not in my top priority. Somehow it was getting postponed. When I went to Varanasi, Varanasi is the holy city for Hindus, largest floating populated city, floating population. 300,000 people per day enter and go out. Such huge floating population per day average. That is the amazing thing. And per day, 300 people are burnt in one place. 300 dead bodies are burnt in one place. Manikarnika Ghat, they call it Manikarnika Ghat, where traditionally it is believed if you leave the body, or if somebody dies in that area, or if somebody's body is burnt in that area, they will be liberated. They will have direct enlightenment. Not only it is traditional belief, Ramakrishna confirms it from his own experience. He says that I saw very clearly Shiva, Mahadeva himself going near every pyre and taking that soul, unclutching it from the body, mind and liberating. He says, I saw it with my own experience. So, you can't say it's a mythological belief. It's a solid experience. I had the fortune of going to the Ghat. Understand, traditionally, not only it is believed, it is true, for last 2000 years, the fire has never been put off. Whether it rains or shines, flood or whatever it is, they will not bring fire when they come to the Manikarnika Ghat with a dead body. From the fire will be taken and lit. It's a Akanda Smashana, means unbroken fire. Means day and night bodies will be getting supplied. I saw sometime they do bunker cart system, 2-3 bodies at a time. Because so much bodies are coming. I don't know from where people are dying so much. Because if you sit half an hour, something like a 200 bodies comes. And especially in the evenings. Because from around the place, whoever dies, they will start walking from their place carrying the body. Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, that is the mantra they will chant. And walk. By the time it becomes evening, they will reach the Manikarnika. Totally per day average 300 bodies are burnt. Only in the evening 200 bodies will be there. Because evening only they will all reach the Manikarnika. Whatever is said and done, I cannot describe experience verbally. Only you have to see there to have that experience. To tell you honestly, the fear of death just disappeared. When you see so many bodies, arey, what is there? Like this only I am also going to go, okay. You feel there is so many people giving company. You don't feel lonely about death. You feel it's like one more trip. Arey, so many people are there. Chala, it's okay. And this is what is going to happen. See, if you see one body being burnt rarely once in a while, you will have that fear. There you will see unimaginable. And no ritual, nothing. They will bring the body, straight they will dip in Ganga. 3 times, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, Ram Nam Satya Hai, over. Means Rama's name is the ultimate truth. Rama's name is the only eternal truth. Rama's name is the only eternal truth. They will remember this 3 times, put the body into the water, just bring it out and keep. By the time the pyre will be ready, the wood will be arranged, ready. Actually, they continuously keep on arranging. Even if bodies are not coming, they are keeping on continuously arranging. I asked them, why do you guys arrange continuously? You don't know, Swamiji, in half an hour, 200 will come. They have accounts as if they know for sure. And the bodies come and it's arranged. They give like a token based on the entry. The moment body enters, they will give the token. And another funny thing, no relatives stay there and do any ritual. The moment they do the Ram Nam Satya, dip 3 times to the Ganga and throw the body there and go away, that's all. Because the people who are there, the maintaining, they will take care, and you don't know how long it will take the body which you brought, your friend or relative's body, to be put in the fire. It's in the queue system. Continuously it's going on. All I did, let me try to sit here and see what goes on. And I sat. Just in half an hour, 1 hour, the death is no more a strange incident which happens once in a while for some relative or friend. It became like okay, next, that's all. Next, that's all. All size, all gender, all age, all kinds, all color, all community, all religion also. Anyhow, these guys are seekers. So even they bring the bodies. Even their bodies are brought. All kinds. When continuously you see this happening, you actually lose respect for death. Now you have too much respect, too much of ideas about it. Array, it is nothing. The breath which went inside did not come out, that's all. And chalo, the people who are sitting waiting for the property are enjoying, over. That's all. What is there? And nothing much. Neither anything can be done about it, nor anything can be repented. Now, what is there? Over. Neither you can fast forward, nor you can rewind. Over. And when I saw that bodies being burnt continuously, initially the little fear which was there disappeared. And slowly, not only fear, it became interest. I started going near and started helping them. Helping them. Then, slowly I started thinking, after all, this body is also going to become like this. Yes, over. When you remember that death is going to happen to you, the respect which you carry for your ego will come down. Because whatever you think should not leave you is ego. When you know for sure everything is going to leave you, then the respect for ego just drastically drops. And especially, I'm a kind of a too sharp, straightforward guy. So straight away the respect for ego dropped. Then I decided, after all, I'm going to die. Either I should have a death experience now itself and live without the death fear, or die and see. That's all. But I have to see the death. There is a small Shiva temple in one corner and a small tower above the temple. I went and sat in that tower so that nobody will disturb me. In one corner I sat. If you see in the biography souvenir, you will see the photograph where I had the death experience. I sat there. From there I started seeing the dead bodies being burnt. Still I remember the strong click was when an elderly lady's body was being burnt. I saw her, she had a big belly. The cloth burnt and the fat which was there in the belly started burning and melting and flowing. Sorry for describing too vividly. I could see very clearly because the cloth got burnt, the body is there, and the fat is burning and melting and flowing. Because the fat is flowing, the fire is still burning with a full speed. That gave a very strong click into me and said, oh God, yes, same way it is going to burn. And same thing is going to happen to this body also. Let it happen. That click opened up a deep fear of death. And that fear, when it spread all over the body, when I faced it consciously, I could see very clearly that fear spreading all over the body. When the fear met my awareness, hit my awareness, that became death experience. Understand? Whenever your fear is suppressed, it stays inside you as a suppressed fear. Whenever it comes out and you are not consciously facing it, it becomes a fear stroke and shakes your whole nervous system and breaks it down. If it is faced consciously, it becomes death experience. The fear, death fear, if you just escape, run away, when that fear happens, it becomes death. When you face it consciously, it becomes death experience. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression. Death fear plus unconscious is nervous breakdown. Death fear plus conscious is death experience. Understand? I have given a clear explanation, clear equation. Death fear plus subconscious is suppression, perversion. Death fear plus unconscious means you don't suppress, but neither you face. You just get shaken, frightened. Fear stroke, nervous breakdown. Death fear, conscious awareness is death experience. I was able to see very clearly the fear which rose when I faced it consciously with awareness became death experience. Means I saw clearly the body is dead. It's not moving. 2.5 days, no food, no water, no thought, no question, no doubt, body was there. Only after the experience I realized 2.5 days passed. It was there. I could see with closed eyes, the body is dead and there is no movement. Suddenly, after 2.5 days, the click happened. God, body is dead, but I exist still. I am there. That clarity, that click, when it clicked, it became such an intense ecstasy. The fear of death left once for all. And it has become such a deep ecstasy, such a joy, such bliss. And slowly opened the eyes. I was able to move the body. First thing I felt was such a deep ecstasy and gratitude. I went down to the Ganga. It was just a few feet. Sprinkled little Ganga water, took the Ganga water in Kamandalu, little ash from the pyre, straight went to Vishwanatha and put that ash and did the puja. That was the first thing. It was such a deep gratitude. I saw Vishwanatha was alive. Understand? Because I died, Vishwanatha became alive. Till the day before, Because I was alive, Vishwanatha was always dead stone. Because I was alive, Vishwanatha was just dead stone. Because I died, Vishwanatha is the Shiva in Varanasi, the Shivalinga. I always felt to touch this stone, 300,000 people are coming every day. What foolishness! And one more funny thing, when you can touch the deity by yourself, you lose respect. In South India, you can't touch. In North India, you can touch by yourself. And the Vishwanatha, you can touch and play with yourself, everything. And naturally, you will feel, what is this? Just to touch this stone, people are coming from all the way. I always felt it was a stone. Because I was alive. When I died, I saw clearly, he is alive. Only one can be alive, either him or you. When you see the truth, he will become alive. We will not be anymore alive as we think. And the fear of death left once for all. I can say this is one of the very strong experience transformed me towards my enlightenment, towards the spiritual ultimate truth. That click is what I call Satori, the enlightenment experience. Let you achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Shivoham, Shivoham, Shiva Swarupam.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. Visitors, viewers sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and in Nithyananda Sabha in Haridwar here. Internet is down, so two-way video conferencing is down. When it comes, people who are sitting on the Nayana Diksha also, I welcome all of you in advance. Today, I'll expand on death. Today, on the 9th day of the inner awakening, we are going to work on death. Listen. From the right context and understanding, there is no such thing as death. When there is a wrong context, every moment you will be dying. Please understand. When there is a right context, even what you think as the so-called death is not death. With a wrong understanding and wrong context, every moment, even a small ant. Sometimes you don't even need to see the ant. Just the thought, will this roof fall on my head? Is enough to put you into a panic attack. Just a small jolt in the flight is enough. Sometimes it is not even required, just your thought, a jolt in your thinking is enough to put you in the fear of death and make you go through death. First thing you need to know about it, first thing you need to know about death is the actual happening has no significance at all. Imagination about the happening plays all the chaos, havoc in your life. Please listen. Actual happening has no significance at all. When I make this statement, I am responsible for it. Please listen. With all my integrity and authenticity to Mahakala, Kala Bhairava, I am making this statement. Actual incident, what you think as death at one day, you will suddenly disappear. Your body will be taken and burnt or cremated or buried, disposed. After that you won't exist in the form you are existing now. That is what is actual incident. You call it as death. It has no significance. Please understand. It is nothing but a job change, profession change or career change. It has no significance. Just like you change your jobs, change your career, change your profession, sometimes change the city you are living in, sometimes change your spouse, sometimes change your house, you just change your body. I know. Immediately you say, no, that means too much. Listen. Please listen. The incident really has no significance at all. Changing your body happens so regularly in your life, it has no significance. Just today morning when we were walking towards satsang, I was with one of my Gurukul kid who was in the Gurukul. None of my Mahants and Sri Mahants are able to recognize him because he has grown so tall. They were trying to identify who he is. And when I explained, they understood. Understand, body changing has no significance. It is regular phenomena. Then what is that? That makes death so frightening, fearful. Listen. It is cleaning of all the memory. Please listen. There is only one thing in the death actually happening which you are not seeing during the life. That is you forgetting the whole memory. Cleaning of all memories. But I tell you, that is the beauty of death. Never try to demystify that. Because just like once in a while you need stomach cleansing, stomach washing, once in a while you need all the memories getting cleansed. You get the fresh slate. You get the fresh life. You get the fresh energy. You get the fresh space. Actually, one of the most powerful blessing from Mahadeva, Mahakala is helping you to forget all those incompletions, the pain and giving you the new possibility. But unfortunately, some of the greatest blessings you make it as a worst curse by getting frightened about it, by not having the right understanding about it, by not having the right intelligence about it. Understand, some of the greatest blessings, when the understanding is not there, can be turned into frightening curse. That is really, I can say that fear of death is the height of the human stupidity. Human beings have done so many stupid things. One, cleaning up these jungles, abusing the planet Earth by drilling and fracking, abusing the natural life. Even the word natural resources is completely wrong. Nothing is a resource in the planet Earth. Everything is life. You have no right to suck other lives. Vacating so many species, driving them out of planet Earth by killing, eating, or makeup for various reasons. Human beings have done so many stupid things. But the height of the human stupidity is taking something as a curse, which is one of the greatest blessing. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi and asks, Bhagavan, can you help me to get my past life memory? He laughs and says, stupid fellow, even this life memory you are not able to handle. You are in search of peace. How will you handle past life memory? No master can be compared to the rawness of Ramana Maharshi. He was born as a village boy from Tamil Nadu, and he lived throughout as a village boy of Tamil Nadu, and he died as a village boy from Tamil Nadu. His originality and rawness. Even Ramakrishna had little exposure towards the city lifestyle, West, because he was in Calcutta. He had access to those days media, Brahma Samaj, those days huge organizations, successful preaching organizations, their magazines. Ramakrishna had access to all that. But Ramana Maharshi never moved out of that small village. Which had only population of only in few thousand. Maybe 3,000 to 4,000. Understand, handling of memories. It's one of the most difficult things human beings can do. Handling incompletions. When your body and mind is completely tired, sick, stuck, unable to handle any more thoughts, incompletions, Mahadeva just gives you the boon of rebooting. Come on, erase everything, delete. He presses that great delete button. in your life and reboots and gives you the clean slate, new life, new possibility. It is nothing but the possibility for rewriting your future. The inner awakening given to you by Mahadeva directly is death. Death is the most powerful experiential inner awakening Mahadeva provides. It is so unfortunate. One of the biggest blessing human beings think as a curse or a situation they need to handle. Please understand. Before he takes away water jug from your house, he brings Ganga to your house. Before he takes away tube light from your house, he brings Chandra to your house. He is the greatest caretaker during your transition, so don't worry. No other caretaker can be equivalent to him. That is why he lives in Smashana, just to tell you, he is the caretaker for you. He is the caretaker for everyone. He is the greatest caretaker attending to all the beings in the transition. Actually, if you leave $1 million wealth and die, don't worry, you will just be born in a family where you have at least $1 million worth. If you leave certain amount of completion and incompletion and die, when you are born, you will have the same amount of completion and incompletion. If you leave with the great knowledge of painting, don't worry, the moment you are born, simply you will pick up brush and start painting. You will have that intelligence as it is made available to you. If you had the intelligence of a great singing and you die, the moment you take birth, that whole memory will be available to you. In 3 months you will start singing. At the age of 2 I started giving discourses. No, really. I started giving satsang before even the age of 3. The Ganesha deity was given to me by my father, because I narrated the whole story of Shiva and Ganesha. When my grandfather took me to the temple, I heard some preachers and priests
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
He removed all the vignas. Before the age of 3, I started giving satsangs. Understand? Now I am revealing you one of the important truth. Never I read any great Puranas. Simply I will start narrating the story. Later on when I get the chance to read the book, it will be exactly right. Whether it is stories of temples or Puranas, simply I will start telling the story. Later on when I get a chance to read the book, when I read, it will exactly be the same, verbatim. Understand, I tell you. If you had so much of intelligence to write a book and great knowledge about yoga or the ability to sculpt and you die, when you take birth, the whole thing will be there as it is for you available. Just all the incompletions will be pushed back. You will be given a fresh possibility to rewrite your future. Incompletions has to be completed only by you, no doubt. But they will be pushed back and you will be given a new possibility to rewrite your future as you want. I tell you, nothing will be lost. Nothing is lost. Just fresh body, fresh mind, fresh few years for you to live. Death is just body change. Sometimes it does not even affect you like a career change or nation change or spouse change. If you have changed any one of this in your life, your profession, career, spouse, or the nation where you live, the family, if you have changed any one of this in your life while living and handled it, don't worry, death is nothing for you. I give you the guarantee. If you have done any one of this major change and were able to handle that pressure, that stress and that change, you are already prepared for death. Death will be much smaller change than any one of this change. You don't have to worry at all. I am not giving you consolation and I am not the guy who consoles. That's the last thing you will expect from me. Consoling is the word, does not exist in my dictionary. Straight truth. Somebody came and told me, I feel like dying. Please bless me for the natural exit. I said, wait and finish all these works, I will tell you. When time comes, even if you don't want, we will push you out, don't worry. And the poor fellow would have expected really some consolation. Thinking, oh, why do you feel like that? You should not be feeling like that and all that. Consolation is one you can never expect from Mahakala. If I don't scream at you, understand that is the consolation. If you don't get a third eye opened at you, take that as a consolation. No other consolation is ever possible from Mahadeva, from Mahakala. Consolation is the stupidity in its peak form. What is the meaning of the consolation? Making you forget the stark reality and pushing you back into your cozy, comfortable, small net where you can be just having a carrot in the mouth. And thinking all is well when the whole forest is burning. Much. With your carrot and little goose and beetroot, you will live like a rabbit in the rabbit hole. And you will also, oh, you are so cute, you are so nice. Yes, please have one more carrot and go and be in that hole. That is what is consolation. You can never expect that from Mahadeva. If If you are having 2 carrots in both the hands and a rabbit, he will just snatch both and throw it away and show you. Look around. The whole forest is burning. What do you mean by sitting inside and having a carrot and biting? You will become a carrot pachdi. You and carrot both will be cooked. It will become a mixture. Rabbit carrot pachdi. Enough of you, your carrot rabbit hole. Save yourself. You can never expect consolation from Mahadeva. Please understand. But you can expect compassion only from Mahadeva. Nowhere else. Consolation is the support given to your powerlessness. Compassion is the support given to your powerfulness. You can expect, demand all the support for your powerfulness, and Mahadeva will always do it, never miss. It is your right, it is his responsibility. But you can never have one word of consolation. Means strengthening your powerlessness. No. No. Be very clear. If you have changed your job, if you have changed your spouse, if you have changed your house, if you have changed your nationality and withstood that change, be very clear, rest assured. You are prepared enough to have a change of body. Death is not at all going to be an incident in your life. It is just going to be a passing moment in your life. The essence of today's satsang, death has no significance. If you know how to use that moment to be free once for all, you are the most intelligent person. You are the most intelligent person. I have seen in the schools, when the classroom doors are open for a teacher to enter, some of these small kids will just run between the legs of the teacher and run away. Just like kids run away, escape when the teachers open the door to enter into the classroom. During the death, Mahakala enters in your life to remove the life. You can use that gap to escape once for all into liberation. See, for death to happen, you need just 2 things. The door which is opened and the presence of Mahakala. Both happens during every death. With the right context, you can just escape. Be liberated once for all. A big fat man can never run away between the legs of the teacher. Only a small kid can run away. A person with so much of patterns can never run away between the legs of Mahakala and escape during the death. Person with very less patterns, almost no patterns, can easily slip into eternity, infiniteness, during the time when the door opens for your death. Preparation to use your death as liberation. When you know how to make your death as liberation, life is celebration. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, welcome back for Nithyananda, welcome back for yet another exciting session of today's Paramashivoham Level 2, where in this session we are going to be learning about the Vishesha Diksha. Vishesha Diksha is the second level initiation that bestows the right to offer prayer and gratitude through personal puja to the Guru Padukas and to Paramashiva himself in the form of Atmalinga. Whatever you share with Paramashiva during this puja every day, he listens to you. He has to listen to you, and I am responsible for it. It is like you are empowered to do everything. These are direct words from the SPH Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Vishesh Diksha is giving you a superconscious breakthrough where the Guru removes the old life, the inner space, from the disciple and replaces it with the Shivatma, the Shiva Atma, Paramashiva's consciousness, from his Ananda Gandha into the disciple getting initiated. Vishesh Diksha is initiating you into the power manifestation and opening the doors of Kailasa for you. Vishesh Diksha gives you the experience of Kailasa. Patika, the material out of which the Atmalinga is made, is nothing but the space of Kailasa. It is just made into a physical matter and given to you as an Atmalinga. So what is Shiva Diksha? Shiva Diksha is where when you have the Shiva Diksha, you have a stress-free life. Shiva Diksha is like a stress buster for you. Sorry, the Vishesha Diksha is like a stress buster for you. It's to live a stress-free life, power manifesting life, having direct access to Kailasa and having a personal connection with Paramashiva. And Vishesha Diksha is the best for this. Receiving Atmalinga and doing puja every day is literally awakening your consciousness and connecting yourself with Paramashiva. Each and every day, connecting with Paramashiva is such an ultimate thing you can have. Because puja is the time-tested, foolproof, ultimate stress-busting methodology ever founded. So you may ask, what are the benefits of Vishesha Diksha? So Vishesha Diksha and everyday puja gives you life of eternal bliss, ecstasy, powerfulness, the life of oneness, and ultimately you experience Paramashivoham, that you are Paramashiva. Let's now look at the importance of Vishesha Diksha. 1. It directly opens your personal connection with Paramashiva and Kailasa space. Second, you are initiated into all the powers of Paramashiva. You are initiated into the science of power manifestation. Third, you have personal, intimate version of Paramashiva, the Atmalinga, for yourself. And fourth, unimaginable benefits in health, in the spiritual side, in the health, wealth. Everything starts with this beautiful initiation. Performing Nitya Puja after receiving the Vishesha Diksha is such a personal and direct enlightenment process. It will make you manifest the ultimate powers. Nitya Puja cleanses your whole system and detoxes your body and rights your consciousness and makes your consciousness open up in your system. The Guru should throw flowers invoked on with the mantra, the Asthaya Humphat, at the disciple's chest and imagine in the heart of the disciple the globe-shaped supreme spirit of the extreme effulgence inhabiting the subtle body. So this is a beautiful Shastra Pramana. It's from the Vishesha Diksha Vidhi. I just read out the translation. So this is from the Vishesha Diksha Vidhi and from the Soma Sambhu Paddhati. Now let us watch a beautiful video on Shiva Diksha where Swamiji is explaining about it. So now get into the deep space of listening as we watch this beautiful video.
Understand, Vishesha Diksha is giving you superconscious breakthrough. The action now I am supposed to perform. I do not know whether the Acharyas read out Somasambhu Padhati to you. The action I am supposed to perform now on them is taking their old life out and dumping it and putting the Shivatma, means Shiva's consciousness, from my Anandagandha and putting it in them. Read out the whole thing, then they will understand why Vishesha Diksha. Unfortunately, people think Vishesha Diksha means vegetarianism, that's all. No. Shaivam is not just Shaiva meal, Shaiva life. It is initiations you receive and few minutes every day you spend to bring yourself to the oneness. Puja is nothing but bringing you to oneness. For example, I give you my personal cell phone number and tell you, every day and one particular time if you call me, you can talk to me directly. Are you going to take that as a load work? Oh, every day I have to call. Or are you going to feel, wow, I have a direct access to him. Every day I can, few minutes, I have a direct access to him. What are you going to feel? Puja is giving you Sadashiva's personal cell phone number. He has committed to me, whoever I initiate. When you connect with him, he has committed to me, he will respond to you. I am authorized to give you his personal number. Puja is nothing but giving you the authorization to call him at particular time. And he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Vishesha Diksha is nothing but giving you his personal number, hotline connection. So every day during the puja, that few minutes you can connect with him in oneness, and he has committed to me, he will respond to you. Understand? I am authorized exchange for him. He has given me the authority. That is the reason I am sharing. One more thing I want to tell you. Sometimes people come and try to tell me, oh, non-veg food is a human right. Being human itself is not right. What stupidity you are talking about non-veg food? Your body is not made for that. I am not talking from the sense of moral. If you want to evolve into the next level, don't eat poison. Vishesha Diksha demands only two requests from you. One, you need to be vegetarian. Another one, every day at least 10 minutes you need to bring yourself to the oneness with the puja. 10 minutes is too less time. It doesn't take more than 10 minutes, I know. It's too less time. Sadashiva is demanding to respond to you every day and keep yourself in oneness. Actually, I don't promote any other spiritual practice. People ask me, should I do this technique, that technique? Twisting the eye and looking here and blowing the nose, this corner, that corner. I don't give you any technique. I only ask, connect with him in oneness, 10 minutes a day. I think maximum it takes 11 minutes. Anybody who listens to my words, I will strongly recommend you take Vishesha Diksha and become vegetarian. That will really help you. You cannot compare, understand? Whether you paid some 5,000 and came for NKY or paid few lakhs and came for MSS, that is not going to decide whether you are going to continue to manifest power and live manifesting powers. Whether you take Vishesha Diksha or not is only going to decide whether you are going to manifest powers or not. So please understand, the secret is in initiations and aligning yourself to the oneness, that's all. So I have to be integrated to Mahadeva, so I am revealing the truths as it is. whatever is said and done, Vishesha Diksha is something extraordinary. Literally the whole system gets upgraded to the superconsciousness. If you ask me, I'll strongly recommend. If you say, no, I'm in a country where I don't get non-veg food, change the country. No, my husband does not allow me to become vegetarian, change the husband. Nothing more is important than Sadashiva. Everything else comes second. I tell you, I cannot give powers to your money, I can give powers only to you. So, initiation matters. Living it matters. Don't try to believe these stupid ideas. This non-vegetarianism, non-veg food is a human right. Being human itself is not right. Understand that? Then people ask me, oh, where do you get protein? Stupid questions, same old questions. Stupid fellows. From where elephant gets protein, I get from there, that's all. Actually, protein can be generated only by plants. You feed that protein into animal, grow muscles, don't even bother it as a life and just cut the muscles for your protein and grab. What kind of a mind? Is there no limit for the demonicness? The demonness? You don't treat the animal as life, you treat them like a bank. How you put your money and take it back, like that you put the grain protein and take the flesh protein and eat. You think they are going to be blessing you and dying? Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Let everyone eat my flesh and live happily. No. All their curse is there in their muscles and their animal protein. Dairy industry is one of the largest depopulation plan, understand. Dairy industry, whether for the flesh or for the milk, dairy industry is the biggest depopulation plan, depopulation conspiracy. Not that Indian traditional village dairy, they are not, no way they are dairy, because they are not, our cows are not given any animal protein and all the stupid chemicals and any of that. They just happily roam around, grow organically, and the calves are fed first, only after it's overflown, it's milk, the remaining is milked and shared. So Indian dairies, village dairies are completely different. Don't even compare this and that. Actually, I can give you hours of discourse and convince why vegetarianism and all that. Then I don't think it is a guru-disciple relationship, it's a business. That's the reason. If too much of convincing need to be done, the guru-disciple relationship loses its sweetness and light romance. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's enter into Vishesha Diksha. Be blissful.
Yes, so we saw how Swamiji beautifully explained about the Vishesha Diksha. So what is the lifestyle after Vishesha Diksha? So the seekers, upon receiving Vishesha Diksha, is ordained to follow some of these practices. The seeker, upon receiving Vishesha Diksha, must ordain to follow some of these practices. The receiver will perform the Nitya Puja daily to the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga. The receiver shall not partake any non-vegetarian food like meat, fish, eggs, and any of that kind. And the receiver shall not engage in any activities of himsa, violence of any jiva, living beings, including the self. Offer puja to Paramashiva and Guru every day. This takes only about 15 to 20 minutes. And if you are sick or you're traveling and you miss one day puja, the next day you have to do 2 times a puja. And that day and the one for the yesterday one. For that day and the previous day, you will be doing the puja for. Paramashiva gives this as an option. Maintain a vegetarian diet. No animal meat, no fish, no egg, no mushrooms. And you're allowed to have vegetarian food and no restrictions on onion, garlic, dairy products in Agama. And no specific mention on smoking, drinking in Visheshadika, so no restrictions on that. And if by mistake you eat non-veg without realizing something which contains the non-veg or mushroom, immediately take the haritaki powder and flush that substance out of your body, out of your system as soon as possible and detoxify your system. The initiated disciple should not abuse Paramashiva, the source of this cosmos. He should not abuse the Shastras revealed by him. He should not abuse the Guru, the Acharya, and Shaiva Sadhakas, the seekers. He should not cross the shadow of a Shivalinga. And he should not eat the food which is offered to Chandikeshwara, the accountant of Kailasa. And he should not cross the garlands offered to Chandikeshwara. He should not abuse a person who has received Shivadiksha until the last breath. He must do the puja to Shiva, the Shiva puja. Exemptions given by Paramashiva. The Vishesha Diksha's do's and don'ts, exemption given by Paramashiva. It's for those children who are initiated into Yajnopavita and below the age of 16, for the ignorant, for old people, for women, for kings, and for the sick. These need to be instructed to be followed as much as possible. If you would like to take up the most powerful lifestyle of Vishesha Diksha, which the SPH will be initiating you today, you can sign up via the link which I'll be showing. I'll be projecting a link now. So you can sign up for Vishesha Diksha through the link which is posted. I mean, which is being shown, which is being projected. https://ecitizen.info/SV Diksha. https://ecitizen.info/SV-DIKSHA. So you can sign up in this link. Yes, so now with this, we will be entering into the next segment of today's Paramashivoham. So in the next segment, we are going to be learning about the death from the cosmic archives. So we'll be starting this session by watching a beautiful video where Swamiji explains about it. So now get into the deep space of listening as we will watch it now.
Death is the door to different possibilities. Death is the door to the happening. When past and future overlap the life, it gets deluded and forgets its original, natural existence. Death is the moment the influence of the past and the influence of the future is completely moved out. Life stands still in its natural existential reality, life can be experienced in its purest form in death. Every meditation, every spiritual technique, every kriya helps you only break few patterns, few samskaras, few engrams, but death helps you to break all the patterns, all the possible karmas, all the possible engrams, including agamya prarabdha sanjita. Death can be a great door to experience life existentially. Most of the beings experience life only during death. It is unfortunate they are afraid of their own life's peak existence. It is paradoxical. Beings which are supposed to be excited about life are afraid of the life which expresses itself intensely during death. Death is only for the things which can die in you. But you are deathless. If you are worried about death, you always associate yourself with objects which can die. Objects which can die is not you, neither part of you, nor existential you. It is just added to you. Kalabhairava, when he uses this body, he knows very clearly he is using this body, this brain, this system to relate with the universe, with the human beings. The moment he finishes the job of relating, he does not identify, possess, associate, own, be one with this body or the brain he uses. When you do not own, possess, feel one with the body you are carrying, you will have body and brain, not mind. Mind is the pollution created when you handle the body and brain. Beings having only body and brain, not mind, are pure beings, not afraid of death, as they understand that they are deathless. It is mind creates the association, possession, ownership, and creates the idea of death. as per the Akashic records, either you get into the depth and realize every moment birth and death is happening, then you will be free from birth and death, or go to the peak and realize the whole life is a long stretch of pure life. There is no death or birth ever happening. If you realize both the extremes or any one extremes, you will be free from death. You will be free from the fear of death, misunderstanding of death. Death is liberation and celebration. It is a natural conscious digestion process, gift given to every individual soul tormented by the ignorance that they are separated from the whole, constantly reminding them anything which separates them, including the concepts, is impermanent. Anything which makes them feel as departed part of the whole is impermanent. To make every individual soul understand that the concept of your individuality is imagination and impermanent, death is given as a natural boon to the whole universe. Here, Mahadeva reads out the signs of death for the seekers and for the people who want to cross the death. Death is of 7 types experienced by human beings. First, the man who feels he is nothing more than a body. He experiences oblivion as death. He feels end of his identity is death. End of his individual existence is death, which is obviously false. Illusion, delusion, which brings tremendous suffering, and the suffering constantly tortures him and does not let him live even while he is having the body. Next, the person who is completely centered on desires. He has a greed and cannot understand the possibility for a breakthrough. So he continuously extends his greed even after he leaves the body. All the concepts exist in all half-baked philosophies and religious concepts. The concepts of heaven, an extended life where the desires are fulfilled, where the continuum of the desires exist, is extended delusion of desire-based individual identity setup. the fourth death, death from the pain. Even the pain is also a projected delusion from the root pattern. It does not exist and it cannot coexist with the existence of the cosmic soul, as the cosmic soul's presence is felt every day by your individual soul in the deep sleep and the restful awareness. The pain pattern also faces the death. When the pain pattern faces the death, the experience the individual soul goes through is depression. Depression is not even the existence of pain. When you don't even project your pain, when you are not even capable of projecting your pain on the reality, the comparative reality, the constant torture you do to yourself with the seed is depression. Seed which cannot grow but continues to exist as a living seed is depression. The death from the depression is the sixth death, called dark night of the soul. Every soul goes through this dark night during the sleep in the form of a unrememberable nightmare every day. Morning, when you come out of the nightmare and can't remember the scenes but only can experience the feeling of the nightmare, it is dark night of the soul. Dark night of the soul is the near-death experience for so many individuals. All the individuals who record the near-death experience as being pulled into the cave and pushed out with a tremendous pain is near-death experience, which is nothing but the dark night of the soul in the long term. When the dark night of the soul happens every night, it is called nightmare. When the nightmare happens once in a life, it is called near-death experience. So the seventh death, the seventh form of the death, which is beyond the dark night of the soul, happens as nibbana, nirvana, extinction of the individual deluded identity. The extinction of the individual deluded identity is the ultimate death, which is liberation and celebration. What you feel as your identity is your identity centered on the body, then oblivion is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is centered on desire, guilt, pain, resurrection is the obvious truth about your death. If your individual identity is capable of going through the depression and dark night of the soul, reincarnation is the truth about your death. If your individual identity is prepared while in the body itself to go through even the depression and the dark night of the soul, unable to exist without the help of the body and mind, enlightenment, liberation and celebration is the truth of your death. Death is not end or extinction of existence. It is just climate change on your body and mind. Whenever many deaths of mind happens in same body, it is spiritual evolution. If many bodies die in the same mind, it is unconsciousness. spiritual endarkenment. If more minds die in same body, you are spiritually growing, evolving. If more bodies die in same mind, you are spiritually going down, destroying yourself. Again and again and again, bodies die, minds die. Blessed are those in whom many minds die in one body. Continuously allow minds to be dying. Let your mind, even if you think in a best space, allow it to die. Allow it for transformation. Allowing the mind to die every time in the same body leads you to the highest liberation and celebration. The concept of money, possession, ownership is the side effect of inability to accept the death of the body. The feeling of your son is your extension is also the inability to accept the extinction of body. When you are ready to accept the extinction of the body, the part of you which does not die goes through a powerful transformation and liberates itself from the dying component of you, which is the body. Through this way, it achieves a space where there is no extinction, where there is no death. Death is the most powerful mechanism either to get enlightened or to get yourself drowned in deeper and deeper unconsciousness. Every day, when you fall asleep, it is equivalent to death. When you wake up, it is equivalent to birth. From the deep sleep, if you come to the dreaming state, it is unconscious birth. From the deep sleep, if you come directly to the waking state, it is conscious birth. Every day, you go through birth and death. How you behave with this birth and death which is happening every day is going to decide how you are going to behave with the birth and death which is going to happen with your body, because every day birth and death is nothing but the direct glimpse of the long big birth and big death, which is only as a difference in time but not in space or the place. Your everyday birth and death and every life birth and death happens in same space and place. Only time difference between one birth and the other birth, the time difference between birth death of one and the birth death of the other is different. Death is Guru and God, not oblivion as perceived by body-centered individuals. Death is a boiling process. Whenever your engrams, desires, fear, greed, everything is boiled in the high energy, there is a possibility your desires can become reality, your fears can be conquered, you can be free from both desire and fear if you are ready, courageous enough to face the process with consciousness. Understand? During the death, your desires come in front of you just to make you understand the disillusionment which can be caused by their presence. Fears come in front of you, make you understand they cannot frighten you anymore. But if you do not have the awareness to look into them, you get deluded by them. Even while they come to reveal the truths about them, it is like mistaking a friend to be an enemy, and before even the friend expresses his friendliness, you thinking he is enemy and dealing him with a different attitude. So when the desires and fears come in front of you during the moment of death, have patience and restful awareness to look into them. They are coming in front of you just to tell you their disillusionment and their ability that they can't frighten you anymore. By not looking at them with a deep restful awareness, those desires are given a wrong extension of life by your unaware, unconscious mind. When the desires are given a wrong extension of life, what you experience is heaven. When the fears are given the wrong extension of life, what you experience is hell. With restful awareness, when you deal both of them, what you experience is liberation. Death can be a great Guru to liberate you, and God to give you the ultimate. Having restful awareness in every moments of your life during the great attacks of fear and greed while you are in the body is the best way to prepare for the death and ability to handle your fears and greeds which you may encounter while you leave the body. Moment of the leaving the body is of great importance. That moment will decide the way you are going to continue your further journey.
Yes. So we saw how beautifully Swamiji explained about the death from the cosmic archives, from the Akashic readings itself. So according to the media, science, according to the medical science, humans have 2 strands of DNA. The other 10 strands are called junk DNA. If we realign, reconnect, and align our other 10 strands of DNA, we become aware we are multidimensional. Our extraordinary abilities will be awakened, and we can live in multiple dimensions at once. We can hear, see, communicate with others in these dimensions. A conscious death experience can be used to awaken deeper strands of DNA. When you complete with the death and fear related to death, you do get yogic powers, and it can create a new body. There's a small incident from the autobiography of the Avatar. The first one happened before realizing my avataric mission. It was probably in the year 1999. I was in Varanasi, Kashi. There was an elderly sannyasi, a very old sannyasi, and I had the responsibility to take care of him. Every day I used to bring him food to eat, take care of his needs, and stay in the hospital. One day, the person in the third bed from him was slowly passing away. He was dying. I was able to see what was happening exactly to him. Slowly, he started suffering and struggling. First, he started suffering tremendous pain in his physical body. Next, he became breathless. He started inhaling and exhaling erectively. The pain was what would be if 1,000 scorpions were stinging him at once at the same time. His whole consciousness was being torn. It was like his 6 feet body was as if it was literally being cut into pieces along its length. I was able to experience the pain and the annoyance, the feeling which he was undergoing. Of course, slowly, very slowly, he started moving away from the physical body. The being started moving from the physical body to the pranic layer, the second layer body. Pranic layer is our breathing energy. All these 7 bodies are 7 energies, energy layers of our being. When the being started moving towards the pranic layer, all the unfulfilled desires of him started coming up. Then, when the being started moving towards the next level body, all the guilt started raising. Oh, I should have lived in that way, in this way. I should have lived in this way, etc. In this fashion, slowly the being moved to the layer by layer, and finally he left the body. I saw the whole death happening right in front of my eyes. I just saw and witnessed the suffering the person went through. But the pain created in me just by seeing the suffering itself was too much. The pain becomes so deeply engraved, it was recorded in my being so deeply. After a few days, I left Varanasi and wandered further away. In the fifth death experience, the avatar was healing a patient in a hospital in Bangalore in 2002. He suddenly witnessed that a patient who was slowly dying was having a smooth and blissful and completely pain-free death in a nearby bed. At first, Swamiji thought that the person was a great saint, but the man's caretaker told Swamiji that he was not. He was able to see the soul of that body having completely a painless death and finally being liberated. He saw the star. He saw the stark contrast between the death he witnessed in his wandering years, with so much of pain and death of the patient in front of him now. But then Lord Kalabhairava himself revealed to the avatar that because he had started radiating the energy of Paramashiva after the first great pause, with his newfound intensity in the year 2000, anyone who leaves the body in his presence will be liberated. Now pen down your understanding from this session, whether it's all the understandings, the misunderstandings, and the fears. Just take a few minutes and pen it down. All the understandings you got from this session. Take some time and pen them down. And also, as we come to the end of this session, let's also take some time, and you can also go. You can also have a short break and be back. And also just pen down everything you have understood in this session. And shortly we'll be moving on to the next segment of today's Paramashivoham. So in the next segment of today's Paramashivoham, we will be learning about what is eternal. So we will be back shortly. Thank you all, Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, welcome back for yet another exciting session of today's Paramashivoham Level 2, where in this session we are going to be learning about what is eternal and how to cherish what is eternal. By cognizing what is imperishable, authentic, and what gives you the experience of the eternal space of oneness, and what is perishable, inauthentic. How much ever pleasant, sweet it may be, but never ever choose the perishable, the inauthentic entities. Whether it is a person or attitude or a thinking style, do not choose what is inauthentic. Celebrate the imperishable, celebrate the eternal, and cognize what is imperishable and what is perishable. What is destructible, what is indestructible. How much ever pleasant perishable may look, appear, feel, never choose the perishable because it appears of a pleasant, but it is a marketing department, not the reality. In the Ishavasya Upanishad, the 14th verse tells beautifully, Shambhutim cha vinasham cha yastad vedo bayagum saha vinashena mrityum tirtva shambhutyam mritam ashnute. One who cognizes the pure essence of these both, the imperishable consciousness and the cause of manifestation, and the destructible, the perishable, manifested entities simultaneously, such a person completes with the fear of death and transcends death by worshipping or by the knowledge of the perishable entity, and reaches the imperishable consciousness and celebrates the nectar of immortality and bliss, the eternal space of oneness. Somebody asked Buddha, how view your sanghas growing in your future? He says very beautifully, if my sannyasis are able to inspire the truth of imperishable on the grihasthas, what I want will happen. The other way, if the grihasthas are able to inspire sannyasis about the perishable, it will happen as they want. What do you worship? What Upanishad is trying to convey it to you? The first thing, the key word, what you are worshipping in your life. Worshipping does not just mean in front of whom you bow down, in front of whom and what you bow down for. What you think as a goal of your life, what you remember again and again. So now, pen down what you are worshipping in your life. What you think you are worshipping in your life. What is the thing that you continuously think continuously about? Now just pen down, take a few minutes and pen down what you're worshipping in your life. Yes, relax. So now that we have penned down what we are worshipping in life, so if you don't have a goal and if you're not standing for yourself, you are worshipping confusion and darkness. You are a confusion worshipper. So now is the time where you install the right cognitions into yourself. Please understand, to be energetic, you don't need to eat the whole day. What is eaten the whole day is junk food. What is not food? What is not the food for energy or health? To be healthy, just that 1 or 2 meal, clear diet, vegetarian, uncooked sattvic food is enough. But the diet, but the diet should be with a clear rule and regulation. Some way to be enlightened. You don't even need to do this the whole day. Spiritual activities. Just awaken the right cognition inside you and invoke them. That's it. So now sit with yourself and cognize what all is imperishable, inauthentic ambitions in you, and what all imperishable, authentic cognitions is manifested in you. Please take some time and pen down. Now sit with yourself and cognize all the perishable and inauthentic ambitions in you, and what all is imperishable and authentic cognitions in you. Yes. So now when you start cognizing the inauthentic, perishable, and the authentic, imperishable inside you, you complete with the fear of death and transcend the death. Don't be afraid. You may suddenly find that there is nothing inauthentic in you, and everything is just perishable, inauthentic. And don't be afraid of that. Everything being inauthentic is not something wrong, but you living in it without recognizing it is something wrong. Even if you recognize it and you know everything inside you is inauthentic, perishable, don't worry because you know it. This recognition itself is enough. Then drop, drop the whole thing. The eternal space of oneness becomes your reality. Amur, Amurtamashnute, the Upanishads say, the nectar of immortality and bliss. If you think your lifespan, your existence is much more, then the idea of your pleasures will become different. If you think you're going to be having many births and deaths, and births and deaths, that's the truth. Till you're enlightened, the birth and death is going to be your life cycle. Then you simply know what is going to be your pleasure, what is going to be your pain, what should be your pleasure and what should be your pain. Having a larger vision, more and clear, having that vision in you. Let's now learn about agitational gratification and delayed gratification. Agitational gratification is if you look in and analyze, a little bit of looking is required. All your short-term goals will be agitational gratification, which agitates you and gratifies you. Even laziness early morning, how you're breathing and life, that decides how you're going to have your whole day. Understand this word, these two words, agitational gratification and delayed gratification. When you think you're going to exist only for 20 to 25 years, which is in front of your eyes, you will always opt for only agitational gratification. Now what? Now what? Now what? What next? That's what it's going to be. And if you understand your life is 100 years, your pleasures, pain also will be transformed. And if you understand you have many births and deaths in front of you, your idea about pleasure will change completely. Your idea about pain will change completely. Your life will not be hormonally hijacked. Whether it's a taste or touch or seeing or smelling or listening. In everything, if you are functioning based on the principle of delayed gratification, which means long-term vision about you and about what is pleasure and what is pain, your cognition about you should be based on imperishable components, means the soul, your consciousness, which does not perish. And based on that, the cognitions should be strategized in your life. Your pleasure, pain, everything will be too short, small, if based on agitational gratification. You will be killing yourself with agitational gratification as your pleasure. Just an itching you feel on the body and scratching it. All your pleasures will be nothing more than scratching. Maybe with a different object, different person, and different part. Your idea about pain and pleasure be based on imperishable, then you will be imperishable, means akshara. You will be in the space of akshara, imperishable. Blessed are those who live in the space of imperishable and live their lives with delayed gratification. And cursed are those who cognize based on the perishable and live based on agitational gratification. Look in, don't be afraid to re-strategize your life, to re-strategize yourself and reinvent yourself and shake your whole life and rebuild it. Don't be afraid. Never something is too late. A short-term strategy or a long-term strategy, if it is done from the context of imperishable, you are living enlightenment. Learning that is what I call completion. Aligning to that is what I call authenticity. And remembering that is what I call responsibility. Imperishable is the bone structure of the cosmic law. If your inner infrastructure is dependent on imperishable truths, you will never collapse. So now with this, make all your cognitions based on only what is imperishable. You don't need to be afraid of what has happened until now. But now you can change the whole thing. You can reinvent yourself completely. Now let's watch a beautiful clip where Swamiji is explaining about how to cherish what is eternal. Now get into the deep space of listening as we watch this beautiful video.
I'll read out the translation. One who cognizes the pure essence of these both, the imperishable consciousness, the cause of manifestation, and the destructible, the perishable, manifested entities, simultaneously, such a person completes with the fear of death and transcends death by worshipping or by knowledge of the perishable entities, imperishable entities, and reaches the imperishable consciousness, celebrates the nectar of immortality and bliss, the eternal space of oneness. Listen. One who cognizes the pure essence of these both, the imperishable consciousness, the cause of manifestation, and the destructible, the perishable, manifested entities, simultaneously, such a person completes with the fear of death and transcends death by worshipping or by the knowledge of imperishable entities and reaches the imperishable consciousness and celebrates the nectar of immortality and bliss, the eternal space of oneness. Listen. Listen. Cognizing, understanding what is imperishable, what gives you the experience of eternal space of oneness, and what is perishable. Please understand how much ever pleasant perishable may look, appear, feel, never choose perishable, because its appearance of pleasant is its marketing department, not the reality. I have always seen crooked fellows will be most sweet. No, really, I have seen. Even in our Sangha, these cunning crooked fellows, they will be so sweet and have all the people around them, and they will have so many friends. Because they know how to manipulate. I am not saying having friends is wrong. Listen, I am not saying having friends is wrong. But not out of cunningness or the manipulative tendency. They will behave as if they are very sweet persons. As if they are very sweet persons. How much ever pleasant, sweet it may look, never choose perishable, inauthentic entities, whether it is a person or attitude or thinking style, do not choose inauthenticity. Do not choose inauthenticity. I can give you 100 examples. What you choose inside, what you cherish inside, what you strongly cognize as important center of your life inside, if it is perishable, inauthentic, it will go on adding the fear, inauthenticity into you. Understand? If you drink venom, it will naturally be absorbed into the body, it will become poison. If you entertain the perishable entities, impermanent, ideas, concepts, that will naturally become poison in your system. That will naturally become poison in your system. Understand? Don't carry anything inside your cognition which is inauthentic or perishable. Please understand. To be energetic, you don't need to eat whole day. What is eaten whole day is junk food. That is not the food for energy or health. To be healthy, just that 1 or 2 meal, clear diet, vegetarian, uncooked, sattvic food is enough. But the diet should be with a clear rule and regulation. Same way, to be enlightened, you don't even need to do whole day spiritual practices. Just the right cognitions, awaken the right cognitions inside and install them, invoke them. Please understand. Now the truths I am teaching, if you invoke them inside your being, they will be making peace inside you eternally. The deepermost part of the cosmic consciousness is peace. Sadashiva. You can experience that by this verse. Please understand. This verse can make you experience the deepermost part of the cosmos, the eternal peace, the Sadashiva. Only one thing. Sit with yourself. Cognize what all is perishable, inauthentic ambitions in you, what all imperishable, authentic, conscious manifestation in you. Don't be afraid. You may suddenly find there is nothing authentic in you. Everything is just perishable, inauthentic. Don't be afraid of that. Everything being inauthentic is not something wrong, but you living it without recognizing it is something wrong. So even if you recognize, everything you know inside you is inauthentic. Perishable. Don't worry. This recognition itself is enough. Then drop the whole thing. Drop everything you discovered as perishable. Inauthentic. Nothing wrong. You may ask, then how will I run my life? What will I hold on? Don't worry about that. You don't need to hold on to anything for your life. Life is independent of your thinking and cognition. It is independent intelligence. It will start expressing when you drop all the inauthentic cognitions. When you drop all the inauthentic cognitions, you will see automatically the imperishable starts expressing in your thinking, action, behavior, response, talking, walking, in every way. Expression of Sadashiva starts happening. Actually, when you recognize all the inauthentic components of you, when you cognize all the inauthentic components of you, they will melt down and the authentic, imperishable will start manifesting. That manifestation is what I call living enlightenment, living Advaita, Shivoham. Each expression of Shivoham experience is either one power or one experience. Spiritual experience or a spiritual power. Each Shivoham process, I reproduce the same biomemory inside you. Please understand. The authentic experience of Shivoham is reproduced inside you in each Shivoham process. All the experiences happened in me in multi-dimension. I'll be reproducing in Nithyanandoham. Understand? Nithyanandoham at the feet of Himalayas in December is going to be all about reproducing all the different dimensions of Shivoham in you. It's not just one power or two power. Multiple powers and multiple experiences in multi-dimensional way as pure imperishable consciousness. The cause of manifestation, Sambhavat, is Shambhava. The cause of happening is happening means manifestation means Shambhavat. The source of happening, the cause of happening is Shambhava. Here, the source of happening is Master. The source of happening is being reproduced in every one of you. with all its multiple powers and multiple experiences in every possible way. Sambhudim cha vinasham cha yastat vedo bhayagum saha vinashena mrityum tirtva sambhutyat mritamashnute. One who cognizes the pure essence of these both, the imperishable consciousness, the cause of manifestation, and the destructible, the perishable, manifested entities simultaneously, such a person completes with the fear of death and transcends death by worshipping or by knowledge of the imperishable entities, and reaches the imperishable consciousness and celebrates the nectar of immortality and bliss, the eternal space of oneness. Celebrate the imperishable. Celebrate the eternal. Cognize what is imperishable and what is perishable, what is destructible, what is indestructible. When you start cognizing the inauthentic, perishable, authentic, imperishable inside you, you complete with the fear of death and transcend death. Then no more death for you. No more death for you. Understand? Then eternal space of oneness becomes your reality. Amrutamashnute. The Upanishad says, nectar of immortality and bliss. This is the real Amrita of Kumbh Mela. Understand? Amrutamashnute. Understanding the inauthentic, perishable parts of you, your ambition. You see, understand, your ambition is you. In your ambition, which are inauthentic, imperishable, which are inauthentic and perishable, which are authentic, imperishable, cognize it. Naturally, inauthentic and perishable will leave your system. Your whole being will be centered on imperishable, authentic. Understand? The more and more time, energy, space, your inner space, your inner energy, your lifetime, you waste on perishable, inauthentic, the more and more you are working towards suffering, mrityu, death. The more and more you purify yourself towards authentic and imperishable, more you are moving towards Amrita, immortality and enlightenment, the nectar of bliss, eternal space of oneness. Move more and more towards authentic identity. Move more and more towards the space of Sadashiva, Shambhava. Become more and more authentic. Become more and more imperishable. The essence of today's satsang and the subject for Vakyartha Sadas today, what all is imperishable and authentic in our ambition, what all is perishable and inauthentic in our ambitions. Start looking and do Vakyartha Sadas on this subject. What all is imperishable and authentic, what all is perishable and inauthentic in your ambition. Start looking for it. With this, I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapītam, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.com.
Sorry for the technical glitch. So now with this, we will be entering into the preparations for the darshan as we now come to the end of this session. Hope you all enjoyed the session, and also requesting all of the participants to post your experiences and the powerful cognitions and the understandings you got throughout the sessions, as now we will be entering into the preparations for the darshan.